Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku inherited Sukuna's cursed powers and became a living nightmare? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Chapter 1. The First Curse. The world tasted of copper and rain. Izuku Midoriya knelt in the alleyway behind his apartment building, his school uniform soaked through. The afternoon downpour was a cold curtain, isolating him from the sounds of distant traffic. He wasn't crying anymore. The tears had stopped about the same time the three boys from his class had grown bored and left him there, his latest hero analysis notebook a pulpy mess in the overflowing gutter. His body ached, a familiar ache. The shallow cut on his temple from where Kaken's spark had grazed him stung under the rainwater. He pressed the back of his hand to it, watching the diluted pink water drip onto the asphalt. Useless. Asterisk. The word echoed, not in his ears, but in the hollow of his chest. It wasn't new. It was the baseline of his entire life. A quirkless boy in a world of wonders, a ghost watching a vibrant parade he could never join. He reached for the notebook, his fingers trembling. The ink had bled, All Might's smiling face now a blue and yellow smear, the meticulous notes on heroes and their capabilities reduced to gibberish. 13 years of dreaming, catalogued and destroyed. Again, something inside him frayed. It wasn't anger. He was too tired for anger. It was a deeper, colder thing. A final, silent snap of a thread he hadn't known was holding him together. The hope that had fueled him, that had him believing in a miracle even without a quirk, shriveled and went dark. The rain wasn't just falling on him. It was falling through him, chilling a place that had always been warm with foolish, stubborn hope. Why? The word was a whisper, stolen by the rain. Why am I here? He wasn't asking the universe. He was asking the empty shell of himself. What was the point of a vessel that could never be filled? A different kind of pressure began to build. Not in his heart, but lower, in his gut. A gnawing, acidic emptiness. It felt hungry. Izuku staggered to his feet, clutching the ruined notebook to his chest. He needed to go home. His mom would be worried. He'd paste on a smile, tell her he tripped. Again, he took a step, and the world tilted. A wave of nausea, so profound it blinded him, crashed over his senses. The alleyway walls seemed to breathe, pulsing in time with a heartbeat that wasn't his own. The scent of rain and garbage twisted, corrupted into something else, ozone, iron. And a sickly sweet decay he could taste asterisk on the back of his tongue. What's happening? Asterisk. The pressure in his abdomen spiked into a pain so sharp he doubled over, gasping. It felt like something was uncoiling inside him. Something vast and old and terribly wrong. Visions, jagged and bloody, flickered behind his eyes. A mountain of corpses under a crimson sky. A laughter that scraped the bones. A feeling of absolute, tyrannical dominion. And a voice. It wasn't a sound. It was a presence, etched directly into the fabric of his mind, deep and layered with a malice so casual it was more terrifying than any rage. Well, this is interesting. Asterisk. Izuku fell to his knees, the notebook forgotten. He clutched his head. Who's there? Don't bother speaking. I can taste your thoughts. Pathetic. Fragile. A world of so-called heroes, and this is the vessel I awaken within. Asterisk. The voice wasn't just speaking. It was dissecting him. He felt its attention roam through his memories. The doctor's pitying smile. His mother's tears, Kaken's sneer, the endless, aching admiration for All Might. It felt each one, examined it with clinical disinterest, and discarded it. No power, no respect, no will to take what you desire. You are nothing but an empty page. Asterisk. I'm not, Izuku choked out, but the protest was weak. The voice was just voicing the truth he'd felt minutes ago. But you are. And nature abhors a vacuum. Little ghost. Asterisk. The pain concentrated in his gut, burning. Izuku looked down. His soaked shirt was sticking to his skin. And there, just below his ribs, a thin, black line was etching itself onto his flesh. It split, forming a second line parallel to the first. Then, with a searing agony that made him bite through his lip, a vertical line cut through them both, and a final line sealed it below. A mouth. A second, lipless mouth carved itself into his abdomen. Izuku stared, horror freezing the scream in his throat. The new mouth stretched, a grotesque grin made of his own flesh. It pulled tight over invisible teeth. Let's start with a simple lesson. The voice, Sukuna, purred from within his own skull. This world calls power a quirk, a cute term. This is a curse. And you are mine. The mouth in his stomach opened. Dismantle. The word wasn't spoken by Izuku. It came from the new mouth. In Sukuna's voice, a dry, rustling command. A silver flash, too fast to see, sliced through the air. The brick wall to Izuku's right, 3 meters away, silently developed a long, perfectly diagonal gash. A section of it, a massive slab of mortar and stone, slid forward and crashed to the alley floor, shattering with a thunderous boom that drowned out the rain. Izuku stopped breathing. Dust and debris washed over him. He stared at the clean, impossibly sharp cut through solid brick. No heat, no impact, just division, as if reality itself had been told to separate, and it obeyed. A wild, hysterical thought bubbled up. A quirk. He had a quirk. It was here. It was monstrous and terrifying and speaking to him with the voice of a king from a nightmare, but it was power. The hunger in his gut subsided, replaced by a warm, smug satisfaction that was not his own. See, Sukuna's voice was a lazy drawl. No fanfare, no strain. True power is a fact. It simply is. Izuku raised a trembling hand. He wasn't controlling it. He watched, a passenger in his own body, as his finger pointed at the dumpster at the alley's end. No, he whispered. You don't give orders here, vessel. You receive them. The abdominal mouth grinned wider. Cleave. This time, the effect was different. A flurry of invisible slashes, dozens of them, hit the dumpster. It didn't just get cut. It was minced. The thick metal dissolved into a cloud of shredded ribbons and dust, dissolving into nothing before the pieces even hit the ground. The satisfaction within him bloomed hotter. A predator's joy. Power. Real, devastating, effortless power. This was nothing like the heroic, flashy quirks he'd spent his life analyzing. This was something primordial, something that ended things. The rush was intoxicating. It flooded the cold, empty places inside him, the years of humiliation and powerlessness burning away in its wake. For one breathtaking, terrible second, he welcomed it. He let it fill him. Then he saw his reflection in a puddle. His face was pale, streaked with rain and grime. His eyes, wide with shock, were still his own, but flickering within them, like a flame seen through smoked glass, was a crimson gleam. A cruel, ancient intelligence looking out at the world. And below, the second mouth on his stomach was a stark, black wound against his skin. This wasn't a hero's quirk. This was a curse, and he was its host. Revulsion, cold and absolute, washed over him, battling the alien warmth of Sukuna's power. He clutched at his stomach, fingers pressing against the closed lips of the second mouth. It felt like touching a scar, but one that was alive. Get out, he hissed, his voice raw. Sukuna's laughter was a physical vibration in his bones. Oh, little ghost, we are so far past that. I am not a guest. I am a fact. You called, and I answered. Your emptiness, it was a ringing invitation. I didn't call for you. Didn't you? The voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Why am I here? You asked the void a question. The void answered. Me. Sirens wailed in the distance. The destruction hadn't gone unnoticed. Panic, pure and human, seized Izuku. He scrambled up, shrugging off his torn and soaked Gakuran jacket. He wrapped it tightly around his waist, hiding the monstrous mouth. He had to get home. He had to think. He had to what? Tell his mom. Go to a doctor. What doctor could possibly explain this? He stumbled out of the alley, into the nearly deserted side street. The rain was easing. People under awnings pointed at the alley behind him, whispering. He kept his head down, walking fast, feeling the new weight in his center. The silent, watchful presence in his mind. They fear the noise, Sukuna mused, his attention like a slow, predatory blink. They have no idea what made it. What walks among them? Be quiet, Izuku muttered under his breath, clutching his arms around himself. Or what? You'll cry. You'll beg. You have no idea what you hold, child. This power could unmake this petty world of yours. And you want me to be quiet. Izuku reached his apartment building. He fumbled with his key, his hands shaking so badly he dropped it twice. The familiar hallway smelled of lemon cleaner and old wood. Safety, normalcy, lies. Now, he slid the door open. "I'm home," he called, his voice miraculously steady. "Izuku." Inko Midoriya rushed from the kitchen, her face etched with worry. "You're soaked. And your face." Her fingers, gentle and warm, brushed the cut on his temple. He flinched. It was a tiny movement, but her eyes widened. He never flinched from her touch. "I'm okay, Mom," he said, forcing a smile that felt like a crack in glass. "Just tripped in the rain. Notebook got ruined." He held up the sodden, shredded remains. Her worry didn't fade. She saw the hollow look in his eyes, the tremor he couldn't suppress. "Oh, my baby, let's get you cleaned up. A hot bath. I'll make katsudon." He nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. Her kindness was a knife. How could he sit at their table, eat her food, while that thing asterisk was inside him? While a second mouth slept under his wrapped jacket. In the steaming bathroom, he locked the door. He peeled off his shirt and looked in the fogging mirror. The mouth was there, closed, just 4 stark black lines. It looked like a tattoo, but it was part of him. He prodded it. It felt normal, just skin, until he focused on it. Until he remembered the feel of it speaking, the power that had ripped forth. "Go on." Sukuna's voice was a soft taunt in the quiet room. "Try it again. Call the technique. Feel the world part for you. Asterisk. I don't want it," Izuku whispered to his reflection. "Liar." The word was a soft, knowing stroke. "I felt the thrill in you. When the wall fell, when the metal turned to dust. You loved it. For a second, you were not weak. You were not useless." Asterisk. Tears, hot and shameful, welled in Izuku's eyes. Because it was true. In that chaotic, terrifying moment, he had felt a jolt of pure, unadulterated triumph. The power had been horrifying, but the feeling of having power, that had been a drug. "What are you?" he asked the presence in his mind. "I am the king of curses. I am the pinnacle of a power your world has forgotten. And you are my vessel. My gateway back." Asterisk. Back to what? To everything. Asterisk. Izuku slid down the bathroom wall, hugging his knees, hiding the cursed seal from his own sight. He was a prison, a gateway, a nightmare waiting to happen. He thought of All Might, the symbol of peace, the man who saved everyone with a smile. But would he see if he looked at Izuku now? Not a hero, not even a quirkless fanboy. He'd see a monster in the making. The bathwater grew cold. Outside, his mother called softly that dinner was ready. Izuku Midoriya sat on the bathroom floor, the gentle steam condensing into cold droplets on his skin, and felt the first true, soul-deep terror of his life. Not of the power inside him, but of the part of him that wanted to use it. And from the depths of his soul, Sukuna smiled. Chapter 2, The Hunger. Katsudon tasted like ash. Izuku sat at the low table, chopsticks held in a death grip. His mother had made it just the way he liked it. The egg perfectly runny, the pork cutlet crispy, the rice steaming. It was his favorite, a comfort food for bad days. Tonight, it was a lie on a plate. "You're not eating, Izuku." Inko's voice was soft, threaded with a worry that pulled tighter with every passing minute. He forced a piece of pork into his mouth. Chewed, swallowed. It was texture without flavor. His stomach, the place where the new mouth slept, felt heavy and restless. It wasn't nausea. It was anticipation. A low, simmering awareness that had nothing to do with the food in front of him. "Just tired, Mom," he said. Not meeting her eyes, he focused on the grain of the wood table, on the faint sound of a neighbor's TV through the wall, on anything but the silent, watching PR essence that had taken up residence behind his eyes. "She fusses." Sukuna's voice was a lazy ripple in his mind. "Like a bird over a cracked egg. She senses the shell is broken. She doesn't know the chick is already dead." Asterisk. Shut up, Izuku thought. The words a desperate, silent snarl. He felt rather than heard the chuckle. It vibrated in the hollow of his bones. "Make me." Asterisk. He pushed another bite of rice around the bowl. His mother's gaze was a physical weight. He could lie about the notebook, about tripping. But this stillness that had come over him, this distance in his eyes, she knew her son. This was different. Did something else happen? she asked gently. With Katsuki, the name sent a familiar jolt through him, a mixture of fear, resentment, and a twisted, ingrained admiration. Kaken, the embodiment of everything he wasn't, everything he'd wished to be. Now he had power, power that would make Kaken's explosions look like firecrackers. The thought arrived unbidden, wrapped in a dark, velvety satisfaction that was not his own. This, Kaken, he's the one who marks you. The one whose scorn you wear like a brand. Sukuna's interest was casual, probing. Let me see him. Asterisk. Memories flashed. A childhood hand offered and rejected, playground taunts, the sizzle of nitroglycerin sweat too close to his skin, the word, Deku, spat like a curse. Ah, a loud, prideful insect. All noise and petty flame. He thinks he's a predator. How amusing. Asterisk. He's strong, Izuku thought back, a defensive reflex honed over years. He's nothing, a spark next to a wildfire. You could unmake him with a thought. Don't you want to? Asterisk. The question hung in the mental space between them, poisonous and seductive. Izuku saw it, not a fight, an execution. Kaken standing there, that arrogant smirk on his face. And then, a flick of a finger. A single, silent command. Dismantle. The smirk would fall, along with everything else. The noise would stop. The fear would end. It would be so easy. His chopsticks clattered against the bowl. His hand was shaking. Izuku. Inko was half out of her seat. I'm fine. The words came out too sharp. He took a shuddering breath. Sorry. I'm just really tired. May I be excused? Her face crumpled. She wanted to fix this, whatever this asterisk was, and she couldn't. She nodded slowly. Of course. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow. The word was a black joke. He carried his dishes to the kitchen, avoiding her touch as he passed. In his room, he closed the door and leaned against it, squeezing his eyes shut. The darkness behind his eyelids was no longer safe. It was where Sukuna lived. You hesitate. You cling to your pain like a favorite blanket. It defines you. Your weakness is your identity. How pitiful. Asterisk. I don't want to hurt people. Izuku whispered into the quiet of his room. His All Might posters smiled down at him, frozen in poses of triumphant salvation. What a quaint morality. You have the power to cut the world in two. And you worry about hurting it. Power isn't for coddling. It's for taking. For enforcing your will. This world worships strength. I am giving you the ultimate strength. And you whimper. Asterisk. It's not strength. It's a curse. He looked down at his hands. They looked the same. Small. Scarred from childhood stumbles. Ordinary. It's not mine. It is now. Every slice. Every cleave. It will be by your hand. My will, but your flesh. We are becoming acquainted, vessel. Soon. You won't remember where I end and you begin. Asterisk. A cold dread seeped into Izuku's veins. He walked to his desk. To the one undamaged notebook he had left. Hero Analysis for the Future, number 14. He opened it to a blank page. His hand reached for a pen. He didn't decide to write. His body just moved. The pen hovered. Then, in quick, sharp strokes that were not his own neat script, it began to write. Not words. A symbol. 4 interlocking lines. The same mark that was on his stomach. He tried to let go of the pen. His fingers wouldn't obey. This is the seal. Sukuna's voice was a teacher's now, cold and didactic. My seal. Your anchor. The more you use my techniques, the more it will open. 1 mouth. Then 2. Then 4. And when it is fully open, I will be back. Asterisk. Back where? Izuku asked through gritted teeth, fighting the movement of his own hand. Here, in my entirety. This fragment of my soul is just a finger. A taste. My full power sleeps, scattered. But here, in this strange little world, this vessel will do. For now. Asterisk. The pen dropped. Izuku snatched his hand back, staring at the drawn seal as if it were a spider. A fragment. This world-altering, terrifying power was just a fragment. The hunger in his gut twisted. It wasn't for food. It was a deep, psychic ache. A craving for something he couldn't name. It wants to be used, Sukuna supplied. The technique is hungry. It needs to cut, to divide, to prove its existence. Deny it too long, and it will feed on you instead. Asterisk. What does that mean? You'll see. Asterisk. A sudden, violent cramp seized his abdominal muscles. Izuku gasped, folding over his desk. It felt like a fist was squeezing him from the inside, twisting his organs. The black lines on his stomach burned, a brand against his skin. He clutched at it, and his fingers felt the lips of the mouth part slightly. A dry, rasping inhale, like wind over stone, came from it. The air in his room grew cold. The pain spiked, and with it came an image, not a memory, but an impulse. He could see the wall of his room. He could feel how it would give way. The specific resistance of the drywall. The lath, the insulation. He knew exactly how much force it would take to silently slice a section away, to reduce it to fine, silent dust. The knowledge was intimate and terrifying. The hunger pulsed, demanding he act. No, he groaned, sweat beading on his forehead. He focused on All Might's smiling face on the poster. I am here. The motto was a weak shield against the storm inside him. Sentiment, Sukuna sneered, but the pressure eased, just a fraction. The mouth closed. The cold receded. The pain faded to a dull, persistent throb. Izuku slumped in his chair, breathing hard. He was trembling all over. That hadn't been Sukuna taking control. That had been the power itself, restless and ravenous. A caged beast testing the bars. He couldn't stay here. What if he lost control? What if the next time, he didn't stop at a wall? What if his mom walked in? The thought sent a bolt of pure terror through him, sharper than any pain. He had to leave. He had to understand what this was. He had to find a way to control it, or to get rid of it. But where did you go to cure yourself of an ancient curse? UA. The answer came instantly. The Premier Hero School. If anyone could help, if there was any technology, any quirk, any knowledge that could understand this, it would be there. All Might was there. Hope, thin and desperate, flickered. He could take the entrance exam. He had the power now. He could pass the practical with a thought. He could get in, and then he could find a hero who could fix him. You think to use my power as a tool, to walk into a den of so-called heroes and ask them to carve me out. Sukuna's amusement was a dark, rich thing. How delightfully naive. They will see only the monster. They will try to cage you, to destroy you, and then, the implication hung in the air, unspoken, but clear, and then I will show them what a real monster looks like. Asterisk. I won't let you, Izuku said, but the words were hollow. He'd just barely resisted the power's own hunger. How could he hope to resist the will behind it? He got up, moving on autopilot. He changed into dry clothes, pulling on a loose, dark hoodie that hid his torso. He had to get out. Just for a walk. To think, I'm going for a walk, Mom, he called, not waiting for an answer. He slid his feet into his shoes and was out the door before she could protest. The night air was cool, washing over his feverish skin. The streets of Musutafu were quiet, lit by the orange glow of street lamps. He walked with no destination, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, his head down. The hunger followed him. It was a shadow step behind every thought. He looked at a street lamp pole and knew how to bisect it. He looked at a parked car and understood, instinctively, the precise angles to dice it into neat, metal cubes. The knowledge was a constant, low-level whisper, a subliminal urge. He found himself near Takoba Municipal Beach, or what was left of it. It was a notorious dumping ground, a mountain range of refrigerators, tires, and scrap metal left by the tide. A place forgotten. The sight of it made the hunger surge, hot and demanding. So much to cut, so much to dismantle. It would be so easy. A release. Yes, Sukuna purred. A proving ground. No one is here. No one would see. Let the technique breathe. Just a little. Asterisk. Izuku's feet carried him past the "No trespassing" sign, onto the sand littered with smaller debris. The bulk of the trash heap loomed before him, a grotesque silhouette against the night sky and the distant lights of the city. His hand rose of its own accord. He didn't form the command. It formed itself, rising from that hungry place inside him. The mouth on his stomach yawned open, a black slit in the fabric of his hoodie. No, Izuku gritted out, wrestling his arm down. He was shaking violently, a puppet with two sets of strings. I'm not your weapon. You are the weapon. I am merely the hand that wields you. But fine, cling to your control. Let's see how long it lasts. Asterisk. The pressure built, not a sharp pain, but a swelling, intolerable fullness. It felt like he'd swallowed a star, and it was burning its way out. The world sharpened. He could see the individual rust patterns on a washing machine 20 meters away. He could hear the scuttle of a crab under a piece of plastic. Everything seemed separate, divisible, waiting for his command to be parsed into pieces. He couldn't hold it. It was a tidal wave behind a dam of tissue paper. A strangled cry escaped his lips. His hand shot up again, fingers curled. The abdominal mouth spoke, its voice a dry crackle that tore from his own body. Dismantle. A silver arc, invisible but for its effect, lanced out across the beach. A zigzag of light appeared across the hull of an old fishing boat buried in the trash. Then, with a groan of tearing metal, the entire front third of the boat slid away, hitting the sand with a ground-shaking thud. The release was instantaneous. The crushing pressure vanished, replaced by a wave of euphoric relief so intense it was almost sinful. It was better than breathing. It was pure, unadulterated power, flowing out and leaving a serene, empty calm in its wake. Izuku panted, staring at the clean, smooth cut through the steel hull. He'd done that. A flick of a thought. No strain, no effort. Good. Sukuna's voice was a satisfied rumble. Very good. Asterisk. Before Izuku could react, before the guilt or the horror could catch up to the feeling of release, the hunger returned. Not as a demand, but as a suggestion. A logical next step. The boat was in two pieces. It was still too whole. His hand moved again. A different gesture. A slight twist of the wrist. Cleave. 100 invisible blades hit the larger section of the boat. It didn't fall apart. It dissolved. It erupted into a cloud of metal shavings, sawdust, and rust, collapsing in on itself with a sound like 1,000 bells being crushed. The cloud billowed out, settling over the beach like gray snow. Izuku stood in the sudden silence, the only sound the distant crash of waves and the gentle patter of settling dust. He felt calm, sated. The restless, gnawing void inside him was quiet. In its place was a warm, buzzing certainty. He looked at his hands. They were steady. This was the trade, the hunger, or the devastation. A light flicked on in a distant apartment window overlooking the beach. Then another. Voices called out, confused, alarmed. He'd been seen, or at least, the destruction had. Panic, clean and human, flushed through the cursed serenity. He turned and ran, his feet sinking in the sand, the euphoria evaporating, leaving only the cold, hard fact of what he'd just done. He wasn't fixing himself. He wasn't controlling it. He was feeding it, and as he fled into the night, leaving a monument to his cursed power behind him, the second mouth on his stomach stretched into a faint, contented smile. The first feeding was always the hardest. The next would be easier. Chapter 3. The Echoes of Steel. The run home was a blur of shadow and panic. Every rustle in a bush was a pursuer. Every lit window was an accusing eye. The clean, euphoric calm that had followed the destruction on the beach had shattered, leaving behind a jangling mess of nerves and a sick, sour dread in the back of his throat. He slipped into his apartment building like a ghost, up the stairs, key scraping in the lock. The living room was dark, only the soft blue glow of the television's standby light cutting the gloom. His mother must have gone to bed. He stood in the silent Genkan, back against the door, listening to the frantic drum of his own heart. The hoodie was dusty with the pulverized remains of the boat. He could smell it, rust, salt, and something metallic, like the air after a lightning strike. The scent of the curse. He shrugged it off, balling it up, and stuffed it into the bottom of his laundry hamper. Out of sight, a pathetic attempt to bury the evidence. In the bathroom, under the harsh fluorescent light, he examined the seal. The black lines seemed darker, more pronounced. Had they thickened, or was it just his fear painting them in bolder strokes? He pressed his fingers against them. Cool skin, no pulse, just a dormant, silent brand. They grow. Sukuna's voice was a whisper in the quiet room, intimate and smug. With each use, with each taste of the world's division, you can feel it, can't you? The space they occupy in you. It's expanding. Asterisk. Izuku said nothing. He splashed cold water on his face, avoiding his own eyes in the mirror. He didn't need to look to know the crimson gleam would be there, lurking beneath the green. A passenger in his own skull. He crept to his room. The All Might posters felt different now. The smiles seemed strained. The heroic poses looked like empty theatrics. What would that symbol of effortless power do if faced with a force that didn't play by the rules of quirks? A force that simply ended things. He lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling. Sleep was impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the fishing boat, not as it was, but as it became. The perfect, silent slice. The catastrophic dissolution into dust. It had been horrifying, and it had felt incredible. That was the poison. The memory of the release was addictive. The hunger had been a torment, but the satisfaction of sating it, that was a different kind of torment. One that pulled at him, whispering that just one more cut, one more small, controlled demonstration, would ease the pressure building inside him again. Because it was asterisk building. Already, a faint, familiar ache starting low in his gut. He squeezed his eyes shut. No, it's not a request, vessel. It's biology. The technique is alive. It needs to feed. You can do it quietly. A tree in a park. A stone. Something no one will miss. Asterisk. I said no. Stubborn. Asterisk. Silence. But it was a watchful, heavy silence. Izuku felt scrutinized. Every twitch of his finger, every ragged breath, noted and judged. The night stretched on, an eternity of small sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, a car passing in the distance. The rustle of his sheets as he turned, and beneath it all, the soft, psychic hum of the curse, a second heartbeat out of sync with his own. When the gray light of dawn finally crept around his curtains, he felt hollowed out, sandpapered raw from the inside. He hadn't slept. He'd just waited. Breakfast was a silent affair. Inko watched him push scrambled eggs around his plate. The worry in her eyes had crystallized into something harder, more fearful. Izuku, if something is wrong, you can tell me. We can see a doctor. A different kind of doctor. Her voice was barely above a whisper. A quirk therapist. She thought his late blooming quirk was causing psychological distress. The irony was so bitter it almost made him laugh. It's fine, Mom. Really, just. The entrance exam is coming up. Nerves. The lie was ash on his tongue. She didn't believe him, but she nodded, accepting the fence he'd built between them. Just, be careful today, okay? Be careful. If only she knew. School was a gauntlet. The usual whispers followed him, but they felt distant, muffled, as if he were hearing them from underwater. Kaken didn't bother with his usual opening taunt. He just shot Izuku a long, assessing look from across the classroom. His red eyes narrowed. He'd heard about the alley, maybe. He saw the cut on Izuku's temple, now a thin scab. He saw the new, profound exhaustion etched into his face. But he also saw something else, a stillness that hadn't been there before. A lack of flinching anticipation. It pissed him off. The teacher droned on about high school placements. UA was mentioned. Kaken made his declaration, booming and arrogant, about being the only one from this dump to make it into the hero course. The class erupted in the usual mix of admiration and resentment. Izuku kept his head down, scribbling nonsense in his notebook. The hunger was a persistent throb now, a toothache in his soul. He focused on the grain of the desk. He traced the lines with his mind, imagining them splitting apart. He proclaims himself a king in a room of ants, Sukuna murmured, his attention fixated on Bakugo. Such pride, built on such a fragile foundation. One cut, one single, precise cut at the base of that neck, and the noise stops forever. The thought pleases you. I can taste it. Asterisk. It did. That was the worst part. A dark, shameful part of Izuku watched Kaken hold court, and for a fraction of a second, it imagined the silence. The peace. He crushed the thought, digging his nails into his palm. The pain was clean, human. The final bell was a reprieve. Izuku moved to pack his bag, a frantic urge to be anywhere else driving him. Deku. Katsuki's voice cut through the chatter of departing students. He was leaning against the doorframe, blocking the exit. The others filtered out around him, giving him a wide berth. Izuku froze. The hunger, simmering all day, gave a sudden, violent lurch. The mouth on his stomach twitched. You've been real quiet, Katsuki said, pushing off the doorframe and sauntering closer. What's wrong? Finally realized how pointless your little dream is. Gonna apply to be a janitor at UA instead. Old words, old taunts, but they landed differently now. They didn't crush him. They irritated him, like a fly buzzing around his head. Move, Kaken, Izuku said, his own voice sounding strange to him, flat, devoid of its usual tremor. Bakugo's eyes flashed. "What did you say?" "I said move." Izuku looked up, meeting his eyes. He didn't feel the usual cold fear. He felt a warm, dangerous impatience. The hunger was whispering, a siren song of release. "He's in the way. Remove him." Asterisk. Bakugo saw the change. The absence of fear. It was an insult, a challenge. His palms sparked, tiny pops that smelled of burnt sugar. "You got a death wish, you quirkless freak. Or did you finally develop something useless? A quirk that makes you even more of a loser?" The classroom was empty now. Just the two of them. "It's not useless," Izuku heard himself say. The words came out, not as a boast, but as a simple, cold statement of fact. Bakugo's smirk was vicious. "Oh yeah, show me. Or are you just all talk, like always?" "Show him," Sukuna urged, the voice rich with anticipation. "A lesson, a small one, just a finger. He values his power so much. Let's see how he values it when it's taken from him." Asterisk. Izuku's right hand twitched at his side. His index finger curled slightly. The air around it wavered, like heat haze off asphalt. Bakugo's combat instinct screamed. He didn't understand what he was seeing, but he saw the intent. He launched himself forward, right hand swinging in a wild, sparking haymaker. Die. The world slowed. Izuku saw the arc of the punch. He saw the fury in Bakugo's eyes. He saw the open line from Bakugo's wrist to his shoulder. A clean, simple division. The hunger surged, joyous and demanding. His finger lifted. Dismantle. It wasn't a shout. It was a whisper. The word came from Izuku's own lips this time, thin and strained. A silver line, finer than a thread, flashed through the space between them. Bakugo's forward momentum didn't stop, but his expression did. The fury wiped clean, replaced by pure, uncomprehending shock. A thin red line appeared diagonally across the sleeve of his Gakuren, from the cuff of his wrist up towards his elbow. The fabric parted, the skin beneath parted. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, blood welled up in the perfect cut, a bright, shocking red. The sparking in Bakugo's palm died with a sizzle. His arm fell to his side, not from pain, but from a sudden, total lack of communication. The cut had severed tendons, nerves, muscle, everything needed to command the limb. Bakugo stared at his arm, at the blood dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip, asterisk. The sound was loud in the sudden, dead silence. He didn't scream. He looked from his arm to Izuku, his face pale. What did you do?" Izuku was frozen, his finger still extended. He could smell the blood. Copper and salt. Human blood. Not a boat. Not metal. Flesh. Asterisk. The euphoria didn't come. The release was there, the hunger sated, It was drowned under a tsunami of horror so vast it stole the air from his lungs. He'd hurt someone. He'd cut Kaken. He'd used the curse on a person. Precision, Sukuna mused, clinical and approving. A surgeon's cut. He'll keep the arm. It's just a message. Asterisk. This wasn't a message. This was a catastrophe. Bakugo stumbled back, clutching his limp, bleeding arm to his chest with his good hand. The shock was receding, replaced by a dawning, primal fear. He looked at Izuku not with anger, but with the wide-eyed terror of a prey animal that has just seen the predator's true face. "Monster," he breathed. The word hit Izuku harder than any explosion ever had. He backed away, his own hands coming up as if to show they were empty. I didn't mean, Kaken, Stay away from me," Bakugo roared, the fear boiling over into rage. But it was a helpless rage. His weapon, his quirk, was useless with one arm incapacitated. He was defenseless, and he knew it. He staggered out of the classroom, leaving a trail of blood droplets on the linoleum floor. Izuku stood alone in the empty room. The scent of blood and burnt sugar hung in the air. The silence was deafening. He looked at his finger, the instrument of the cut. It was clean, no blood on it. He sank to his knees, dry heaves racking his body. Nothing came up. He was empty. "You see," Sukuna's voice was quiet now, almost gentle. "That's all it takes. That's the truth this world hides under its colorful costumes and flashy quirks. Power is violence. Control is the threat of it. Now he knows. Now he fears. You are no longer the ghost. Asterisk. I'm a monster," Izuku choked out, tears finally spilling hot and shameful down his cheeks. You are powerful. The world will call it the same thing. You must decide which you would rather be. Asterisk. The blood on the floor was a dark, spreading stain. Evidence. Anyone could walk in. He scrambled up, grabbing paper towels from the teacher's desk. He wiped frantically at the blood, but it just smeared. He was making it worse. He was hiding a crime. A crime he didn't even understand. He threw the red-stained towels in the trash, his hands shaking. He had to get out. He had to run. He fled the school, not running, but walking fast, head down, a tremor in his limbs that wouldn't stop. People passed him, laughing, talking. Normal people with normal lives. They had no idea that a living nightmare had just learned to draw blood. He didn't go home. He walked aimlessly, through streets and parks, until his feet ached and the sun began to dip below the skyline. He found himself on a quiet pedestrian overpass, looking out at the city. The towering skyscrapers of Hosu gleamed in the distance. A world of heroes and villains, of clear lines and dramatic battles. Where did he fit? He wasn't a hero. He'd hurt someone the moment he had power. But he wasn't a villain. He hadn't wanted to. The horror was real, a sickness in his core. He was something else. A curse. A living, breathing calamity waiting for the wrong moment, the wrong thought. The hunger was gone, for now. Sated by blood, the thought made him want to vomit. He leaned on the railing, the metal cool under his palms. So easy. A flick of the wrist. A whispered word, and he could send a cleave into that office building. See the glass waterfall down. Cause chaos. Feed the emptiness inside him until it was full. The temptation was a dark, slick thing in his mind. He squeezed his eyes shut. A memory surfaced, not his own. A flash of sensation. Countless screams, a mountain of the dead, and a profound, world-weary boredom. Sukuna's memory. The king of curses had seen this moment 1,000 times. The first taste of real power over flesh. The shock, the revulsion, the addictive thrill. It gets easier, asterisk the voice in his head promised. Soft as a razor's edge. The line blurs. Their fear becomes your warmth. Their respect is born from your cruelty. This is the way of the world. The only way. Asterisk. No. Izuku whispered to the city lights. That's your way, not mine. Then carve a new one, Sukuna replied, the challenge laid down. With these hands, with this power, try to be a hero with a tool that only knows how to murder. Let's see how long your morality lasts when the world itself demands you cut it to pieces. Asterisk. Below, on the street, a commotion. A robbery. A villain. Izuku's body tensed, the curse within him stirring with interest. He couldn't go down there. He couldn't risk it. What if he lost control? What if he saw a villain, and the hunger decided they needed to be dismantled? He turned away from the railing, from the city, from the choice. He had to get into UA. It was the only plan he had left. A desperate hope that someone there could cage the monster inside him before it got out. But as he walked home in the deepening twilight, the echo of Bakugo's blood hitting the floor played on a loop in his mind. Drip, asterisk, drip, asterisk, and beneath his shirt, the cursed seal on his stomach felt warm, as if pleased. The first cut on human flesh was always the most memorable. The next would be simpler. Chapter 4. The Cage of Hope. The walk home was a funeral procession for his old life. Every step felt heavier, weighted with the phantom scent of blood and the echoing silence that had followed Bakugo's retreat. The city's noises, car horns, distant chatter, the rumble of a train, were a muffled backdrop to the single, screaming thought in his head. I hurt him. I cut Kaken. Asterisk. It wasn't the pain he'd inflicted that haunted him most. It was the look in Bakugo's eyes in that final moment. Not anger, not even hatred. It was the raw, animal recognition of something other. Something that did not belong in the orderly world of heroes and villains, quirks and limitations. He had looked at Izuku and seen a natural disaster given flesh. His apartment door felt like the entrance to a stranger's home. He paused, key in hand, listening. The soft sounds of his mother moving in the kitchen. The clink of dishes. Normalcy. A life he was no longer part of. He opened the door. Izuku, is that you? Inko's voice came, warm and worried from the kitchen. You're late. I was getting. Izuku. She appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on a towel. Her smile faltered, then died completely as she took him in. He knew what she saw. The pallor of his skin. The hollows under his eyes, dark as bruises. The way he held himself, stiff and brittle, as if a sudden move might shatter him. What happened? She asked, the question barely a breath. Nothing, he said, the automatic lie tasting like chalk. He couldn't meet her gaze. He focused on the floorboards, the pattern of the wood grain. Divisible, cuttable, stop it, asterisk. It's not nothing. She took a step forward, her hand reaching out. He flinched, a full body recoil he couldn't suppress. Her hand stopped in midair. Hurt flashed across her face, followed by a deeper, colder fear. Izuku, please, talk to me. What could he say? Mom, I have the soul of an ancient curse living in my gut, and I just used its power to slash my childhood friend's arm open. I think I'm becoming a monster. The words would break her. They would break the last fragile illusion of safety in this apartment. I'm just tired, he managed. The exam is soon. I'm studying. I'm going to my room. He brushed past her, feeling the heat of her concern like a physical force against his back. He didn't look back. He couldn't. His room was a shrine to a lie. All Might's grin beamed down, promising victory, safety, justice. Promises that were now a cruel joke. What justice was there in a power that only destroyed? What safety could he bring when he was the danger? He collapsed at his desk, burying his face in his hands. The hunger was quiet, sated by the violence in the classroom. But the memory of that satiation was its own kind of hunger. A craving for the numbness that followed, for the silence inside his own head when the curse's demands were met. See, Sukuna's voice was a low hum, almost conversational. The world is simpler than you were taught. He pushed. You pushed back. Now he understands his place. Order is established. Asterisk. That's not order, Izuku muttered into his palms. That's just fear. The strongest foundation there is. You have their attention now. The loud ones. Your mothers. Soon, others will look. They will see the power. And they will either bow or break. This is the way. Asterisk. I don't want anyone to bow. The protest was weak, childish. Then what do you want, Vessel? The question wasn't mocking. It was genuinely curious. You craved power. You ached for it. I have given you more than any of these heroes could dream of. Now you have it. What will you do? Asterisk. Izuku lifted his head, staring at his reflection in the dark computer screen. A pale, haunted face looked back. I want to help people. Like All Might. Sukuna's laughter was a soft, internal tremor. With a power that severs souls from bodies. You might as well try to perform surgery with a landslide. Your ideal is a fantasy. My power is a truth. You cannot build with a blade. You can only clear the way. Asterisk. Then I won't use it. The declaration felt hollow the moment he made it. His stomach gave a faint, answering throb, a reminder of the pact already signed in his flesh. You will. The cage is already open. The beast knows the taste of freedom. It will not go back quietly. Asterisk. A soft knock on his door. Izuku, I made tea. He didn't answer. After a moment, he heard her sigh, the soft pad of her feet retreating. He was alone with the King of Curses in a room decorated for a hero. The days until the UA entrance exam were a slow torture. Izuku moved through them like a ghost. At school, he was a non-entity. The whispers had changed. They weren't about the quirkless kid anymore. They were about the incident with Bakugo. No one knew the details. Bakugo had shown up the next day with his arm in a sophisticated support brace. His story a terse, training accident, but the atmosphere had shifted. Katsuki himself was a silent storm. He didn't look at Izuku. Didn't speak to him. He just avoided. A buffer of empty space and simmering, unspoken terror surrounded Izuku wherever he went. The teachers noticed the change but ascribed it to pre-exam stress. Izuku's grades, always mediocre, began to slip. He couldn't focus. The symbols in his textbooks swam before his eyes, transforming into angles of attack, lines of division. The hunger was a constant, low-grade fever now. It didn't demand large releases, not after Bakugo. It was subtler, a need for small, precise cuts. A pen held too tightly would snap in his grip, the plastic sheared clean. A piece of bread would sometimes fall into neat, geometric slices when he tried to butter it. He'd taken to wearing gloves indoors to hide the faint, silvery lines that would sometimes appear on objects he touched without thinking. He was a leaking dam. At night, he trained. Not to control the power, but to contain it. He'd go back to Takoba Beach, to the ever-growing scar of his first release. He'd focus on a single piece of debris, a tire, a microwave, and he'd try. He'd try to summon the power without the command, without the mouth speaking. He'd try to direct it with a thought, a gesture of his own will. It was like trying to command a hurricane with a polite request. Dismantle and cleave were not techniques he learned. They were instincts Sukuna had implanted. They operated on a level deeper than conscious thought. Tryon G to bend him to his will was like trying to change the direction of his own heartbeat. The best he could manage was delay. He'd feel the pressure build, the urge to cut, and he'd grit his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. And hold it. He'd hold it until his vision went gray at the edges, until the pain was a white-hot brand in his gut. Then, to avoid a catastrophic, uncontrolled release, he'd let it go in the smallest, most directed way he could, a single, hair-thin dismantle that would slice a soda can in half from 50 meters away. Each time, the release brought that same terrible calm. Each time, the seal on his stomach felt a little more present, a little more real. You fight the current, Sukuna observed during one of these agonizing sessions. Izuku was on his knees in the sand, panting, after slicing the top off a rusted car door with surgical precision. You waste energy. The power has a will. It wants to cut. Let it. Choose the target, and let it feast. This struggle, it's beneath you. I have to control it, Izuku gasped, wiping his mouth. I can't let it decide. It already has. You are the one who hasn't accepted the decision. The night before the exam, he sat on his bed, the letter from UA on his desk. The physical exam, a test of power against artificial villains. Points for destruction. It was a trap, a beautifully designed trap. They were asking him to do the one thing he was trying desperately not to do. To cut, to destroy, to unleash the curse in a controlled environment and call it heroism. He could fake it. He could go and do nothing. Fail. Remain quirkless in their eyes. Safe. But then what? The power would still be there, growing hungrier. Bakugo would go to UA, would become a hero, would always carry the secret fear of what Izuku was. And Izuku would remain adrift, a time bomb with no one to defuse him. UA was the only place with the resources, the knowledge, maybe even the quirks, to understand what he was. To contain him, to help him, he had to go, he had to pass, he had to become a hero to learn how to cage the monster. The irony was so thick he could choke on it. They will see a powerful quirk, Sukuna mused. His attention fixed on the UA letter. A unique one. They will be intrigued. They will want to study it, to use it. They will not see the chains around the beast. They will see only the beast's teeth, and think they can be the master. Maybe they can, Izuku whispered, but he didn't believe it. We shall see. The morning of the exam dawned bright and clear. Izuku dressed mechanically in his gym clothes. He looked at himself in the mirror. A nervous, skinny boy. He pulled his shirt tight against his stomach. The lines of the seal were faintly visible through the fabric. He wore a compression shirt beneath to hide it completely. Inko was a bundle of nerves at the door. Oh, my baby, your big day. Are you sure you're ready? You haven't been eating well, you look so pale. I'm ready, Mom, he said, forcing a smile that felt like a crack in porcelain. He accepted her hug, stiffening as her arms went around him. He could feel the seal beneath his layers, a secret between them. He pulled away too quickly. I'll do my best, he said, and then he was out the door, fleeing her love and her fear. The train to UA was crowded with other examinees. A riot of colors, mutant quirks, excited chatter. They brimmed with confidence, with dreams. Izuku felt like a black hole moving among stars, sucking the light and warmth into his silent, hungry void. He saw Bakugo at the station near UA. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second across the crowd. Bakugo's jaw tightened. He turned and walked away, his shoulders hunched. The brace was off his arm, but the cut had left a scar, Izuku knew. A permanent reminder. UA's gates were monumental. The campus sprawled, a testament to the pinnacle of hero society. It felt like walking into the heart of the very world that had rejected him. Now he was here to beg it for salvation, armed with the one thing that could destroy it. The written exam was a blur. He answered questions on ethics, law, tactics. His mind supplied brutal, efficient answers. Divide and conquer, eliminate the greatest threat first, maximum damage with minimal exposure. He had to consciously cross them out and write the heroic answer. The one that involved saving people, not just ending threats. Then, the orientation, the massive auditorium. Present Mike's voice boomed, explaining the practical. 3 types of foe villains. Points for destruction, rescue points. A footnote, it was a butcher's rubric. He was assigned to testing ground B. An urban replica. He stood among the other examinees, a sea of tense faces. He saw a girl with brown hair looking nervously at her hands. A tall, blue-haired boy chopping the air with stiff gestures, lecturing someone about rules. They were all here to prove themselves. Izuku was here to prove he wasn't a demon. Look at them. Sukuna's voice was a whisper of contempt. They posture. They strategize. They have no idea what is about to happen. This is not a test for them. It is an unveiling for you. Asterisk. The massive gates to the city opened. Start. Present Mike's voice screamed. The herd stampeded forward. Quirks flared to life. Ice, engines, lasers, strength. The city erupted into noise and chaos as 1-pointers and 2-pointers clanked into view. Izuku hung back. The hunger, held in check all morning, roared to life. It was a physical pain, a twisting cramp in his gut. The seal burned. The cityscape before him wasn't a test ground. It was a buffet. Every robot was a collection of lines, seams, points of structural failure screaming to be exploited. A 1-pointer rolled towards him, its single red eye targeting him. Claw arms whirring. A boy with spiky red hair leapt in front of it, his skin hardening to rock. I got this. Stay back. He smashed the robot with a shout. The hunger in Izuku snarled at being denied. He turned, walking down a side alley. He needed a target, now, before the pressure ripped him open. A 3-pointer, massive and looming, rounded a corner, its treads crushing asphalt. It zeroed in on him, missile ports opening on its shoulders. Yes, Sukuna purred. Izuku didn't raise his hand. He didn't speak. He just looked at it. He looked at the central seam in its armored chest. The point where its metal plates joined. The mouth on his stomach opened beneath his layers, a silent gasp. Dismantle. The word was a breath. A silver line traced itself through the air. From Izuku to the robot. It passed through the 3-pointer without a sound. The robot froze. Its red eyes flickered. Then, with a soft hiss of depressurizing hydraulics, it slid apart along a perfectly smooth diagonal cut from shoulder to hip. The 2 halves collapsed into a heap of sparking, inert metal. 20 points. No strain, no effort, just a thought and a release. The relief was immediate, flooding him with that familiar, sinful calm. The hunger sighed, satisfied for a moment. He heard a gasp. He turned. The brown-haired girl from earlier was staring at him from the mouth of the alley. Her hands over her mouth. She'd seen it. The silent, effortless bisection. Her eyes were wide, not with admiration, but with something closer to horror. Izuku's blood ran cold. He'd been seen. Before he could move, the ground shook. A colossal shadow fell over the alley. The 0-pointer, a monolithic war machine, a moving skyscraper of metal, appeared at the end of the main street, crushing buildings under its treads. Panic erupted. Examinees turned and fled. Izuku stood rooted, not from fear. The curse within him looked upon the giant robot and felt interest. A challenge, a larger meal. The hunger surged back, stronger, excited. Now this is a target. Sukuna's voice was a thrill of anticipation. Let us show them what a curse can do. Asterisk. No, Izuku breathed. The scale, it would be catastrophic. He couldn't. But then he saw her. The brown-haired girl. She wasn't running. She was trapped, her leg pinned under rubble from a building the 0-pointer had crunched. She struggled, tears of pain and fear on her face. A hero would save her. His body moved, not towards her, towards the 0-pointer. The hunger and a desperate, twisted senso. Purpose fused into one driving command. Save her. Destroy the threat. Asterisk. He ran towards asterisk the towering machine, against the tide of fleeing students. He heard someone shout, "Hey, idiot, what are you doing?" But the voice was distant. The 0-pointer loomed, its single, massive eye scanning. It raised a building-sized fist to crush the street, and the girl with it. Izuku skidded to a halt, directly in its shadow. The pressure inside him was a star-going supernova. The seal on his stomach felt like it was splitting his skin open. He could feel the lips of the mouth stretch into a wide, gruesome smile. He didn't have a plan. He had an instinct. He raised both hands, fingers splayed, as if to push against the immense weight of the machine. But he wasn't pushing. He was defining. He focused not on the whole robot, but on its structural integrity. The joints, the load-bearing beams, the central power core. He saw it all, a blueprint of division in his mind. The mouth on his stomach opened wide. The voice that came out was not a whisper. It was a clear, ringing command that tore from his body, audible even over the machine's groans and the distant screams. Cleave, not one cut, 1,000. The air around the zero-pointer shimmered. For a split second, it seemed to freeze, caught in a spiderweb of silver light. Then it came apart. It didn't explode. It didn't fall. It deconstructed. Entire sections of armor plating dissolved into clouds of metallic dust. Girders silently segmented into perfect geometric chunks that tumbled like children's blocks. The central torso seemed to evaporate from the inside out, revealing the complex machinery within, which then itself disintegrated into shavings and sparks. It was silent, eerily, impossibly silent for a moment. Then the sound hit, a roaring, grinding avalanche of a million pieces of metal being rendered into nothingness. A gray-black cloud of pulverized alloy billowed out, engulfing the street. Izuku stood at the epicenter, unharmed. The cloud parting around him as if by some unseen decree. Dust settled on his hair, his shoulders. He was panting, not from exertion, but from the sheer, overwhelming magnitude of the release. The hunger was gone, replaced by a vast, echoing emptiness. A sated void. The silence that followed was absolute. The other examinees had stopped running. They stood, frozen, street, eyeing at the mountain of fine dust that had, seconds before, been an indestructible obstacle. They stared at the small, dust-covered boy standing before it. The brown-haired girl was free, the rubble around her also reduced to harmless gravel by the peripheral effect of the technique. She stared at him, her tears still wet on her cheeks, her expression one of pure, unvarnished terror. From the observation room, unseen by Izuku, many pairs of eyes were fixed on the monitor showing Ground B. The teachers of UA watched the replay, again and again, in dead silence. All Might, in his skeletal form beside Principal Nezu, clenched a handkerchief to his mouth, his blue eyes wide with something that wasn't awe. It was dread. Izuku slowly lowered his hands. The dust settled around him. He had done it. He had saved someone. He had passed the test. He had also just demonstrated a power of apocalyptic precision to the most prestigious hero school in the world. As the medbots finally whirred to life and the stunned examinees began to murmur, Izuku Midoriya looked down at his own, clean, unmarked hands. He hadn't caged the beast. He had just given it a stage. Chapter 5. The dust of a name. Silence. It was the loudest sound Izuku had ever heard. It pressed against his eardrums, a physical weight after the roaring dissolution of the zero-pointer. The metallic dust hung in the air, a fine, glittering fog that coated his tongue and settled in his lungs with each shallow breath. He stood in the center of the street, a small, dark statue in a world turned to gray powder. Then the world rushed back in. A cacophony of shocked whispers, rising to a confused babble. The whir of medical drones zipping towards the girl he'd freed. The distant, tinny crackle of President Mike's voice over the speakers. Trying to regain control. Ex-examinees. The practical is concluded. Please make your way to the exit gates. No one moved. Every eye in testing Ground B was fixed on him. Not with admiration. Not with the excited chatter he'd imagined when he'd dreamed of this moment. Their faces were masks of shock, confusion, and a dawning, primitive fear. They had seen power, but not heroism. They had witnessed an erasure. The brown-haired girl, Uraraka, he'd later learn, was helped to her feet by a drone. She took a few wobbly steps, her eyes never leaving him. She didn't thank him. She took one look at his dust-covered, empty expression and hurried away, leaning on the drone for support. Izuku felt the gaze like a physical chill. He turned, mechanically, and began walking towards the exit. The other examinees parted before him, a silent sea yielding to a shark. He heard the fragments of their hushed conversations. What was that? His quirk? It just disintegrated it. Did he even move? He didn't touch it. He kept his head down, his vision tunneling on the gate ahead. The euphoric release from using cleave on such a massive scale was already fading, leaving behind a cold, hollow nausea. He had done exactly what he'd sworn not to do. He'd unleashed the curse for all to see. And he'd saved someone. The two truths warred inside him, a toxic mixture of pride and shame. They see it now. Sukuna's voice was a contented hum. The true face of power. Not flashy, not loud, absolute. They will remember this day. They will remember your name. Asterisk. I don't want 'em to remember, Izuku thought. His mind screaming. Too late. Asterisk. The locker rooms were a hive of subdued noise. Boys changed, some celebrating small victories, most lamenting the sudden, shocking end to the exam. The chatter died when Izuku entered. He felt their eyes on his back as he went to his locker. He changed in silence, wiping the metallic dust from his skin. It stained the towel gray. On the train home, he was a ghost. People gave him a wide berth, subtly, as if he carried a bad smell. He stared at his reflection in the dark window. Dust still clung to his hairline. His eyes looked dead. Inko was waiting, a nervous flutter of activity. Izuku, how was it? Are you all right? You look tired. He cut her off, his voice flat. I'm just tired, Mom. I need to lie down. He retreated to his room, bypassing the questions in her eyes. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. The memory played on a loop behind his eyes. The zero-pointer freezing in that web of silver light. The silent, graceful collapse into fundamental particles. The terror on Uraraka's face. He had passed. He was sure of it. The points from the three-pointer and the zero-pointer were more than enough. He had also just painted the biggest target in the world on his back. The letter arrived 1 week later. A sleek, holographic disc with the UA emblem. Inko held it like a sacred object, her hands trembling. Izuku, it's here. He took it to his room, closing the door. His heart wasn't pounding with excitement. It was a slow, heavy thud of dread. He placed the disc on his desk. It activated, projecting a screen into the air. Principal Nezu appeared, sipping tea. Midoriya Izuku, congratulations on a truly remarkable performance in the entrance exam. The creature's smile was bright, but his black eyes were sharp, analytical. They seemed to look directly through the projection, into Izuku's soul. Your quirk, fascinating, a form of telekinetic disintegration, or perhaps a molecular destabilization field. The control you exhibited was precise. Brutally so. You earned 60 villain points for the destruction of the three-pointer and the zero-pointer. Izuku's breath caught. 60. It was more than enough. However, Nezu continued, his cheer undimmed. Heroics is not merely about destruction. It is about saving lives. And while your elimination of the zero-pointer undoubtedly prevented casualties, the manner was, let's say, unprecedented in its totality. Our sensors registered a complete atomic-level breakdown within the target zone. Quite the spectacle. The principal's tone was light, but the words were weighted. Atomic-level breakdown. They had analyzed it. They knew it wasn't normal. As such, Nezu chirped, after much deliberation, the panel has awarded you 0 rescue points. Izuku blinked. 0. It didn't matter. 60 was still a top score. But, Nezu held up a paw. We are not blind to intent. The girl, Uraraka Okiko, was indisputably saved by your actions. Even if the method was alarming, and the sheer defensive potential of your quirk cannot be ignored. Therefore, by special recommendation of the examination board and several members of the faculty. The screen split. All Might's skeletal face appeared beside Nezu's. He looked grim, his sunken eyes serious. Young Midoriya, he said, his voice lacking its usual booming confidence. What we saw was power of a rare and dangerous kind. Power that, without proper guidance, could cause immense harm. But we also saw a boy who ran towards danger to save another. That is the heart of a hero. All Might paused, his gaze intense. We wish to nurture that heart. To teach you control, responsibility, the weight of your own strength. Do you accept this challenge? Izuku's throat closed. All Might, the symbol of peace. He was looking at him, speaking to him, offering him a place. Not because he was weak, but because he was dangerous. They wanted to cage the beast, but they were calling it training. It was everything he'd wanted. And it felt like a sentence. Nezu popped back into full frame. So, welcome, Midoriya Izuku, to UA High's hero course. You are in Class 1A. Your journey begins now. Class Ultra. The projection winked out. Izuku sat in the sudden silence of his room. He was in. He'd done it. A cold triumph, entirely his own, flickered for a second. He'd proven them all wrong. Kaken, his classmates, the doctor who said he had no quirk. Then the reality crashed down. UA wasn't a dream come true. It was a lab. He was the specimen. All Might and Nezu didn't see a successor. They saw a walking calamity that needed a leash. The seal on his stomach gave a faint, warm pulse. They fear what they do not understand, Sukuna mused, his voice dripping with contempt. They will try to put a name on me. To categorize me. To fit me into their little boxes of quirks. Let them try. It will amuse me. Asterisk. They want to help, Izuku whispered, but the words lacked conviction. They want to control. There is a difference. You will learn it. Asterisk. The door burst open. Inko stood there, tears streaming down her face. Izuku. Well, what did it say? He looked at her hopeful, terrified face. The mother who had loved a quirkless boy. What would she think of the monster UA had just admitted? He held up the UA acceptance letter, the emblem glowing softly. Her hands flew to her mouth. A sob escaped her, then another. She rushed forward, pulling him into a crushing hug. Oh, my baby, I'm so proud, so proud. He let her hold him, his arms hanging limp at his sides. He buried his face in her shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent of her laundry detergent and kindness. He wanted to disappear into it, to be her quirkless, dreaming son again. I knew you could do it, she wept. I always knew. He hadn't done it, the curse had, but he couldn't tell her that. He could only stand there, in the cage of her love, and feel like the worst kind of fraud. The first day of UA arrived with the subtlety of an earthquake. Putting on the crisp, dark green Gakuran felt like donning a uniform for a war he wasn't sure he was fighting on the right side. The UA pin weighed a ton. Inko fussed over his tie, her eyes red but shining. My hero, she said softly, and the words were a dagger. The train ride was quieter than the exam day. Students in UA uniforms were everywhere, but the excited chatter was muted. Many glanced his way, then quickly looked away. News traveled. The boy who dusted the 0-pointer. He was already a story, and the story was tinged with unease. He found Class 1A's massive door. He took a deep breath, the hunger in his gut a quiet, watchful serpent. He slid the door open. The noise hit him first. A cacophony of voices. The stiff, blue-haired boy from the exam, Ida Tenya, was chopping his hand at a boy with spiky blonde hair who had his feet on a desk. Katsuki Bakugo sat by the window, staring rigidly ahead, his jaw clenched so tight a muscle ticked. He didn't turn when Izuku entered. And then, the room seemed to sense him. One by one, conversations died. Heads turned. 20 pairs of eyes landed on him. He saw recognition flash in some. The brown-haired girl, Uraraka, flinched almost imperceptibly. Others just stared, curious and wary. The boy with the lightning bolt streak in his hair whistled low. Whoa, you're the disintegration guy. The label hung in the air. Disintegration guy. Asterisk. Izuku stood frozen in the doorway, pinned by the collective gaze. Welcome, Ida boomed, breaking the silence with robotic precision. He marched over. I am Ida Tenya. It is improper to block the entrance. Please take your seat so others may enter. It was so absurdly normal it broke the spell. Izuku mumbled an arpo. Logian scurried to an empty desk near the back, as far from Bakugo as possible. He felt every glance like a physical touch. More students filtered in. A tall boy with a bird's head. A pink-skinned girl with horns who grinned at everyone. A boy shrouded in a black mist that seemed to swallow the light around his desk. The class was a menagerie of power and personality. Then the door slid open one last time. A man shuffled in, wrapped in a ragged yellow sleeping bag, his hair long and unkempt, his eyes half-lidded with profound exhaustion. He looked like a homeless person who had wandered in by mistake. It took 8 seconds for you to shut up, the man droned, his voice flat and dead. Not great. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Call me Aizawa Sensei. He unzipped the sleeping bag and stepped out, dressed in simple black. His eyes, now fully open, swept over the class. They were dark, ringed with sleepless shadows, and held a piercing, unnerving intensity. They lingered, for a fraction of a second longer on Izuku than anyone else. Put these on. He tossed a pile of blue and white UA gym uniforms onto the teacher's podium. And meet me on the PE grounds in 10 minutes. We're doing a quirk assessment test. A murmur of confusion rippled through the class. A quirk assessment, on the first day. But what about the entrance ceremony? The guidance sessions? Ida asked, hand chopping the air. At UA, Aizawa said, his voice cutting through the room like a razor, we are not bound by tradition. We have the freedom to do what makes sense. And it makes no sense to waste time on formalities when I need to know what you're capable of. Or, his eyes narrowed, what you're not capable of controlling. The last part was directed at the entire class, but Izuku felt it like a laser sight on his forehead. The PE grounds were vast. Aizawa stood before them, a list in hand. You've done these tests in middle school. The ones that prohibit quirk usage. A standard measure of physical ability. Today, you'll use your quirks. I want to see your limits. Your creativity. Your control. He explained the 8 tests. Grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, and others. Bakugo, Aizawa called. You scored the highest on the entrance exam practical. What was your best distance for a softball throw in middle school? Bakugo sneered. 67 meters. Do it with your quirk. Bakugo strode into the circle, a fierce grin on his face. He wound up, and with a roar of, die, unleashed a massive explosion that sent the ball screaming into the sky. The device in Aizawa's hand beeped. 705.2 meters. The class erupted in awe. 705 meters. We can use our quirks for real. This is awesome. Aizawa's smile was thin and cold. Awesome, you say. His gaze swept over them, finally settling on Izuku, who stood at the edge of the group, arms wrapped around himself. You think this is a game? That you're here to have fun and play hero? The cheer died. The student who places last in these assessments, Aizawa said, his voice dropping to a deadly calm, will be judged to have no potential, and will be expelled. Silence, sharp and terrified. Ida protested. That's not fair. It's only the first day. Fair. Aizawa's eyes flashed red, his hair lifting as if stirred by an unseen wind. The air grew heavy. Natural disasters aren't fair. Massive accidents aren't fair. Villains aren't fair. The world isn't fair. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. If you were hoping for a pleasant ride, you're in the wrong place. Now, get to it. Panic set in. Students scrambled, experimenting with their quirks. The tall boy, Shoji, used his duply arms for the grip test, scoring an astronomical number. The frog girl, Asui, used her powerful legs to ace the long jump. Uraraka made the ball float into infinity, scoring an infinity that left everyone stunned. Izuku watched, a cold dread pulling in his stomach. How was he supposed to do this? Use dismantle to measure grip strength. Use cleave asterisk for the side steps. His power wasn't for tests. It was for ending things. Midoriya, Aizawa's voice was right behind him. Izuku jumped. The teacher had moved without a sound. You're up for the ball throw. Izuku walked to the circle, the softball feeling like a lead weight in his hand. The class was watching. Bakugo was glaring, his arms crossed. Uraraka looked away nervously. Just throw it, Sukuna sneered. Or reduce it to atoms. It matters not. Asterisk. Izuku looked at the ball. He looked at the sky. He couldn't throw it far. Not without his quirk. And if he used his quirk? What's wrong? Aizawa asked, his eyes boring into him. Your file says you have a disintegration type quirk of unknown origin and extreme destructive potential. Show me. Or are you unable to control it? The challenge was clear. The threat of expulsion was real. Izuku's mind raced. He couldn't just destroy the ball. He had to send it. But how? Dismantle, cut, cleave, minced. They didn't impart force. Then an idea, desperate and insane, flickered. He remembered the feeling of the technique. Not just the cut, but the space asterisk the cut occupied. Could he define that space around the ball? Not to cut the ball, but to cut the air behind it. To use the release of pressure as propulsion. It was a theory, a dangerous one. He closed his eyes. tuning out the stares. He focused on the ball in his hand. He felt the familiar pressure build in his gut, the seal warming. But instead of focusing on a target to destroy, he focused on a line. A thin, precise line in the air, starting just behind the ball and extending backwards at an angle. He didn't speak the command. He visualized it, he willed it, the mouth on his stomach opened slightly beneath his gym clothes. A tiny, almost invisible silver flicker appeared in the air behind the ball with a sound like a razor cutting silk. Thwip, asterisk. The ball didn't explode. It didn't disintegrate. It was simply gone, yanked out of his hand with such violent, silent speed that it left his fingers stinging. There was no trail, no arc. One moment it was there, the next it was a speck vanishing into the blue. Aizawa's device beeped. He looked at it. His expression didn't change, but the tension around his eyes tightened. He showed the screen to the class. Asterisk 850.6 meters. A collective gasp. Higher than Bakugo's explosion, higher than infinity, in a way, because it was a measurable, physical force. But no one cheered. They stared at Izuku, who stood panting slightly in the circle, looking at his own empty hand in shock. He'd done it. He'd used the curse without total destruction. He'd controlled it, a little. Aizawa's capture scarf stirred. Interesting application, he said, his voice devoid of praise. You used the reaction force of your disintegration, not the effect itself. A workaround. It shows tactical thinking. He stepped closer, his voice dropping so only Izuku could hear. But it also shows me you're terrified of your own power. You're holding back a tsunami with a teacup, Midoriya. One day, the cup will break. He turned back to the class. Continue. The rest of the tests were a nightmare of improvisation. For the long jump, Izuku used a microscopic dismantle asterisk on the ground at his feet, the minuscule recoil giving him a boost. And that put him in the middle of the pack. For the grip test, he simply squeezed, his body strengthened in some indefinable way by the curse's presence, scoring above average. It was exhausting, not physically, but mentally. Every use was a calculated risk, a battle against the hunger's desire to simply cut the testing equipment, and everything around it, into confetti. Finally, it was over. Aizawa projected the results. Izuku's name was not last. It was 8th, solidly in the middle. The invisible girl, Hagako, was last, her quirk offering no physical advantage for the tests. She let out a wail. Aizawa looked at her, then at the list. He looked at the class, at their anxious faces. A slow, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. The threat of expulsion was a logical ruse. The class erupted in outrage and relief. A ruse, Ida shouted, scandalized. Of course, Aizawa said, already wrapping his capture scarf around his neck. It was to draw out your maximum performance from the start. His eyes slid to Izuku, who stood frozen, the adrenaline still crashing through his system. And to see who was operating from a place of fear. He began to walk away. Your curriculum sheets are on your desks. Study them. Midoriya. A word. Izuku's blood turned to ice. He followed Aizawa to the edge of the field, away from the chattering, relieved class. Aizawa stopped, not looking at him, gazing out at the UA campus. Nezu and All Might have taken a personal interest in you. They see potential, a diamond in the rough that needs polishing. He turned, his dark eyes finally meeting Izuku's. They held no warmth, only a deep, weary understanding of danger. I see a live grenade with the pin half pulled. Your control today was clever, but it was a parlor trick. You're not controlling your quirk. You're negotiating with it, and it's a bad faith negotiator. Izuku couldn't speak. The teacher saw right through him. I don't know what your quirk is, Midoriya, but it's not a quirk like the others. It has a weight, a malevolence. I felt it when you used it. The air gets cold. The light seems to die. Aizawa's voice was flat. You will be seeing Recovery Girl after classes for a full physiological workup. You will have weekly sessions with Hound Dog for psychiatric evaluation. And you will report to me for control training, 3 times a week, starting tomorrow. He leaned in slightly, his presence suddenly overwhelming. UA has chosen to take you in. That makes you my responsibility. So listen closely. If I ever believe, for a single second, that your work poses an unmanageable threat to my students or this campus, I will not hesitate. His eyes glowed faintly red, his hair lifting. I will erase it, and if I can't erase it, He let the sentence hang, a silent, terrible promise in the air between them. I will expel you so fast your head will spin. Understood. Izuku nodded, a tiny, jerky motion. His throat was too tight for words. Aizawa studied him for another long moment. Then the red glow died. He looked tired again. Go change. You reek of fear and ozone. He walked away, leaving Izuku standing alone on the vast field. The sun was high and bright. The sounds of his new classmates laughing and talking as they headed back to the building were a distant hum. He had survived the first test. He had even done well. But as he stood there, the seal on his stomach a cold brand against his skin, Izuku Midoriya knew, with absolute certainty, that he was not a student at UA. He was a prisoner on probation. Chapter 6, The Prisoner's Bargain. The walk back to the locker rooms was 1,000 miles long. The excited chatter of his classmates, Kaminari's loud laugh, Ashido's bubbly exclamations, washed over Izuku like radio static from a distant, happier world. He heard his name once, from Ida, asking if he was all right. He nodded without turning, a mute puppet on strings of dread. Aizawa's words were a cold knot in his chest. Live grenade. Malevolence. I will erase it. Asterisk. The threat wasn't about failure. It was about existence. His teacher, a pro-hero, had looked at the power inside him and seen something that needed to be deleted. Not trained. Not understood. Removed. The locker room was steamy and loud. Izuku changed in a corner, his back to the room, his movements quick and furtive. He kept his compression shirt on beneath his uniform, a secret layer of armor over the cursed seal. He could feel Bakugo's glare like a physical heat on the back of his neck, but his childhood rival said nothing. The unspoken terror of the classroom cut was a wall between them, higher and thicker than any of Kaken's bluster. He fears you, Sukuna noted, a thread of dark pleasure in the mental voice. The loud one has learned silence. A valuable first lesson. Asterisk. Izuku didn't answer. He focused on the mundane task of tying his tie, his fingers trembling. He had to get to Recovery Girl. A physiological workup. What would she find? Would she see the second mouth? Would her healing kiss react to the cursed energy thrumming in his veins? Panic, sharp and acidic, rose in his throat. The rest of the school day passed in a haze. English with present mic was a barrage of noise he couldn't pass. Mathematics was a series of meaningless symbols on the board. He was a ghost sitting at a desk, his body present, his mind trapped in a loop of Aizawa's cold eyes and the feeling of the softball being ripped from his grip by his own twisted ingenuity. Finally, the final bell rang. The class erupted into the noise of packing up, making plans. The mundane thrill of a first day survived. Izuku moved like a sleepwalker, shoving books into his bag. Midoriya, Uraraka Okako stood by his desk, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. She looked nervous, but determined. Behind her, Ida stood at attention, his expression serious. Yes, Izuku's voice came out a croak. I never properly thanked you, she said, bowing her head slightly. During the exam, you saved me. I was just startled. Your quirk is very powerful. The pause before powerful was a canyon. It's fine, he mumbled, looking down. You don't have to, but I do, she insisted, her cheeks flushing. It was heroic, even if it was, very thorough. She gave a small, wobbly smile. Ida chopped a hand. Indeed, a true hero acts despite personal risk. Your quick thinking was commendable, Midoriya. They were trying. They were being kind. They were extending the hand of friendship across the chasm his power had created. It should have warmed him. Instead, it felt like a spotlight, exposing the fraud he was. They saw a powerful, if scary, quirk. They didn't see the ancient curse hungering behind his eyes. Thanks, he said again, the word barren. He slung his bag over his shoulder. I have to go. Appointment with Recovery Girl. Their expressions shifted to concern. Are you injured from the assessment? Ida asked. Just a checkup, Izuku lied, edging past them. See you tomorrow. He fled the classroom, feeling their puzzled stares on his back. The halls of UA were vast and echoing after hours. He followed the signs to the infirmary, his footsteps loud in the quiet. The door was slightly ajar. He knocked softly. Come in, dearie, a cheerful, aged voice called. Recovery Girl's office was sterile and bright. The heroine herself was tiny, perched on a large chair behind a desk, her syringe-shaped cane leaning against it. She smiled at him, but her eyes, sharp and experienced behind her visor, missed nothing. Midoriya Izuku, correct, sent by Aizawa. She hopped down and gestured to an examination bed. Hop up, let's have a look at you. He said you might have some atypical quirk feedback. Izuku obeyed, sitting stiffly on the edge of the bed. The paper cover crinkled under him. It's not feedback, really. We'll see. She pulled out a tablet and began tapping. First, the basics. Any chronic pain, headaches, nausea, unexplained fatigue. Sometimes, he admitted, after I use my quirk, a kind of empty feeling. And before I use it, there's pressure. Here, he gestured vaguely at his abdomen. Her brow furrowed. Interesting. Not the usual muscular or neural strain. Let's check your vitals. The examination was thorough and professional. Blood pressure cuff, stethoscope on his chest and back, pulse oximeter on his finger. She took a blood sample with gentle efficiency. As she worked, she chatted amiably about UA, about the stresses of a new class. It was a distraction tactic, he realized, to keep him calm. Now, Aizawa mentioned potential physical manifestations, she said, her tone still light. May I take a look at your torso? Some emitter-type quirks cause dermal changes or internal scarring. Izuku's blood ran cold. This was it. He hesitated, his fingers clutching the hem of his shirt. Let her see, Sukuna murmured, a twisted curiosity in his tone. Let the healer look upon the king's seal. Asterisk. It's not scarring, Izuku whispered. It's all right, dear. I've seen everything. Slowly, with hands that felt like blocks of ice, Izuku pulled up his uniform shirt. Then the compression shirt beneath. The cool air of the infirmary hit the skin of his stomach. Recovery girl's cheerful patter died. She stared at the 4 black lines. They stood out starkly against his pale skin. They weren't raised. They weren't ink. They looked like a part of him, a fundamental marking written into his DNA. Her expression shifted from professional curiosity to profound confusion, then to a deep, clinical concern. What is this, Midoriya? It's part of my quirk, he said, the life feeling flimsier than ever. I have never seen a quirk factor express itself in such a sigil-like manner. She leaned closer, but did not touch it. Does it hurt? Itch? Change temperature? It gets warm when I use my quirk. And these? She pointed a gentle, gloved finger near the lines. These faint striations. She was right. Around the central seal, like hairline fractures in porcelain, were tiny, almost invisible black lines spreading outwards. They hadn't been there a week ago. I don't know, he said, and that, at least, was the truth. She took a small, pen-like scanner from her desk and passed it over the seal. The device gave a series of rapid, conflicting beeps. She frowned. It's reading as organic tissue, but the density is anomalous. There's a low-level energy emission I can't categorize. Not electrical, not thermal. She looked at him, her eyes serious. Midoriya, does this mark do anything else? He couldn't tell her about the mouth. He couldn't. No, he said, looking at the floor. She studied him for a long moment, the weight of decades of medical experience pressing down on him. She saw the lie, but she also saw the fear, the shame. All right, she said softly, not pushing. Let's run a full-body scan. The deep tissue imager. It's non-invasive. The scan was worse. He had to lie still inside a large, humming cylinder. He closed his eyes, feeling like a specimen on a slide. The machine whirred and clicked around him. When it was over, Recovery Girl was silent for a very long time, staring at the images on her large monitor. Izuku sat up, pulling his shirts down. Midoriya, she said finally, her voice devoid of its earlier cheer. It was the voice of a doctor delivering dire news. Your quirk factor, it's not located in your toe joint, or your skeletal structure, or any of the usual places. She turned the screen. The image was a ghostly blue rendering of his body. And there, centered in his abdomen, overlapping exactly with the black seal, was a dense, swirling knot of darkness on the scan. It looked like a black hole. Tendrils of shadow extending out along his nervous system, creeping towards his heart and his brain. It's here, she pointed. It's acting as a secondary core. It's interfacing your entire biological system in a way I've never seen. It's generating energy, but it's also consuming it. Your metabolic readings are off the charts. You're burning calories at a resting rate. That should have you in a constant state of starvation. She looked at him. Do you experience intense hunger? Especially after quirk use. The hunger, the gnawing void, it had a physical cause. The curse was eating him from the inside out. Yes, he whispered. This is concerning. She tapped the screen. This core, this seal, it's not just a part of your quirk, Midoriya. From these readings, it is your quirk. The source. And it's active. Constantly. It's like you have a second, parasitic organ that's both powering you and draining you. She turned to him, her expression grave. Aizawa was right to send you. This needs monitoring. Strict monitoring. I'm going to prescribe a high-calorie, nutrient-dense diet. You'll need to eat 5-6 times a day just to maintain basic function. And you are forbidden * from overusing your quirk until we understand this better. Do you understand? The strain on your body could be catastrophic. He nodded numbly. A parasitic organ. She was closer to the truth than she knew. I must discuss this with Principal Nezu and Aizawa, she said, making notes on her tablet. This is beyond my usual purview. We may need to bring in a specialist. No, the word burst out of him, sharp with panic. Please, I can manage it. I just need to learn control. Aizawa-sensei is going to help me. She looked at him, her old eyes soft but unwavering. Child, this isn't about willpower. This is a physiological anomaly. If this core destabilizes, if it decides to consume more than just calories, she left the horror unspoken. They need to know. They'll expel me, he said, the dread finally spilling over. Aizawa-sensei said, if I'm a threat. Recovery girl's face softened further. She came over and put a small, wrinkled hand on his arm. UA does not abandon its students, Midoriya. Even the difficult ones. But we cannot help you if we don't understand what's happening. Secrecy will only get you hurt. Or someone else. The truth of it was a cold stone in his gut. He was a danger. A walking, talking, starving danger. Now, she said, her tone becoming brisk again, a mask of professionalism. Before you go, a small kiss. To redress any micro tears or stress damage from today's activities. And to give you a little boost. Before he could protest, she leaned up and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. A wave of soothing warmth spread through him, the profound, cellular level relief of her quirk. The constant, low-grade ache in his muscles from the assessment vanished. The headache brewing behind his eyes dissolved. But the warmth reached his gut, and stopped. It flowed towards the dark knot on the scan, the cursed seal, and then, it was gone. Siphoned away, absorbed by the swirling darkness. The soothing effect ended abruptly at the boundary of his torso, leaving the hungry, empty feeling in his center completely untouched. Unhealed. Recovery girl pulled back, her eyes widening. She felt it, the negation of her power. She stared at him, a new, deeper fear dawning in her expression. Her quirk, which could mend broken bones and purge toxins, had been consumed. The sterile silence of the infirmary thickened. You should go, Midoriya, she said quietly, taking a step back. Eat something. Get rest. I will be in touch. He slid off the bed, his legs unsteady. He couldn't look at her. He mumbled a thanks and all but ran from the room. In the empty hallway, he leaned against the cool wall, gasping. She knew. She didn't know what she knew, but she knew it was wrong. Alien. A thing that devoured healing. Her little magic was sweet. Sukuna chuckled, a dark, digestive sound in Izuku's mind. A pleasant snack. This form has its perks. Asterisk. You took it. Izuku thought, horrified. The energy was offered. I accepted. She would put her light into my darkness. A futile gesture. Asterisk. Izuku pushed off the wall and stumbled towards the exit. The sun was setting, painting the UA campus in shades of orange and purple. It looked like a fortress. A beautiful, terrifying fortress he was now locked inside. He had survived the first day. He had been examined, scanned, and found to be an anomaly. He had friends trying to reach out, and a teacher who saw him as a grenade. He had a curse that ate healing magic, and as he walked through the giant gates, the hunger in his gut, momentarily distracted by Recovery Girl's kiss, returned with a vengeance, a sharp, demanding pang. He needed to cut something. Soon. He was a prisoner bargaining for time, and his jailers were starting to realize the bars were made of paper. He didn't go straight home. He couldn't face his mother's questions, her worried eyes. He went to a convenience store, his hands shaking as he used his allowance to buy a bag of calorie-packed protein bars, rice balls, and a sugary drink. He ate on a bench outside, shoveling the food in, not tasting it. The hollow feeling receded, but only a little. The hunger wasn't for food. It was for the release only the curse could provide. His phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Aizawa Shota. *** control training. Jim Gamma. 0600 tomorrow. Do not be late. Do not eat breakfast beforehand. The command was absolute. A trial at dawn. Izuku stared at the message, the last bite of rice ball turning to paste in his mouth. He was in the cage. And tomorrow, his jailer was going to test the locks. Chapter 7. The Dawn of Division. Sleep was a shallow, haunted thing. Izuku drifted in and out of consciousness, chased by dreams of silent silver lines and crumbling skyscrapers. He'd wake with a gasp, his hand flying to his stomach, feeling the smooth, unbroken skin over the seal. A lie of peace. The digital clock glowed 5 a.m. An hour before his sentence. He gave up on rest, sliding out of bed in the pre-dawn gloom. He dressed in his gym clothes in the dark, pulling the compression shirt tight. The seal felt dormant, a sleeping predator. In the kitchen, he bypassed the fridge. Do not eat breakfast. Aizawa's order. Was it to make him weak? To force a loss of control? The logic was a maze of threats. He drank a glass of water, the cool liquid doing nothing to quell the low, familiar ache that was already stirring in his gut. The curse, it seemed, kept its own schedule. He left a note for his mother, early training at UA. Don't worry, and slipped out into the chill morning air. The streets were deserted, washed in the pale blue light before sunrise. His footsteps echoed, a lonely rhythm. The hunger paced inside him, a caged animal sensing an outing. UA's gates were open. The campus a ghost town. Jim Gamma was a massive, utilitarian structure on the outskirts of the main buildings. The door was unlocked. He pushed it open. The space inside was cavernous, built for large-scale quirk use. The floor was scuffed concrete, the walls reinforced with some dull, metallic alloy. Training dummies, some intact, some scarred from past sessions, stood in silent rows. The air smelled of dust, ozone, and old sweat. Aizawa was already there. He stood in the center of the gym, dressed in his black hero suit, capture scarf looped around his neck. He wasn't lounging or leaning. He was perfectly still, like a statue of judgment carved from shadow. In the stark overhead lights, the bags under his eyes looked like bruises. You're early, Aizawa said, his voice flat in the vast space. I didn't want to be late, Izuku replied, his own voice small. Good. Punctuality is the first form of control. Aizawa's dark eyes scanned him, clinical and cold. Recovery girl sent me her preliminary report. Anomalous energy core, parasitic metabolic drain, and a mark that interferes with healing quirks. Izuku's breath hitched. So it was all on the table. She recommended immediate suspension for intensive study. Aizawa continued, watching for a reaction. Nezu and All Might overruled her. For now, they believe in your intent. I believe in data. He took a step forward. So, we test. We establish baselines. We find the edges of the cage. And you will show me, with absolute honesty, what happens when you push against them. Izuku swallowed. What do you want me to do? First, the hunger. Aizawa gestured to a table against the wall. On it sat a large, raw steak on a plate. Recovery girl noted intense caloric craving post-quirk use. So, before we begin, I want you to use your quirk. On that, Izuku stared at the steak. A simple, inert target. The hunger inside him leapt at the prospect, a joyful, painful lurch. But the ease of it felt like a trap. How? He asked. However you normally do. The command, the gesture, whatever triggers it. I need to observe the process from start to finish. He wants to see the beast feed. Sukuna purred, amused. Let him watch. Izuku walked to the table, standing a few feet from the slab of meat. He felt exposed, like a lab rat. He focused on the steak. He saw the lines of its grain, the marbling of fat. A simple, divisible object. The pressure built, a familiar tightening below his ribs. The seal warmed. He raised his hand, index finger pointing. Dismantle. The word was a whisper, but in the silent gym, it echoed. The mouth on his stomach opened, a dry, clicking sound like bones settling. A silver flash, almost too fast to see. The steak did not simply cut in half. A section of it, a perfect rectangular prism about the size of a die, simply separated asterisk from the main body. It didn't fall. It hovered for a millisecond, the faces of the cut gleaming wet and fresh, before dropping onto the plate with a soft plop. The rest of the steak remained, now missing a cube. The cut was impossibly clean, the edges sharp as if done by a laser, with no shredding, no crushing. It was the purest form of division imaginable. The release was immediate. A wave of soothing warmth flowed through Izuku, quieting the hunger, filling the empty places with a serene, terrible power. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Aizawa had not blinked. He had watched the entire process, his eyes flicking from Izuku's face to his torso, where the fabric of his shirt had stirred oddly, to the steak. He walked over, examining the cut. He picked up the severed cube between two fingers. It was cool, perfectly preserved. No kinetic transfer, Aizawa murmured, more to himself than to Izuku. No heat, no energy bleed. The division is informational. As if you told that piece of matter it was no longer part of the whole, and it obeyed. He dropped the cube and looked at Izuku. The vocalization, is it necessary? I don't know. It helps me focus it. And the other effect, the one you used on the 0-pointer. Cleave, Izuku said softly. Show me. On that, Aizawa pointed to a training dummy 10 meters away, a solid-looking thing of molded plastic and padding. The hunger, sated from the small dismantle asterisk, now perked up with interest at the prospect of a larger offering. Izuku turned to the dummy. He didn't need to point. He just looked at it, and the knowledge of how to take it apart flooded his mind. The weak points in the joints, the density of the padding. The mouth on his stomach opened wider this time. The sound was a low rasp. Cleave. The effect was different. There was no single flash. The air around the dummy shimmered asterisk, warping like a heat haze. For an instant, the dummy seemed to vibrate, its outline blurring. Then it collapsed, not into pieces, but into a mound of finely shredded fibers, plastic dust, and disconnected metal brackets. It was as if it had been placed inside an industrial blender for a nanosecond. A small cloud of particulate matter puffed up from the ruin. The release this time was stronger, a deeper, more satisfying flood. The calm that followed was almost blissful. Izuku's shoulders, which had been hunched with tension since he woke, relaxed. Aizawa walked to the pile of debris, crouching down. He sifted a hand through it. Particle size is remarkably consistent. This isn't random destruction. It's systematic deconstruction, a targeted application of the same division principle, but multifaceted. He stood, brushing dust from his hands. Your quirk doesn't destroy matter. It severs the bonds that hold it together. On a macro scale with dismantle asterisk, a molecular scale with cleave. His analysis was terrifyingly accurate. It was the first time anyone had described the curse's power in terms that made a kind of sense. Not magic, not a quirk, a fundamental rewriting of local reality. Now, Aizawa said, turning his full attention back to Izuku. His eyes began to glow a faint red, his hair lifting around his head. The air in the gym grew heavier, charged with a nullifying pressure. Do it again. Izuku froze. What? Use dismantle. On that other dummy. Aizawa pointed, his gaze fixed on Izuku, the red light intensifying. Now, Izuku felt it immediately. A sudden, viscous resistance in his gut. It was like trying to draw water from a well that had just been sealed shut. The connection to that deep, hungry place inside him was muffled. Throttled. The seal on his stomach cooled. The hunger, so recently sated, wreathed in frustration but couldn't find its voice. He raised a hand, focusing on the dummy. He tried to summon the pressure, the visualization, the command. Nothing. The power was there. He could feel its vast, silent presence like a mountain at his back, but he couldn't touch it. Aizawa's quirk was a wall between him and the curse. Annoying, Sukuna's voice grumbled, a distant echo. This one's nullification is thorough. A temporary irritation. Asterisk. I can't, Izuku said, lowering his hand, a strange mix of relief and panic washing over him. Aizawa's quirk deactivated. The red glow died. His hair settled. The pressure vanished. Good, good. It means your power has a trigger. A biological or energetic component I can interrupt. It's not purely mental or soul-based. Whatever that would mean. It has rules. That makes it manageable. Aizawa's expression was grim. But my quirk requires line of sight and conscious focus. If I'm blinded, incapacitated, or simply looking away, your cage is open. Our goal is to build a cage you control. He walked to the center of the gym. Now, the real test. You are going to use dismantle asterisk on me. Izuku's blood turned to ice. No, I won't. You will, Aizawa said, his voice leaving no room for argument. A pinpoint application. You will aim for my capture scarf, at the end floating near my left shoulder. You will attempt to sever a single thread. Nothing more. I could miss. I could. If you lack the control to target a single thread, then you have no business wielding this power anywhere near other people. Aizawa stated coldly. This is the edge of the cage, Midoriya. This is where we see if your hands are steady, or if the power holds the reins. Begin. Izuku stood paralyzed. The hunger was back, intrigued by the challenge. A human target, a moving one. The curse within him leaned forward, interested. He offers himself as a whetstone, Sukuna mused. A bold, or foolish, man. His death would be a lesson in overconfidence. Asterisk. I'm not going to kill you. Izuku shouted, the words bursting out in the empty gym. Aizawa didn't flinch. Then don't. Control it. Tremors started in Izuku's hands. He looked at the scarf, at the specific thread Aizawa had indicated. It was impossibly thin. The margin for error was zero. The pressure began to build in his gut, but it was laced with a new, frantic fear. This wasn't a stake or a dummy. This was his teacher. He raised a trembling finger. The seal warmed. He focused with every ounce of his being, narrowing his world down to that single, gray thread. He visualized the cut, a line so fine it would be invisible. The mouth on his stomach opened. The sound was a tense hiss. Die. Dismantle. The silver flash was a hair's breadth. Aizawa didn't move. A 3 centimeter length of scarf thread drifted free, fluttering to the concrete floor. Izuku stared, panting. He'd done it. Pinpoint precision. On a person. But the release, it was different. Sharper. More potent. The rush of power that followed the successful, terrifying cut was euphoric. It sang in his veins. The hunger purred, deeply satisfied in a way it hadn't been with the inanimate objects. There was an extra flavor to it. The tension of risk. The spice of a living target. He shuddered, revolted by his own reaction. Aizawa picked up the severed thread. He examined it, then looked at Izuku. He had seen the aftermath. Not just the cut, but the dark, fleeting satisfaction that had crossed Izuku's face before the horror returned. You felt it, Aizawa stated. The heightened feedback. Using it on something that can bleed, that can fear, that has a will, it's different, isn't it? Izuku could only nod, shame burning his cheeks. That is the second edge of your cage, Aizawa said. His voice low and deadly serious. Not just control of where asterisk, but control of why. The power likes it. It rewards you for cutting living things. You must be aware of that addiction. You must guard against it. Because the first time you use it to hurt someone out of anger, or fear, or simply because the power wants you to, that's the day you become a villain. The words landed like physical blows. Again, Aizawa said, a different thread. And this time, I'm going to move. The next hour was a special kind of hell. Aizawa pushed him relentlessly. Moving targets. Multiple small targets in sequence. Using dismantle to sever a rope holding a weight, timing it so the weight dropped into a specific bucket. Using cleave asterisk on a stack of ceramic tiles, not to dust them, but to slice them all in half simultaneously with a single, broad command. It was grueling, not physically, but mentally and spiritually. Each use fed the hunger, which in turn demanded more. Each successful, precise application sent that addictive jolt through him. He was being trained to use the curse with surgical accuracy, and the curse was loving every second of its refinement. He was drenched in a cold sweat. His mind frayed, when Aizawa finally called a halt. Enough. Your control is better than I expected. Your precision is unnerving, but your emotional regulation is non-existent. You ride the high and crash into guilt. That volatility is a liability. Izuku leaned against a wall, breathing hard. The gym was littered with the evidence of his training: severed ropes, bisected tiles, piles of dust. A dozen stakes, each missing a single perfect cube. A gallery of division. Aizawa walked over to him, holding out a protein bar and a bottle of electrolyte drink from his utility belt. "Eat, now," Recovery Girl's orders. Izuku took them with trembling hands, devouring the bar. The calories hit his system, soothing the ravenous metabolic engine inside him a little. "Your training will be threefold," Aizawa said, watching him eat. "Physical conditioning to bolster your body against the drain. Technical practice to hone the precision you just demonstrated. And psychological reinforcement to fortify your will against the powers, preferences." He paused. "And there will be a fourth component. You will report any changes in the mark. Any new developments. Any voices." Izuku's head snapped up. Voices. Aizawa's gaze was like stone. Quirks that alter consciousness, that present as external voices or commands, are not unheard of. They're among the most dangerous, both to the user and to society. If your quirk is communicating with you, I need to know. Is it? The directness of the question left no room for evasion. Izuku looked at the floor, at the scattered proof of the entity inside him. He couldn't lie. "Not about this." "Yes," he whispered. Aizawa let out a long, slow breath. "What does it say?" "It comments on what's happening. It's arrogant. It calls itself a king. It likes it when I use the power. It encourages me." The confession felt like lancing a wound. "Does it tell you to hurt people?" "Not directly. It suggests it. It points out how easy it would be." Aizawa was silent for a long time. The only sound was Izuku's ragged breathing and the distant hum of the gym's lights. "This changes things," Aizawa said finally. "But it doesn't end them. A sentient or pseudo-sentient quirk factor is a severe risk, but it is a known parameter. It means the cage needs a psychic component as well as a physical one. Hound Dog's sessions are now mandatory, not optional, and you will begin meditation and cognitive resistance exercises with me." He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. "Listen to me, Midoriya. This king is a part of your power. It is not you. You must learn to separate its desires from your own. Your will must become the unbreakable line it cannot cross. If the day comes where you cannot tell the difference, that is the day I will end this. Permanently." The threat was absolute, but for the first time, it wasn't just about expulsion. It was about being dismantled himself. Izuku nodded, exhausted to his soul. "Go home," Aizawa said, turning away. "Rest. The hunger will be worse today, after so much use. Eat constantly. We resume tomorrow, same time." Izuku pushed himself off the wall, his body feeling both heavy and strangely light. He walked towards the door. "Midoriya." He stopped. Aizawa didn't turn around. "The thread you cut. That was good control. Remember that feeling. The control, not the rush. The control." Izuku left the gym, emerging into the morning sun now fully risen over UA. The campus was coming to life, students milling about. He walked through them, unseen. He had passed the first test. He had shown control. He had also confessed to the voice in his head. He was deeper in the cage than ever. And as he felt the seal on his stomach give a contented, warm pulse, he knew the beast inside was pleased, too. It had been taken to the whetstone. And it had been sharpened. Chapter 8. The Taste of Battle. The following days bled into a grueling rhythm. Dawn belonged to Aizawa in the sterile silence of Gym Gamma, a daily duel against the curse's hunger and his own rising dread. Mornings were classes, a blessed numbness where he could pretend to be just another student. Afternoons were supplementary lessons, with Hound Dog in a soundproofed office that smelled of old books and antiseptic. The guidance counselor growled more than he spoke, his quirk making his empathy a blunt, uncomfortable instrument that poked at the walls Izuku was frantically building around the dark place inside him. "The anger is a shield," Hound Dog had snarched during their last session, his muzzle wrinkling. "You're afraid of the power, so you cloak it in guilt. The guilt is easier to feel than the hunger. But the hunger is the root. You must acknowledge the beast to leash it." Izuku had just stared at the floor. Acknowledging it felt like giving it a key. Through it all, the seal on his stomach continued its slow, silent spread. The hairline fractures around the main sigil darkened, creeping like black ivy towards his ribs and spine. Recovery Girl monitored it with grim silence, her scans showing the dark energy core pulsing slightly larger each time. Its tendril-like extensions reaching further into his nervous system. He ate constantly. His locker and bag was stuffed with protein bars and calorie gels. He became a familiar, hurried sight, shoveling food into his mouth in hallways between classes, a desperate attempt to fuel the furnace in his gut. His classmates noticed. The whispers changed from disintegration guy to the always eating guy, laced with a nervous curiosity. Class 1A itself was a storm of personalities he observed from a careful distance. Ida's rigid order, Uraraka's determined kindness, Kirishima's boisterous hardening, Bakugo's silent, smoldering fury, which was now directed everywhere except at Izuku. It was a fragile peace, a ceasefire built on shared terror. Then came foundational hero studies. The bars had been building all morning. All Might himself would be teaching. The symbol of peace, the living ideal Izuku had once plastered over every wall of his life. Now, the thought of facing him filled Izuku with a cold, nauseous sweat. All Might had seen the zero-pointer turn to dust. He had spoken in his acceptance letter about the weight of power. What would he see when he looked at Izuku now? The door to the classroom slammed open with a force that rattled the windows. IAM, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might stood in the entrance, his colossal frame barely contained by the doorway. His iconic smile beaming like a sunlamp. The class erupted. Cheers, stunned gasps, a scream of joy from Ashido. It was everything Izuku had ever dreamed of. And it felt like a funeral dirge. All Might's blue eyes, sharp and assessing despite the smile, swept the room. They lingered on Izuku for a fraction of a second too long. The smile didn't waver, but something in the eyes dimmed. Just a shade. Today, we jump right into action. All Might boomed, holding up a card that read, BATTLE. Combat training. And to go with it, he pressed a button on a remote. Panels slid open in the wall, revealing numbered cases. These are your hero costumes. Designed based on your quirk registrations and personal requests. Get suited up and meet me at Training Ground Beta. The rush to the locker rooms was a frenzy of excitement. Izuku opened his case with trembling hands. The costume was simple, practical, born of his old, quirkless analysis. A dark green full-body suit with black segments for flexibility. A utility belt. A simple face mask with a modest respirator. And a high, stiff-necked torso piece, specially reinforced. His request, something to obscure and protect the seal. He changed quickly, the suit compressing the mark, hiding it from view. The neckpiece felt like a collar. Training Ground Beta was a sprawling replica of an urban cityscape. The class gathered, a riot of color and individual design. Bakugo's costume was all aggressive angles and grenade-like gauntlets. Ida was a sleek armored engine. Uraraka a sleek pink and black spacesuit. All Might stood before them. His Silver Age costume bright against the gray concrete. The exercise is simple, 2-on-2 indoor battles. One team acts as heroes, the other as villains. The heroes must either capture the villains with this capture tape or secure a nuclear weapon dummy inside the building. The villains must capture the heroes or protect the weapon until time runs out. Teams and opponents will be decided by lot. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. Teamwork, combat, in close quarters. With his power, it was a disaster waiting to happen. The lottery began. All Might drew names from 2 boxes. Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Ashido Mina. Izuku's stomach dropped. The pink-skinned, acid-generating girl bounded over, her grin wide and infectious. Hey, partner, this is gonna be awesome. Your quirk is so crazy. Team D, Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya. Of course it would be them. Bakugo's eyes, visible through his fierce mask, locked onto Izuku with a heat that could melt steel. This wasn't a random draw. This was fate twisting the knife. First match, All Might announced. Hero team, Midoriya and Ashido. Villain team, Bakugo and Ida. You have 5 minutes for the villains to set up inside the building. Heroes, you will enter then. Your goal is on the top floor. Begin planning. Ashido pulled Izuku aside, her enthusiasm undimmed. Okay, so, you can slice stuff from far away, right? So you can maybe cut through walls to make a path. Or disable traps. I can melt stuff too. We can be the infiltration duo. Her plan was simple, cheerful, and utterly oblivious to the war raging inside him. Izuku nodded mutely, his mind screaming. He was going to be in a building with Bakugo. Bakugo, who he had mutilated. Bakugo, who wanted revenge. Bakugo, whose mere presence would be a trigger for the curse's hunger and his own tangled self-loathing. The angry one, Sukuna's voice slithered into his thoughts, thick with anticipation. He craves a rematch. He is a pot about to boil over. This will be instructive. I need to handle Bakugo, Izuku heard himself say, his voice hollow through the mask. Alone, you go for the weapon. I'll draw him away. Ashido blinked. Whoa, that's super manly. But are you sure? He's, like, super strong. I'm sure. It wasn't bravery. It was containment. He was the bomb. He needed to get as far from his teammate and the objective as possible. The 5 minutes passed like a death march. All Might's voice boomed over the comms in their costumes. Hero team, go. Ashido went left, melting a low hole in the wall with a splash of acid. Izuku went right, through the main entrance, into the dim, cavernous ground floor of the fake building. It was a maze of mock offices and cubicles. He didn't have to wait long. A blur of motion, a roar of engines. Ida Tenya shot from a side corridor, a streak of blue and silver. I shall apprehend you first, Midoriya. To ensure, Izuku didn't think. His body reacted. The pressure in his gut spiked. A hot needle of response. His hand came up. Dismantle. A silver line flashed, not at Ida, but at the support column of a cubicle wall directly in the speedster's path. The column severed cleanly. The wall section tipped forward with a groan, collapsing into Ida's trajectory. He yelped, skidding, forced to veer off into a side room to avoid the debris. It was a barrier, not an attack. Control. Clever. Sukuna allowed, using the technique on the environment. But you only delayed the fast one. The loud one is coming. He's close. I can taste his rage. He was right. The smell arrived first. Burnt sugar. Nitroglycerin sweat. Then the footsteps, not running, but stalking. Heavy. Deliberate. Bakugo emerged from the shadows at the end of the hall. His mask did nothing to hide the fury contorting his features. Deku. The old name. But it wasn't a taunt now. It was a curse. Kaken, Izuku said, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. The hunger was awake, keenly interested. The memory of the blood on the classroom floor flashed, and the curse licked its metaphorical lips. No tricks this time, Bakugo spat, his palms sparking, the pops echoing in the enclosed space. No cheap shots. You and me, your fancy slicing quirk against my real power. Let's see how you do when you can't catch me off guard. He was faster than Izuku remembered. Or maybe Izuku was just slower. Weighed down by dread, Bakugo lunged, not with a wild haymaker, but with a controlled, vicious swipe, his hand aimed to grab Izuku's face and unleash a point-blank blast. Izuku dodged back, the heat of the sparks searing the air near his cheek. He couldn't use cleave here. It was too wide, too indiscriminate. It would bring the building down. Dismantle required precision, and Bakugo wasn't standing still. Another explosion, this one at Bakugo's feet, propelling him forward like a rocket. A right hook aimed at Izuku's temple. Izuku threw up an arm to block. The impact was brutal, jarring his bones. But it didn't break. His body, fortified by the curse's parasitic energy, was tougher than it looked. Bakugo's eyes widened behind his mask. Surprise, then renewed fury. So you're not just a glass cannon, huh? He pressed the attack, a whirlwind of explosions and brutal close-quarters strikes. Izuku parried, dodged, took blows that rattled his teeth. He was on the defensive completely. He couldn't find an opening for a clean dismantle. And the hunger was growing impatient, throbbing with each impact, each near miss. He is a pest, Sukuna growled. A buzzing fly. End it. A single cut to the leg. He will fall. The noise will stop. No, Izuku grunted, ducking under a sizzling palm. Talking to yourself, freak. Bakugo roared, unleashing a wider blast that forced Izuku to leap behind a concrete pillar. The pillar cracked from the force. Izuku's back hit the wall. Cornered, Bakugo advanced, his gauntleted hand rising. You think you're a hero with that power? You're a monster, a cheap copy. I'm gonna prove it. He aimed his gauntlet. The cylinder glowed with a dangerous, gathering light. A stored explosion. At this range, in this confined space, the hunger in Izuku snapped. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a demand. A primal, overwhelming imperative for survival and dominance. The seal on his stomach burned white hot. The lips of T.H.E. mouth stretched wide against the fabric of his costume. His vision sharpened. He saw not Bakugo, but a series of lines. The seam of the gauntlet. The joint at the elbow. The connection of the fuel line to the tank on Bakugo's back. His hand came up, not to point, but with fingers splayed, as if to grasp the very air between them. The voice that came from him was a layered thing, his own strange shout underlaid by the dry, rustling command of the king. Dismantle. Not one line. Three simultaneous silver flashes, thinner than spider silk, cut through the air. Snick, 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 asterisk. The first severed the firing mechanism of the raised gauntlet. It sparked and died, the glow fizzling out. The second sliced through the fuel line at Bakugo's shoulder. Pressurized nitroglitz. Errant fluid hissed into the air in a fine spray. The third cut the strap of the secondary tank on his back. It clattered to the floor. Bakugo stumbled back, staring at his dead gauntlet, at the leaking fluid. Disarmed, neutralized, not with overwhelming force, but with surgical, absolute precision. His quirk was still there, but his equipment, his advantage, was gone, dismantled in a heartbeat. The release was volcanic. It wasn't soothing warmth. It was a torrent of fire and ice, a geyser of ecstatic power that roared through Izuku's veins. He'd done it. He'd used the curse in combat, with perfect control, and won. The high was dizzying, obliterating his fear, his guilt, leaving only a chilling, crystal-clear supremacy. He looked at Bakugo, who was panting, shock and that same animal fear flooding his features. Izuku took a step forward. Stay down, Kaken. The words weren't his. They were the curses, spoken with his mouth, in a tone of bored finality. Over the comms, All Might's voice boomed, strained. Villain team has been captured. The weapon is secured. Heroes win. Ashido. She'd done her job. But in the hallway, the battle wasn't over. Bakugo looked from his ruined gear to Izuku's face, to the cold, detached emptiness in his eyes. He saw the monster, fully unveiled. With a scream of pure, unadulterated rage, Bakugo lunged again, not with his quirk, but with his bare hands, a raw, physical tackle. Izuku didn't move. He didn't need to. The hunger, still singing from its victory, reacted. A reflexive, almost lazy thought. The abdominal mouth opened. Cleave. It was a whisper, barely audible. The air in front of Izuku shimmered. Bakugo was a meter away when 100 invisible, microscopic blades met him. They didn't hit to kill. They hit to punish, to teach a lesson. His costume, the durable, fire-resistant material, erupted into a cloud of threads. The skin beneath was lashed with 100 fine, stinging cuts, like he'd been whipped by a cat o' nine tails made of razors. Blood welled in countless thin lines across his chest and arms. He was knocked off his feet, not by impact, but by the sheer, shocking violence of the assault. He hit the ground, skidding. His costume in tatters, his body a canvas of shallow, bleeding stripes. He didn't get up. He lay there, gasping, staring at the ceiling, the fight finally, utterly drained from him. The second release was even sweeter than the first. A deep, soul-level satisfaction. The curse preened. Izuku stood over him, breathing slowly, the euphoria a crown upon his head. Then, from the comms, All Might's voice, sharp and urgent, cutting through the haze. Midoriya. Stand down. The exercise is over. The voice of his idol. The symbol of everything he was supposed to be. It was a book. Ket of ice water thrown on the inferno inside him. The high shattered. Reality rushed back in, cruel and sharp. He looked down at Bakugo, bleeding and broken on the floor. He looked at his own hands. Clean. He hadn't touched him. He'd dismantled his gear. He'd cleaved his skin. He'd won. He'd controlled it. And he'd still inflicted pain. He'd still fed the beast. The nausea returned, violent and immediate. He stumbled back, clutching his stomach, the taste of copper and power thick in his mouth. All Might burst into the hallway, his smile gone, his face a mask of stern, horrified concern. He took in the scene. The severed equipment, the shredded costume, Bakugo's bleeding form, Izuku's trembling, empty stance. Young Bakugo. All Might moved to the fallen boy, his hands gentle but swift. Recovery girl is on her way. He looked up at Izuku, and for a fleeting second, the symbol of peace looked old. Tired, disappointed. Young Midoriya, he said, his voice low and heavy. What was the objective of this exercise? To capture or secure the weapon, Izuku stammered. And was your opponent subdued when you used your quirk the final time? Izuku looked at Bakugo, who was now sitting up with All Might's help. Refusing to look at either of them, his face a storm of humiliation and pain. He was disarmed, Izuku whispered. He was neutralized, All Might corrected, his blue eyes holding Izuku's, forcing him to see. The fight was over, yet you struck again. That is not control, young man. That is retaliation. That is the power using you. The words were a physical blow, worse than any explosion. The rest of the class filed in, led by a worried Ashido and a stern Ida. They saw the aftermath, the destroyed hallway, the blood. The silence was deafening. Uraraka's hands were over her mouth. Kirishima's sharp-toothed grin was gone. They all looked from Bakugo to Izuku, and the fear in their eyes was no longer just of a powerful quirk. It was fear of the person wielding it. As Recovery Girl's bot word in and All Might helped Bakugo away, Izuku was left standing alone in the wreckage of his first battle training. He had proven his precision. He had proven his power. He had also proven, beyond any doubt, that the line between hero and monster was as thin as a silver thread. And he had just danced right upon it. Chapter 9. The Stain of Judgment. The walk back to the locker rooms was a funeral procession in reverse. Izuku moved at the end of the group, a phantom trailing the shocked, hushed whispers of his classmates. He felt their eyes on his back, not curious, not wary, but accusing. He had crossed a line they all understood. Winning was one thing. What he'd done to Bakugo after he was already down, that was something else. The Amag was burned into his mind. Bakugo on the ground, his costume a web of shredded fabric and fine, bleeding lines. Not the deep, disabling cut of the classroom. This was a punishment, a flaying, a message written in pain. He learned his lesson. Sukuna's voice was a smug purr, sated and content. He will think twice before challenging the king's vessel again. It wasn't a lesson, Izuku thought, his mental voice raw. It was cruelty. Quote, cruelty is a lesson the proud understand best. He is alive, is he not? You showed restraint. You should be proud. Proud. The word was a poison. He felt nothing but a hollow, ringing shame. All Might's disappointment was a weight around his neck, heavier than any medal could ever be. In the locker room, the usual post-training chatter was absent. The silence was thick, broken only by the clatter of gear and the rustle of fabric. No one spoke to him. Kirishima, who usually had a loud word for everyone, kept his head down. Kaminari avoided his gaze. Even Ida, ever formal, simply gave him a tight, unreadable nod before turning away. Izuku changed quickly, stuffing his costume into its case. The high-collared torso piece felt like a lie now, a shield that had failed. Underneath, the seal on his stomach was warm, almost humming with satisfaction. The black tendrils around it seemed to have darkened, the cracks a little more pronounced. He was the last to leave. The hallway outside was empty. He made his way to Recovery Girl's office, a mandatory checkup after any combat exercise. The door was ajar. He could hear voices inside. Excessive, even for him. Aizawa's tired drone. The boy is a pressure cooker, Shota. Recovery Girl's voice, sharper than usual. The physiological strain is one thing. The psychological feedback from using that thing, it's altering him. Did you see his eyes? After a pause, I saw the footage. It wasn't him looking out at the end. All Might is shaken. He believed in the boy's heart. Now he sees the rot in the core. Izuku's blood turned to ice. He should have knocked. He should have left. But he was rooted, eavesdropping on his own damnation. The rot was always there, Aizawa said flatly. We just didn't know its name. The question is whether the heart can wall it off. Today suggests otherwise. And if it can't, a longer pause. The air in the hallway felt thin. Then we have EA duty to the other 19 students in that class, Aizawa said, his voice final. And to society. Izuku backed away, silent as a ghost. He couldn't go in there. Not now. He turned and fled, his feet carrying him not towards the exit, but deeper into the school, a lost soul in the labyrinth of his own failure. He found himself in a rarely used courtyard, a pocket of silence between soaring buildings. He sank onto a cold stone bench, head in his hands. The words echoed. Pressure cooker, rot in the core, a duty, asterisk. They were right, he was a ticking bomb. Today proved it. The power didn't just respond to his will. It had a will of its own, and it was persuasive. It had taken his fear, his desperation, and twisted it into something cruel and precise. He'd felt the pleasure of it. That was the unforgivable part. Hey, the voice was soft, hesitant. He looked up. Uraraka Okako stood a few feet away, her hands clasped tightly. She was still in her gym clothes, her brow furrowed with concern. I saw you leave the infirmary, she said. I wanted to make sure you were okay. The kindness was a fresh wound. I'm fine, he mumbled, looking away. She didn't leave. She took a cautious step closer. That was really scary back there. Your quirk, I mean. But also, Bakugo was really out of line. He was going for a kill shot with that gauntlet. She was trying to give him an out. To absolve him. It made the shame worse. It doesn't matter, Izuku said, his voice cracking. I didn't have to do what I did at the end. All Might was right. It was over. I lost control. The confession hung between them. Uraraka's expression shifted from concern to something more thoughtful, more pained. Why? She asked quietly. Why did you lose control? He couldn't tell her about the hunger. The voice. The king. The power. It's not like other quirks. It's hungry. And when it gets used, it feels good. Too good. And it wanted more. It was as close to the truth as he dared. She was silent for a long moment, absorbing this. That sounds really hard, she said finally, and the simple empathy in her words nearly broke him. My quirk makes me sick if I use it too much. But yours, it rewards you for using it. In a bad way. He nodded, unable to speak. Then you have to be stronger than it is, she said, her voice firming with a resolve that surprised him. I saw you in the entrance exam. You ran towards that robot to save me. That was you, not the quirk. That's the person who needs to be in charge. She gave him a small, wobbly smile. It's okay to be scared of it. I'd be scared too, but you can't let it win. Her faith was a tiny, fragile light in the crushing darkness. It felt misplaced, but it was warm. He managed a weak nod. We should get back, she said, before they send a search party. As they walked back through the halls, a strange calm settled over him. Not the eerie calm of the curse's satisfaction, but the exhausted peace that comes after a storm. Someone had seen the monster, and hadn't entirely turned away. It didn't last. As they neared the main foyer, the massive front doors of UA burst open. The afternoon light streamed in, silhouetting a frantic figure. It was a man in a simple suit, his tie askew, his face pale with panic. He staggered inside, clutching his side. Blood stained his white shirt, a blooming crimson rose. Help, he gasped, his eyes wild. Please, he's coming. Before anyone could move, a shadow detached itself from the doorway behind him. The man moved with a liquid, predatory grace that was entirely at odds with his ragged appearance. His clothes were a patchwork of stained fabrics, his hair long and matted. But it was his eyes that froze the blood in Izuku's veins, red, scleroless, burning with a fanatical, icy fire. In one hand, he held a long, serrated katana, its tip dripping red. In the other, he held a smaller knife. The hero killer. Stain. Time seemed to slow. The wounded man collapsed just inside the door. Stain's eyes swept the empty foyer, past the terrified man, and landed on the two students standing frozen in the hallway. A slow, grotesque smile spread across his face, revealing unnaturally pointed teeth. UA, he hissed, the word full of contempt. The factory of false idols. A perfect place to prune the unworthy. Uraraka made a small, terrified sound. Izuku's body went rigid. The hunger, momentarily quieted by shame and Uraraka's words, roared back to life with a vengeance. This wasn't a classmate. This wasn't a robot. This was a real villain. A murderer. His blood sang with a sudden, terrifying clarity. The curse within him sat up, interested. This one, Sukuna's voice was a whisper of genuine appreciation. This one reeks of conviction, of blood willingly spilled. A true predator, not like the noisy child. This will be a worthy test. Run, Uraraka, Izuku said, his voice strangely flat. Get help, get a teacher, I'm not leaving you, she whispered back, her hands coming up, ready to use her quirk. Stain was already moving. He was a blur, crossing the foyer's vast space in seconds, his katana a silver arc aimed not at Izuku, but at Uraraka. Aspiring heroines are the worst of all, parading your vanity while true heroes perish. Izuku didn't think, he acted. He shoved Uraraka backward, hard, sending her stumbling out of the direct line of the blade. At the same time, his hand came up, finger pointing not at Stain, but at the space between them, at the marble floor. Dismantle. A silver line scored a deep, clean gouge in the expensive tile. A trench appearing instantly between Izuku and the charging villain. Stain's eyes flickered with surprise, but his momentum was unchecked. He leapt over the trench without breaking stride, his katana now reversing its arc towards Izuku's neck. The speed was inhuman. Izuku had no time for another technique. He threw himself to the side, the blade whistling past his ear, close enough to feel the wind of its passage. He hit the ground, rolled, came up in a crouch. Stain was already turning, his smile wider. A quirk that cuts without touching. Interesting, but does it cut the truth? Does it cut the hypocrisy from your soul? He lunged again, a faint low, then a vicious upward slice with the smaller knife. Izuku dodged the katana, but the knife grazed his forearm, slicing through his sleeve and drawing a thin line of fire across his skin. The pain was sharp, clean. It focused him. The hunger loved it. Stain brought the knife to his lips, his tongue snaking out to Lee. CK the tiny smear of Izuku's blood from the blade. His red eyes widened. Bland, he declared, disappointment in his voice. No conviction, just fear and confusion. You are not a hero. You are a chiel. Playing with a sword you don't understand. The judgment, delivered with such casual cruelty, struck deeper than the blade. But it also ignited a spark of defiance. Not the curse's rage, his own. I'm not playing, Izuku growled. Rising to his feet, he focused, not on the man, but on the weapons. The extensions of his will. The katana, the knife, the seal warmed. The mouth formed the words. Dismantle. Too precise. Simultaneous flashes. Ping. Clatter. The katana's blade, 6 inches from the hilt, sheared clean off, the severed section spinning away to clatter on the marble. The other knife in Stain's other hand simply split lengthwise, falling apart into 2 useless pieces of metal. Stain stared at his ruined weapons, then at Izuku. The fanatical fire in his eyes didn't dim. It changed, intensifying into something more analytical, more hungry. To disarm so completely, without a touch, Stain murmured. A power of absolute severance. You could cut the lies from the world. You could be a tool of purity. He dropped the useless hilts. But you lack the will. The ideology. You are an empty vessel. A shame. He moved, not for another weapon, but straight for Izuku, his hands now empty, reaching like claws. His speed was still terrifying. Izuku backpedaled, but a foot hooked behind his ankle. He fell backwards, his head snapping against the hard floor. Stars exploded in his vision. Stain was on him in an instant, a knee on his chest, his weight pinning him. One hand clamped over Izuku's mouth, the other poised, fingers rigid, aimed at his throat. A quick death, then. For one so unformed. It is a mercy. Izuku struggled, but the man was impossibly strong. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't speak a command. The pressure in his gut built to a screaming peak, but with no outlet. The seal burned, the mouth straining against his clothes, silent, pathetic. Sukuna snarled, but there was an edge of urgency now. To be taken by a mere zealot. Use it. Don't speak. Will it? Stain's fingers began to descend. Desperation ripped through the fog of pain. Izuku's eyes locked on Stain's outstretched arm, on the elbow joint. He didn't have a voice. He had only a thought, a single, razor-sharp imperative. Cut. The mouth on his stomach gaped open in a soundless scream. A silver line, born of pure, desperate will, etched itself across Stain's elbow. There was no spray of blood. The cut was superficial, a deep score across the skin and tendon. But it was enough. Stain grunted, his arm jerking back involuntarily, the killing strike faltering. The momentarily loosening of his grip was all Izuku needed. He bucked, throwing the villain off balance. He scrambled back, gasping for air, his throat raw. Stain clutched his bleeding elbow, looking at the clean, precise cut with something like reverence. "You cut me," he whispered. Without a word, without a gesture, the will made manifest. He looked at Izuku, and for the first time, there was something other than contempt in his gaze. A twisted, horrific respect. There is a spark after all, buried deep, in the rage, in the survival instinct. That is something I can work with. He straightened up. Sirens were wailing in the distance now. Teachers would be here any second. "We will meet again, Vessel," Stain said, his voice a promise. "When you are fuller, when you have tasted more of this world's corruption, then we will see if that spark can be fanned into a cleansing flame." With a final, red-eyed glance, the hero killer turned and melted back into the shadows of the doorway, vanishing as quickly as he had appeared. Izuku lay on the cold marble, panting, the cut on his arm stinging, his head throbbing. Uraraka rushed to his side, her face white. "Midoriya, oh my god, your arm." He barely heard her. He stared at the spot where Stain had vanished. The villain's words echoed in the hollow place inside him, mixing with the curse's satisfied hum and his own crushing guilt. A tool of purity. Asterisk. A cleansing flame. Asterisk. Stain hadn't seen a hero. He hadn't even seen a monster. He had seen a weapon. And he had looked upon it, and found it promising. Chapter 10. The echo in the silence. The sirens became a wall of sound, swallowing the stunned quiet of the foyer. Blue and red lights painted the marble floors in frantic strokes. The world rushed in, shouted orders, the heavy tread of pro-heroes in full gear, the urgent whispers of arriving teachers. Izuku sat slumped against a pillar, a shock blanket draped over his shoulders by a faceless paramedic. The blanket was thin, crinkly, and did nothing to stop the cold leaching from the marble into his bones. The shallow cut on his forearm had been cleaned and bandaged, a neat white strip against his skin. It felt insignificant compared to the other wounds. Across the foyer, the bleeding man Stain had chased was being loaded onto a gurney, his face pale but alive. Ida Tenya had arrived, drawn by the commotion, and was speaking in low, frantic tones with Tensei Ida's sidekick, who had accompanied the police. Ida's face was a mask of rigid fury and fear. His brother, Ingenium, was Stain's most famous victim. Izuku watched it all from a distance, feeling detached, a spectator in his own life. The paramedic asked him questions. He answered in monosyllables. Yes, he was the one who fought him. No, he wasn't seriously hurt. Yes, the villain had licked his blood. The paramedic's eyes widened at that, and he made a note. A familiar, heavy presence settled beside him. Not a word, just the faint scent of dry earth and exhaustion. Aizawa. For a long minute, his teacher said nothing, just watched the controlled chaos. Then, his voice, low and gravelly, cut through the noise around them. Report. It wasn't a request. It was an order, the tone he used for mission debriefs. Izuku took a shaky breath. He told it in bare, clinical facts. The wounded man stumbling in. Stain's appearance. His words. The fight, disarming him. The pin. The desperate, silent dismantle that scored Stain's elbow. His final words before fleeing. He left out the curse's commentary. He left out the hunger. He left out the perverse thrill that had shot through him when he'd willed the cut without speaking. Aizawa listened, his eyes hidden behind his bandaged goggles, his expression unreadable. When Izuku finished, he was silent again. The silence stretched, filled with the echo of Stain's promise. "We will meet again, Vessel." Asterisk. "He called you that," Aizawa said finally. Vessel. Izuku's blood ran cold. He'd included it in the report, hoping it would sound like generic villain ranting. Yes, an odd choice of word. Not hero, not child, not prey. Vessel. Aizawa turned his head slightly towards him. Empty. To be filled. What did he think you were a vessel for, Midoriya? I don't know, Izuku whispered, which was the truth. He knew what he asterisk was a vessel for. He didn't know what Stain saw. Aizawa let it hang. Your response was adequate. You protected a civilian and your classmate. You used your quirk defensively and with restraint, even under direct threat of death. That is progress. The praise was so faint it was almost an insult. But it was there, a microscopic acknowledgement that he hadn't completely lost himself. However, Aizawa continued, his voice dropping even lower, the fact that the hero killer, a man who murders pro-heroes for fun, looked at you and saw potential, is the single most disturbing thing I have heard all year. The words were a nail hammered into Izuku's coffin of dread. Aizawa saw it too. The terrifying alignment. A monster of ideology had seen a kindred spirit in the monster of power. He's wrong, Izuku said, but the protest was weak, swallowed by the memory of Stain's red, approving eyes. Is he? Aizawa asked, not cruelly, but with a terrifying neutrality. Your power is one of absolute judgment. It divides. It severs. It declares, this is separate from that. In the hands of someone with a rigid, black and white worldview, it would be the perfect tool. He didn't see a hero. He saw a divine sword. And he thinks, with the right hand on the hilt, it could cut the world into a shape he finds pure. Izuku felt sick. It was an analysis more chilling than any physical attack. Your task, Aizawa said, pushing himself to his feet with a weary sigh, just became infinitely harder. It is no longer just about controlling the power. It is about definitively, viscerally proving that Stain's vision of you is a lie. To him, to the world, and most importantly, to yourself. He looked down, his bandaged gaze like a physical weight. Go home. The police will want a formal statement tomorrow. Be ready. Aizawa walked away, melting into the crowd of officials. Izuku was left alone again. The blanket crinkled as he stood, his legs unsteady. He saw Uraraka across the room, giving her statement to a policewoman. She caught his eye and gave him a small, worried wave. He tried to return it, but his face felt like plaster. He was shepherded out a side entrance, away from the press already gathering at the gates. The walk to the station was a blur. The train ride home was a silent, shaking interval where the events played over and over behind his eyes. Not the fight itself, but Stain's face in that final moment. The reverence, the promise, vessel, asterisk. His mother was a tornado of panic when he arrived, having seen the news alerts about an incident at UA. He showed her the bandaged arm, downplayed it. Just a scratch from a villain who got onto campus. The teachers handled it. The lie was becoming easier, a smoother slide off his tongue. It scared him. He retreated to his room. The quiet was a physical pressure. He took off his uniform, stood in his underwear before the mirror. The bandage on his arm. The faint, yellowing bruise on his temple from Bakugo's earlier hit. And there, in the center, the seal. The black lines were undeniably darker, thicker. The creeping tendrils had reached the bottom of his ribcage. It looked less like a mark now, and more like a crack. A fissure in the dam of his body. He pressed his fingers against it. It was warm. He thought of Stain's blood, the thin line across his elbow. He thought of Bakugo's blood, the 100 fine cuts. He thought of the 0-pointer, dissolving into dust. The hunger in his gut was quiet, sated by the violence of the afternoon. But it was a watchful quiet. A serpent coiled, digesting. He saw truth. Sukuna's voice broke the silence, thoughtful. This, Stain, a narrow mind, but a perceptive one. He sees the utility, the purity of function, in a world of gaudy, ineffective, heroes, a power that simply removes what is deemed unnecessary. It has a certain elegance. Asterisk. It's not elegant, Izuku said aloud, his voice raw in the empty room. It's murder, is it? You removed the robot's threat. You removed the loud one's weapons. You removed the zealot's advantage. You did not murder. You edited. The world is a flawed manuscript. I am the eraser, the red pen, asterisk. And who decides what's a flaw? Izuku shot back, gripping the edges of his desk. You, why not me? I am power incarnate. Or perhaps you, the boy who wished to save everyone. You would be a sentimental editor, but an editor nonetheless. Or perhaps this Stain, a rigid, moralistic critic. The point is, the tool exists. The hand that wields it is the only variable. Asterisk. The logic was seductive in its simplicity. It placed the blame, the responsibility, on him. Not on the nature of the power, but on his use of it. It was what Aizawa was saying, what All Might had implied. It was what he had to believe, or drown in the idea that he was simply damned. But it also meant the curse was just a tool, a neutral, albeit sentient, instrument, and he knew, in the deep, cold place where he hid his worst fears, that it wasn't true. The tool had a will. It craved, it enjoyed, it whispered. He pulled on a sweatshirt, hiding the seal. He couldn't stay here with his thoughts. He needed to move, to do something. He ended up at Dagobah Beach again. The moon was high, painting the mountains of trash in monochrome silver and deep black. The scar of his first training was still there, the giant pile of metallic dust now partially scattered by the wind. He walked to the water's edge, the packed sand cold under his bare feet. He looked at his hands. The hands that had unleashed Dismantle and Cleave. The hands that had saved Uraraka, maimed Bakugo, bloodied Stain. What was he? A hero would have found a way to subdue Stain without letting him escape. A villain would have killed him. He had done neither. He had survived. He had cut. That was the only consistent thread. He raised a hand, pointing at a rusted-out car frame half buried in the sand 30 meters away. The pressure built instantly, a welcome, familiar ache. The seal warmed. He didn't speak. He just willed it. Dismantle. Asterisk. A silver line. The roof of the car sheared off along a perfect diagonal, sliding into the sand with a soft whump. The release was a cool wave, soothing the ragged edges of his mind. It was a small, controlled thing, harmless, private. He pointed at a nearby refrigerator. A broader thought. Cleave. Asterisk. The air shimmered. The refrigerator compacted in on itself with a groan, collapsing into a neat cube of compressed metal and plastic. Another wave of calm. Deeper this time. He was feeding it. He knew he was. But the alternative, the jittery, hungry anxiety, was worse. This was maintenance. A controlled burn to prevent a wildfire. He walked further down the beach, a lone figure under the moon, a sculptor of silent destruction. He sliced tires, bisected washing machines, reduced piles of wood to kindling. Each cut was precise, economical. Each release smoothed out a fraction of the turmoil inside him. The curse hummed its approval, a contented beast being groomed. This was the addiction, not the big, dramatic moments, but this. The quiet, private communion with absolute power. The world reduced to simple problems of division and separation. No morals, no guilt, just cause and effect. He stopped, panting slightly, surrounded by the geometric ruins of his therapy. The beach was a graveyard of clean cuts and compacted debris. He had created a strange, ordered chaos. He looked at his hands again. They were steady. The trembling from earlier was gone. This was the real battleground. Not against villains or classmates. This, the quiet moments when the power offered peace in exchange for a piece of his soul. The moments when Stain's vision of a pure, ruthless instrument didn't seem so monstrous, but efficient. A crunch of sand behind him. Izuku whirled, his heart lurching. Had a teacher followed him? A pro-hero checking on the noise? It was worse. Standing at the edge of the trash piles, silhouetted by the moonlight, was Katsuki Bakugo. He wasn't in his hero costume. He wore a dark hoodie and jeans, his hands shoved in his pockets. His face was shadowed, but Izuku could see the fresh, pink lines crisscrossing the skin of his neck and jaw where Recovery Girl's kiss hadn't fully erased the marks of Cleave. He stood perfectly still, watching. How long had he been there? How much had he seen? The hunger, so recently sated, gave a lazy, interested stir. The memory of their fight, of Bakugo's blood, was fresh. Bakugo didn't speak. He just looked from Izuku to the bisected car, the cubed refrigerator, the sliced tires. His eyes took in the scale, the precision, the eerie silence of it all. He took a step forward, then another. He stopped a few meters away, well outside what Izuku guessed was his effective range. Smart. They stood in the moonlight. The only sounds the distant crash of waves and the sigh of the wind through shredded metal. Bakugo's voice, when it finally came, was nothing like his usual roar. It was low, hoarse, stripped bare. All might talk to me, he said, his eyes fixed on the scarred car. After, said I provoked you, said I was lucky you have control. That someone else with that quirk might have just ended it. He looked at Izuku then, and the expression in his eyes wasn't anger. It was a deep, unsettled confusion. A foundational crack in his worldview. He said you have the heart of a hero. That the power is dangerous, but the heart is true. Bakugo shook his head slowly, a gesture of pure bewilderment. I don't get it. That thing you did, at the end. That wasn't control. That was you enjoying it. I saw your face. Izuku flinched. There was no denial. And now this, Bakugo continued, gesturing at the beach of carnage. You're out here in the middle of the night, practicing. Getting better at it. Why? The question hung in the salt-tinged air. I have to, Izuku said, his own voice quiet. If I don't use it in small ways, the pressure builds. And then when I have to use it, it's worse. I lose myself. Bakugo absorbed this. The concept of a quirk with a cost, with a will of its own, was alien to him. His power was an extension of his own explosive spirit. This was different. Stain, Bakugo said, changing tack. The news is saying you fought him off. That you wounded him. He said it like it was an accusation. He got away. He licked your blood asterisk, Bakugo pressed. His voice gaining a hint of its old heat. What did he say to you? Izuku met his gaze. He said he'd see me again. He called me, vessel. He thinks. My quirk could be used to purify the world. Bakugo's confusion hardened back into something fiercer. TCH. Psycho. But he's not wrong about one thing. He took another step forward, his red eyes blazing in the dark. That quirk of yours, it's not a hero's quirk, Deku. It's a weapon. A really good weapon. And you're standing there, holding it, trying to figure out how to use it to tie your shoes or open doors. When everyone else can see it's meant for one thing. What's that? Izuku asked, though he knew the answer. For cutting down anything in your way, Bakugo stated, his voice flat. Hero, villain, wall, mountain. It doesn't care. It just cuts. And you can either be the guy who decides what gets cut, or you can be the guy the quirk uses to cut whatever it wants. It was a brutal, Bakugo-esque simplification. But it was, in its way, another version of the truth. Aizawa saw a grenade. Stain saw a sword. Bakugo saw a weapon. They all saw the same essential thing. I'm trying to be the one who decides, Izuku said, and for the first time, he almost believed it. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment. Then he snorted, turning away. Yeah, well, you'd better decide faster, and better. He started walking back the way he came, kicking a chunk of sliced metal out of his path. He stopped after a few paces, not looking back. And next time we fight, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that was somehow more threatening than any shout, you better use that thing to win. Don't you dare hold back on me because you're afraid of it. If I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna lose to everything you've got. Not to the scared kid hiding behind the blade. He vanished into the shadows of the trash piles. Izuku stood alone again on the moonlit beach, Bakugo's words joining the chorus in his head. Aizawa's duty, Stain's promise, All Might's disappointment, Uraraka's faith, and now, Bakugo's challenge. He looked down at the seal, hidden under his sweatshirt. It pulsed once, a slow, satisfied beat, echoing the rhythm of the distant waves. They all saw a piece of the truth, but none of them saw the whole of it. They saw the weapon. They didn't see the king who was forging it. One piece of Izuku's soul at a time. Chapter 11. The Weighing of Souls. The police station smelled of stale coffee, industrial cleaner, and a low-grade, pervasive anxiety. Uku sat on a hard plastic chair in a small, beige interview room, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. Across a scarred metal table, a detective with kind eyes and a tired mustache, Tsukauchi, he'd introduced himself, asked careful, repetitive questions. Yes, that's what Stain said. Yes, he used those words. No, I'd never seen him before. Yes, he licked my blood. Aizawa stood silently in the corner, a shadow against the wall. His arms crossed. His presence was a silent pressure, a reminder that every word was being weighed not just for legal truth, but for something deeper. The interview felt like a dissection. They weren't just interested in Stain's actions, they were probing his own. The precision of the cuts, the disarming, the final, will-powered strike. Tsukauchi's quirk, Izuku guessed, was truth-related. He could feel the gentle, psychic nudge of it, like a feather brushing against his mind, testing for lies. He stuck to the barest facts, the same ones he'd given Aizawa. The internal truths, the hunger, the voice, the satisfaction, remained locked away, caged behind his ribs. When it was over, Tsukauchi leaned back, tapping his pen on his notepad. You acted with remarkable composure for a first-year student facing a known killer, Midoriya. Your quirk, it's unique. The report from your teacher says it requires intense concentration. Yes, sir, Izuku said, staring at a water stain on the ceiling tile. Stain seemed to think it was more than that, Tsukauchi said mildly. He saw a kindred spirit, perhaps. Someone who cuts away what they deem impure. He's wrong, Izuku repeated, the mantra feeling thinner each time. I hope so, Tsukauchi said, closing his notebook. For all our sakes, thank you for your time. We'll be in touch if we have more questions. As they left the station, the morning sun felt harsh and unwelcome. Aizawa walked beside him, his steps slow and measured. All Might wants to see you, he said without preamble. In his office. Now, the walk back to UA was silent. The campus, usually buzzing with life, felt like a painted backdrop. The students they passed gave Izuku wide-eyed looks, whispering behind their hands. The boy who fought the hero killer. The story had already grown in the telling. All Might's office at UA was more of a small, Spartan lounge attached to the teacher's gym. When Aizawa ushered him in, the symbol of peace was in his skeletal form. Wrapped in an oversized cardigan, staring out a window at the training grounds. He looked smaller than ever, a shrunken monument. Young Midoriya, he said, turning. His smile was there, but it was a ghost of its former self, stretched tight over worry. Please, sit. Aizawa leaned against the closed door, a silent sentinel. Izuku sat on the edge of a couch, feeling like a patient awaiting a terminal diagnosis. All Might didn't sit. He paced a few steps, his hands clasped behind his back. Tsukauchi filled me in. A harrowing ordeal. You showed great courage. He stopped, facing Izuku. But we must speak of other things. Of the nature of your power. Here it was. The Inquisition. Aizawa has his theories. Recovery Girl has her scans. I have my experience. All Might's blue eyes were piercing. One for All is a power of accumulation. It is passed on, a torch of legacy, growing with each wielder. It is a power of unity, of bringing people together under a symbol of hope. He took a step closer. Your power, young Midoriya, is the opposite. It is a power of division, of severance. It does not build, it takes apart. That is its fundamental nature. The words landed with the weight of a verdict. Izuku had known it, felt it in his bones, but to hear it from All Might, framed in contrast to the greatest heroic power, made it feel absolute. Damning. Stain recognized that nature. All Might continued, his voice grave. He sees a world cluttered with false heroes, and he desires to cut them away, to leave only what he deems pure. Your quirk, in his eyes, is the perfect scalpel for that surgery. He sighed, the sound like dry leaves. The greatest danger you face is not that you will become a villain like him in ideology. The danger is that you will come to see the world as he does. As a collection of things to be separated. Good from bad, worthy from unworthy, useful from useless. And that is a lonely, dark path. Izuku's throat was tight. I don't want that. I believe you, All Might said, and the raw faith in those 3 words was almost worse than doubt. But the power itself will push you toward that clarity. It simplifies. A problem is not solved. It is cut away. An enemy is not subdued. They are removed. It is seductive in its efficiency. And after the USJ, after seeing what it can do. He trailed off, the memory of Bakugo's shredded costume hanging unspoken between them. You must forge a new purpose for it, All Might said, his voice gaining a sliver of its old force. One that does not violate its nature, but transcends it. A surgeon's scalpel cuts away disease to save the body. A sculptor's chisel removes stone to reveal the form within. Can your power be like that? Not a weapon of judgment, but a tool of preservation. Of revealing what is worth saving by removing what threatens it. It was a beautiful idea. A heroic reframing, but it required a level of wisdom, of discernment, that Izuku didn't have. He was 15. He was terrified. He was sharing his soul with a curse that thought surgeons and sculptors were amusingly delicate. I'll try, he whispered, because it was all he could offer. All Might studied him, and for a moment, the hero's eyes seemed to see right through him, to the swirling darkness in his core. A flicker of profound sorrow crossed his gaunt features. The way, you carry, it is unlike any I have known. One for All is a weight of legacy. Yours is a weight of antithesis. He placed a bony hand on Izuku's shoulder. The grip was weak, but the intent was solid. You are not alone in this, my boy. We will help you bear it. But the path you walk must be of your own choosing. And you must choose, every day, which hand holds the blade, the hand of the healer, or the hand of the executioner. The meeting ended with more vague promises of support and training. As Izuku left, his mind reeling, Aizawa fell into step beside him. He sees the best in everyone, Aizawa muttered, as if to himself. Even in ancient curses masquerading as quirks. Don't mistake his hope for a guarantee. I won't, Izuku said. Good, your next session with Hound Dog is in an hour. Don't be late. The routine was reasserting itself, a life preserver thrown into a churning sea. Classes, training, therapy, eat, sleep, repeat, a structured attempt to contain the uncontainable. But the world outside UA had taken notice. The sports festival was approaching, a gladiatorial spectacle broadcast to the entire nation. For most of Class 1A, it was a chance to shine, to get noticed by pro heroes for internships. For Izuku, it was a looming public trial. The whispers in the hallways grew sharper, not just about the hero killer, but about his quirk. Disintegration had been the word after the entrance exam. Now, new words were circulating, leaked from who knows where: severance, division, the cutting quirk. They made it sound clean, surgical, and utterly terrifying. In class, the distance remained. Uraraka still smiled at him, but it was tinged with a new caution. Ida was polite but preoccupied, his brother's condition a constant shadow. Bakugo's silent, small-deering observation was a constant heat on the back of his neck. The others gave him a wide berth. Only one person seemed genuinely, bizarrely unfazed. Shinsu Hitoshi from General Studies sought him out one afternoon. Leaning against the wall beside Izuku's locker as he stuffed yet another protein bar into his mouth. Heard you gave the hero killer a new scar, Shinsu said, his voice its usual flat monotone. His purple eyes heavy with sleepless indifference. Must be nice to have a quirk that actually does something in a fight. It wasn't envy. It was a statement of fact, tinged with his own brand of bitter resignation. It's not, it's complicated, Izuku managed around a mouthful of oats and chocolate. I bet, Shinsu said, pushing off the wall. Everyone's scared of you now. Must be a change from being looked down on. He gave a slow blink. Use it, before they figure out a way to take it from you. He walked away, leaving Izuku with a new kind of chill. Shinsu saw the fear, and his advice was to weaponize it. Another voice adding to the chorus. The pressure was a constant, tightening coil. The hunger was a loyal companion, growing in proportion to his stress. He fed it in small, secret ways, slicing a fallen leaf in midair on his walk home, dividing a puddle into perfect geometric shapes with a thought. Each tiny release was a relief valve, a fleeting moment of peace purchased with a sliver of his soul. Then, one evening in Gym Gamma, during a particularly grueling control session with Aizawa, the dam showed a new crack. Aizawa had him practicing on a Compal X setup, a series of swinging pendulums with small targets attached, while also using dismantle to sever specific ropes holding weights, preventing them from hitting pressure plates on the floor. It was a multitasking nightmare, requiring split-second timing and pinpoint accuracy. Izuku was sweating, his focus razor-edged. The world narrowed to the swinging targets, the taut ropes, the silent count in his head. He severed a rope. A weight dropped, missing its plate. He sliced a target off a pendulum. Good. The hunger was a live wire in his gut, excited by the rapid, successive uses. The seal was warm, almost hot. On the final sequence, a pendulum swung wide. The target was a small, red circle, but behind it, reflected in a polished metal panel on the wall, Izuku caught a glimpse of his own face, strained, eyes wide. And in the dark green of his irises, a faint but unmistakable flicker of crimson light. It startled him. His focus split for a millisecond. The dismantle aimed for the target's tether went astray. The silver flash lanced past the pendulum, towards the wall of the gym. Aizawa's hair flew up, his eyes blazing red. Erasure. The line of light winked out a foot from the reinforced wall. Silence. The pendulum swung to a stop. Izuku stood panting, horrified. He'd almost breached the gym. He'd almost lost control because he'd seen his own reflection. Aizawa's quirk deactivated. He walked over, his steps slow. He didn't look at the wall. He looked at Izuku's face. What happened? I saw something. In my eyes. The admission tumbled out. Aizawa's gaze intensified. Describe it. A red light. Just a flash. In my reflection. Aizawa was silent for a long moment. Come with me. He led Izuku not out of the gym, but to a small storage closet. He lipped on a light and pulled out a full-length mirror, the kind used for checking costume fit. He propped it against the wall. Look, he commanded. Izuku looked. His own tired, pale face stared back. Green eyes. Normal. Now, Aizawa said, standing beside him, his own reflection grim in the glass. Use it. The smallest dismantle you can. On that, he pointed to a loose bolt on a shelf unit across the room. Izuku turned, focusing on the bolt. The pressure built. He pointed. Dismantle. The bolt sheared in half, the top clattering to the floor. Now, Aizawa said, his voice low. Look, quickly. Izuku snapped his gaze back to the mirror. His own face looked back, flushed slightly from the effort. But his eyes, the green was still there, but swimming in the depths of his pupils, like embers in a dark pool, was a faint, shimmering crimson glow. It faded even as he watched, sinking back into the black, but it had been there. A foreign light looking out from his own skull. He stumbled back from the mirror, his heart hammering. What is that? That, Aizawa said, his voice dangerously calm, is the quirk factor. Or whatever you want to call it. Manifesting. It's not just in your stomach, Midoriya. It's in your nervous system. It's reaching your brain, influencing your perception. And now, it's showing itself. He turned off the light, plunging the closet into gloom. Sessions with Hound Dog just became twice as frequent. And you are to avoid looking at reflective surfaces when using your quirk. Understood. Izuku nodded, numb. This stays between us and Recovery Girl, Aizawa said. If the public or the commission sees that, their reaction to Stain's interest will seem like a birthday party. They left the closet. The gym felt colder. As Izuku gathered his things to leave, Aizawa spoke once more from the shadows. You asked me once what I saw when I looked at you. A live grenade. He paused. I was wrong. It's worse than that. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Izuku walked home under a sky heavy with unshed rain. The weight All Might had spoken of felt physical now, a chain around his neck, each link forged from a different fear. Aizawa's duty, Stain's promise. Bakugo's challenge, the public's gaze, the creeping red in his eyes. He was a vessel, all right. But he wasn't empty. He was full to bursting with a darkness that was starting to spill out. And he was standing in the center of a stadium, with the whole world about to watch him try to hold it all in. The sports festival wasn't a chance to shine. It was an invitation to a very public execution, of his dreams. Or of his control. He wasn't sure which would die first. Chapter 12. The Arena's Gaze. The day of the UA Sports Festival dawned bright and shameless, a perfect blue sky that felt like a mockery. Inside the Midoriya apartment, the air was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with typical pregame nerves. Inko fussed over a breakfast Izuku had no hope of eating. My baby. On national television. Just do your best. And be careful. Her eyes, always so full of warmth, were clouded with a fear she could no longer hide. The news had been a constant, screaming loop about the UA incident, and the mysterious first year who faced Stain. She knew there was more to the story than scratches. I will, Mom, Izuku said, pushing eggs around his plate. The hunger was a quiet, watchful serpent today, coiled and waiting. It knew a feast was coming. The train to UA was a rolling pressurization chamber. Students from other schools packed the cars, air chatter a buzzing hive of excitement and strategy. They pointed at his UA uniform, at his face. Whispers followed him like ghosts. That's the one, fought the hero killer, quirk cuts things. He kept his head down. His gloved hands clenched in his pockets. The gloves were new, a precaution, a way to hide the faint, silvery lines that sometimes appeared on his fingertips after intense concentration. As if the power was etching itself onto him from the inside out. UA's grounds were a carnival of controlled chaos. Vendors, news vans with towering satellite dishes, a sea of spectat. Oars flooding towards the colossal stadium. The noise was a physical wall. Izuku felt it pressing against his skin, amplifying the low thrum of the curse within. The Class 1A locker room was a storm of competing energies. Kirishima was psyching himself up with loud declarations of manliness. Kaminari was trying, and failing, to look cool. Tokiyami stood in a corner, muttering to his dark shadow. Bakugo was a silent, explosive statue, strapping on his grenade gauntlets with violent precision. His eyes, when they flicked to Izuku, held no trace of their moonlit conversation, only the old, familiar competitive fire. Now laced with a grim new understanding. Ida was not there. The news had broken that morning. Ingenium, his brother Tensei, was in critical but stable condition after a vicious attack by Stain. The class had been somber, offering quiet words Ida had stiffly acknowledged before leaving early for the stadium, his face a mask of grief and furious purpose. Uraraka approached Izuku as he suited up. Her costume was bright and hopeful. His was dark and concealing. "Hey," she said, her voice soft under the noise. "You okay?" He nodded, not trusting his voice. "Ida, he's hurting, but he'll be here. We have to do our best. For us, and for him." She tried for a smile. "No 0-pointers to dust today, okay? Save it for the villains." Her attempt at humor fell flat. She meant it kindly, but it was a reminder of what he was, of the spectacle he'd already made. He forced a smile back. Right, a screen in the locker room flickered on, showing the interior of the stadium. It was a vast, roaring ocean of people. Present Mike's amplified voice shook the walls. "Are you ready? Let's hear it for the stars of tomorrow, the first-year hero course students." "That's our cue," Kirishima yelled, punching his hardened palm. They filed out into the tunnel leading to the arena floor. The sound was deafening, a tidal wave of expectation. Sunlight blinded them as they emerged. Izuku squinted, the noise and light assaulting his senses. He saw the other classes, 1B, General Studies, Support, Business, arrayed around them. He felt 1,000 camera lenses focusing, zeroing in, searching for him. He kept his gaze on the grass, on his own boots. Up on the podium, Midnight, clad in her revealing hero costume, cracked her whip. "Welcome, welcome. Now for the student pledge." Silence fell, relatively. Everyone expected Bakugo to stride forward, to make some arrogant declaration. But Bakugo stayed rooted, his eyes fixed ahead, burning with a private, intense flame. It was Izuku who felt a sudden, irresistible pull, not from the crowd, from within. The curse stirred, stretching like a great cat in the sun. It liked the attention. It craved the stage. So many eyes, Sukuna's voice purred, rich with amusement, all waiting, all wondering. Shall we give them a show? A little demonstration. No, Izuku thought, his jaw clenched. Why not? They want to see the monster. Let them see its teeth. Let them understand the caliber of power this pathetic school harbors. Before Izuku could wrestle the impulse down, his body took a single, involuntary step forward from the ranks of 1A. It was a small movement, but in the expectant hush, it was as loud as a gunshot. 20,000 people focused on him. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Is that him? The one from the news? He looks so normal. Midnight's eyebrows rose. Oh, a volunteer for the pledge. Step forward, then. It wasn't a volunteer. It was a puppet string twitch. But he was in the spotlight now. He had no choice. He walked the few steps to the microphone, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The hunger pulsed in time with it. He looked out. A blur of faces. A wall of noise waiting to crash down. He saw his classmates' shocked expressions. Bakugo's scowl deepened. Uraraka looked worried. He leaned toward the mic. His voice, when it came out, was flat, amplified. Stripped of all emotion by the stadium's acoustics. "We are here to compete," he said, the words feeling like someone else's. "To test our limits. To show what we can do." He paused. The curse leaned into the silence, savoring it. "My power divides. It separates. In this arena, that's all it will do. It will find the line between victory and defeat, and it will cut it." He stepped back. The silence held for a beat longer, then erupted into confused, excited chatter. It wasn't a heroic pledge. It wasn't a promise of plus ultra. It was a statement of fact. A warning. It was, he realized with a sinking heart, exactly the kind of thing Stain would appreciate. Midnight recovered with a flourish. "Well, a unique perspective. Now, let's not waste any more time. The first event is A giant wheel spun on the screen behind her, landing with a crash on an image of a panicked crowd. An obstacle course. The entire first-year class will compete. The track is a 4-kilometer loop around the stadium. Only the top 42 will advance. Ready, start. The stampede was instant. A bottleneck formed at the massive tunnel entrance. Quirks flared. Ice exploded from Todoroki, freezing the ground and the students in front of him solid. Bakugo blasted over the heads of the crowd. Others shoved and climbed. Izuku didn't rush. He let the initial wave crash ahead. The hunger was a calm, focused point now. The chaos was just more lines to be passed. He walked towards the tunnel. The entrance was a mess of frozen bodies and struggling students. He raised a hand, not at the people, but at the archway of the tunnel itself. At two key stress points in the structure to the left and right of the ice. Two precise, silent dismantles. Crack, crunch, asterisk. A section of the tunnel's stone facade, about the size of a car, sheared free from the left side. Then another from the right. They didn't collapse. They tipped inward, creating a narrow, clear path through the center of the chaos, a canyon of his own making. He walked through the gap, untouched, as students stared, slack-jawed, at the cleanly severed stone. He was through the bottleneck in seconds, emerging onto the open track. He was in the middle of the pack now, but the path ahead was clear. The first obstacle was a field of 0-pointers, identical to the exam, but inactive, simply blocking the way. The lead runners, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, were already weaving through them or, in Todoroki's case, freezing them in place. Izuku didn't weave. He looked at the line of robots ahead. He saw not obstacles, but a geometry problem. He began to run. As he ran, his hands moved in small, precise gestures. No spoken commands. Just will and focus. Dismantle, 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 asterisk. Silver lines flickered, too fast for the cameras to clearly catch. A 0-pointer's leg severed at the knee. It teetered, crashing sideways, creating a bridge over the next. The head of another sheared off, rolling harmlessly away, leaving a clear passage through its legs. A third had its main sensor array bisected, causing it to spin in a confused circle, clearing a path. He wasn't destroying them. He was editing the battlefield. Redirecting, unmaking their obstructive purpose. He moved through the robot graveyard like a ghost, a sculptor of silent ruin, each cut a calculated step forward. The crowd's noise changed. The confused chatter became a wave of astonished oohs and ahs. It wasn't the raw power of Todoroki's ice or Bakugo's explosions. It was something else, something eerily quiet and efficient. Unnerving. He cleared the robots and hit the second obstacle, the fall. A series of deep canyons crossed by tightropes, rope swings, and precarious stone pillars. Todoroki had simply made an ice bridge. Bakugo was blasting across. Ida was using his engines to run along a rope. Izuku reached the edge. He looked down into the abyss, then at the pillars rising from the mist. They were too far to jump, but they were connected to the canyon walls. They had foundations. They had lines of stress. He pointed at the base of the first pillar, 20 meters out and 5 meters down. Dismantle, asterisk. A silver line at a 45-degree angle. The top third of the pillar, a massive chunk of rock, sheared off. But it didn't fall into the abyss. It tipped, rotated, and slammed down perfectly between the edge WH. There Izuku stood and the remaining stump of the pillar, forming a crude, sloping bridge. He ran down the slope of the fallen rock, jumped to the stump, and immediately targeted the next pillar. Again, a precisely angled cut. Another bridge formed from the severed crown. He was building his own path across the chasm, a staircase of his own creation, each step purchased with a slice of reality. The crowd was dead silent now, watching this bizarre, methodical traversal. It wasn't flashy. It was inevitable. He reached the other side just as the front runners were hitting the final obstacle, the minefield. A vast, flat plain dotted with glowing, buried explosives. Todoroki was skating over it on a wave of ice, detonating mines harmlessly behind him. Bakugo was using pinpoint blasts to propel himself, setting off chains of explosions that formed a fiery path. Ida was trying to speed through, triggering mines that rattled him but didn't stop him. Izuku stopped at the edge. He looked at the field. The mines were pressure plates. They were separate objects, buried, but connected to the dirt around them. His power didn't see explosives. It saw points of connection waiting to be severed. He raised both hands, fingers spread. He didn't need to see each mine. He understood the pattern, the concept, cleave, asterisk, but not the building crumbling cleave. A lighter touch, a focused, wide, area cleave aimed not at the mines themselves, but at the connection between the pressure plate and the detonator mechanism inside each one. The air over the entire first section of the minefield shimmered, a heat haze of silent energy. Pop, 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 asterisk, a symphony of tiny, muffled clicks, like 100 light switches being flipped. The glowing lights on the mines in a 20-meter wide path directly ahead of him winked out. Deactivated, not triggered, but disarmed. Permanently, he walked forward, onto the dead field. Then did it again. Another wave of his hand, another silent nullification of a swath of mines. He carved a safe, silent corridor through the explosive field, walking with a calm, steady pace while everyone else was surrounded by noise and fire. He crossed the finish line. 4th place. Todoroki first, having barely broken a sweat. Bakugo a furious second. Ida a determined third. Then him. He stood in the recovery area, breathing evenly, not from exertion, but from the effort of control. The hunger was purring, deeply satisfied. It had been fed a banquet of precise, public cuts. The seal on his stomach felt warm, solid. The creeping black lines to pulse in time with the crowd's roar, which was now partly for him, a confused, fascinated, fearful roar. He looked at his hands in the gloves. They were steady. Todoroki shot him an unreadable glance, his heterochromatic eyes cold. Bakugo refused to look at him, his fists clenched, smoke curling from his palms. Ida's gaze was fixed on the ground, his mind clearly elsewhere, on a hospital bed. Izuku had done exactly what he'd said he would. He had found the line between victory and defeat, and he had cut his way to the front. He had also shown the entire world, in high definition, what his power could do. Not just destroy, but disassemble. Not just attack, but edit reality. As he waited for the next round to be announced, the screens replaying his calm, surgical traversal of the course. He felt the eyes of the stadium upon him, not with admiration for a hero, but with the rapt, uneasy attention given to a natural disaster caught on camera. He had taken the stage, and the monster had bowed. Chapter 13. The Cavalry's Edge. The roar of the crowd was a distant, oceanic hum in the competitors' waiting area. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, ozone, and the sharp, metallic scent of adrenaline. The first 42 students stood in a loose cluster, the eliminated already forgotten. Izuku stood apart, near a wall, methodically eating a high-calorie gel pack. 4th place. It was a good position. It meant he was noticed, but not the main target. Yet, he could feel the weight of stares from the other qualifiers, a mix of curiosity, wariness, and outright hostility. The boy from 1B with the vine hair, Shiozaki, looked at him with something like spiritual dismay. The support course girl with the pink dreadlocks, Hatsume, eyed him with the avarice of a collector who'd found a fascinating new tool. Midnight's image flickered on the giant screen, her smile sharp. Congratulations, my little fledglings. Now, for your second test. The wheel spun again, landing on an image of knights on horseback. It's the cavalry battle. The rules scrolled past. Form teams of 2 to 4. One member wears a headband with a point value based on their first round placement. Steal headbands to accumulate points. The team with the highest total after 15 minutes wins. Izuku's point value, as 4th place, was 205. High. A target. Immediately, the room dissolved into frantic negotiation. Join my team. I've got a mobility quirk. We need defense. Izuku didn't move. He knew how this would go. His display in the obstacle course hadn't been inviting. It had been isolating. Who would want to team with the boy who silently disassembled the world? His power wasn't cooperative. It was solitary, definitive. It ended problems. It didn't enable teamwork. He saw Uraraka looking around anxiously, catching Ida's eye. Ida gave a stiff nod. They would team up, likely with someone else. Kirishima boomed, gathering a group around his straightforward toughness. Bakugo was surrounded by sycophants from other classes, his second-place headband a blazing prize. Izuku was an island. Then, a shadow fell over him. Not a tall shadow, A lean, slouched one. Team up. It wasn't a question. Shinsu Hitoshi stood before him, his purple eyes half-lidded, his expression one of profound boredom. His own headband, from the general studies course, had a paltry point value. Izuku blinked. Why? Because you're powerful and no one else is going to ask you, Shinsu said flatly. And because I want to get into the hero course. Sticking with the guy who carved a path through a minefield without breaking a sweat seems like a good strategy. He shrugged. My quirk is brainwashing. I get someone to answer me, I can control them. It's useless if no one talks. But if they're coming for your big, scary points, they might be yelling things. I can use that. It was a cold, logical calculus. No sentiment, no fear, just utility. Izuku found it strangely refreshing. We need 2 more, Izuku said, looking around. Most teams were already formed. Shinsu pointed a lazy finger. The boy he indicated was from 1B, a tall, lanky student with a strange, cloth-like body and an exposed brain. He was standing alone, looking awkward. Tsunotri Pony from 1B asked me, but, my quirk is, off-putting, the boy said as they approached, his voice soft. I'm Shoda Nirengeki. My quirk is Twin Impact. I can set a second, stronger impact on anything I touch. It was a delayed reaction quirk. Perfect for disruption, for breaking formations. And Shinsu's finger moved to a small, mousy girl from the support course, hovering at the edge of the crowd, clutching a case to her chest. The one with the gadgets. We'll need mobility. The girl, Hatsume, zoomed over before they could even approach, her gold eyes magnified to comical size by her goggles. A partnership with the precision-cutting marvel and the brainwasher. The synergy, the spectacle. I have just the babies for you. She threw open her case, revealing an array of jet boots, grappling hooks, and shield generators. My name is Hatsume. My quirk is Zoom, but my true power is my babies. Let me equip you. It was the most bizarre, cobbled-together team imaginable. The silent cutter, the brainwashing strategist, the delayed impact specialist, and the manic inventor. They had no cohesion, no practiced teamwork. What they had was a series of unique, disruptive problems for anyone who came near. They had 3 minutes to prepare. Hatsume strapped a set of prototype, jump, booster, boots to Izuku's feet, not for flight, but for rapid, unpredictable lateral movement. She gave Shinsu a voice amplifier headset. She handed Shoda a pair of weighted gauntlets linked to a sensor on his wrist. For herself, she kept a jetpack and a bizarre net launcher. Izuku was the rider, the one wearing the 205-point headband. Shoda was the front horse, solid and stable. Shinsu and Hatsume were the flanking horses. A rickety chariot of misfits. Start. The arena exploded into motion. Teams clashed immediately. Todoroki's team, a monolith of ice and power, was a frozen fortress on the move. Bakugo's team was a screaming, explosive battering ram. Ida, Uraraka, and 2 others formed a speedy, agile unit. Their ragtag group stayed near the edge, a tight knot. The plan was simple: defend, and let Shinsu pick off attackers. It worked for about 90 seconds. A team from 1B, led by the hardened Tetsutetsu, saw them as an easy target. They charged, a wall of metal and muscle. Hey, scrap metal squad. Shinsu's amplified voice cut through the din, directed at Tetsutetsu. You really think your shiny skin can stop a blade that cuts robots in half? Tetsutetsu, mid-charge, roared back. You think I'm scared of some? He froze mid-sentence, his eyes glazing over. Shinsu's quirk had taken hold. Turn around. Attack the team to your left, Shinsu ordered calmly. The brainwashed Tetsutetsu complied, leading his confused teammates into a clash with another group. But the commotion drew attention. More teams swerved towards them, seeing the disruption as an opportunity. A team with a boy who could stretch his limbs like rubber shot towards them, the rider's arms elongating to snatch Izuku's headband. Izuku didn't flinch. He looked at the stretching arms, calculating trajectories. He raised a hand. Dismantle. Asterisk. A silver line flashed, not at the arms, but at the ground in front of the stretching boy's feet. A deep gouge appeared in the turf. The boy, his focus on reaching, didn't adjust in time. His foot caught the edge of the trench, and he stumbled, his stretch going wild and missing completely. Shoda, as the front horse, reached out and tapped. Ped the stumbling boy's shoulder lightly. Twin impact. Nothing happened immediately. The boy righted himself, scowling, and pulled back for another try. But as he planted his foot to launch forward, a second invisible force, 5 times stronger than the initial tap, slammed into his shoulder from nowhere. It spun him like a top, disrupting his team's formation. Hatsum cackled, firing her net launcher at another approaching team, tangling their legs in a polymer mesh. They were holding, barely, but they were a spectacle of chaotic defense, and the points on Izuku's head were a glowing beacon. Then the ice came. A wave of it, silent and swift, raced across the arena floor from Todoroki's direction. It wasn't an attack aimed at them specifically. It was Todoroki claiming a vast territory, freezing everything in his path to limit mobility. The ice crawled towards their feet. Izuku's team was near the edge. If they were frozen in place, they were sitting ducks. Hatsum. Izuku snapped. On it, client. She hit a button on her jetpack. Small, buzzing saws emerged from the boots of Izuku, Shoda, and Shinsu, digging into the ice as it formed, slowing but not stopping the encasement. It was a stopgap. Todoroki's ice was too thick, too fast. The hunger in Izuku's gut stirred, interested in the challenge. The ice was just water. Ordered. Crystalline structure. It had lines. Fault lines. He looked at the advancing wall of frost, not as an obstacle, but as a diagram. He raised a hand, fingers splayed. Cleave. Asterisk. But not the destructive kind. A focused, localized cleave. Aimed at the molecular bonds in a specific, narrow column of ice directly in front of them. The ice didn't explode. It sublimated. A tunnel 2 meters in diameter simply ceased to be solid, turning into a cloud of fine, cold mist that billowed away. The freeze stopped at the edge of the tunnel, repelled by the sudden absence of structure. They stood in a pocket of clear ground, a perfect cylinder of safety in the frozen wasteland. The crowd gasped. It was one thing to cut robots. It was another to casually erase a portion of Todoroki Shoto's ice. From across the arena, Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes locked onto his. For the first time, something flickered in that icy gaze, not anger, but a sharp, analytical curiosity. A recognition of a power that didn't just oppose his, but negated it on a fundamental level. The reprieve was brief. Bakugo's team, seeing Todoroki's attack fail to pin him down, changed course. They were a missile of noise and fire, rocketing straight for them. Die! Bakugo screamed, launching himself from his team's formation, using his explosions for a solo, high-speed tackle aimed at plucking the headband from Izuku's forehead. It was pure, predictable aggression. Exactly what Shinsu was waiting for. Going somewhere, Bakugo. Shinsu's amplified voice was a lazy drawl. Bakugo, predictably, snarled a reply. Out of my way, you. His eyes glazed over. Brainwashed. Return to your team. Stand still, Shinsu ordered. Bakugo's furious momentum died. He landed awkwardly, turned, and marched stiffly back to his confused teammates, where he stood like a statue. The crowd roared in shock. Brainwashing had taken down the fiery favorite. But Shinsu was sweating, his concentration evident. Holding someone as willful as Bakugo was like trying to leash a tornado. He's fighting it hard, Shinsu gritted out. The distraction cost them. Another team, seeing Bakugo neutralized and Shinsu focused, saw their opening. It was a team from General Studies, fast and light, led by a boy with a speed quirk. They zipped in from the blind side, the rider's hand a blur as it snatched for Izuku's headband. Izuku saw it at the last second. He jerked his head back. The fingers grazed the cloth, but didn't get a grip. But the movement unbalanced him on Shoda's shoulders. He wobbled. Shit, Hatsum yelled, firing her jetpack to stabilize them, but it overcorrected, spinning them slightly. In that moment of chaos, a tape-like strand shot out from a different direction, Zero Hunter from 1A, on another team. It wrapped around Izuku's wrist, not to capture, but to yank. Izuku was pulled sideways. He had a choice, fall and lose the headband, or... He didn't think. He acted. He looked at the tape binding his wrist. He focused on the point of contact. Dismantle. Asterisk. The tape severed cleanly, but the momentum of the pull was still there. He was falling. The hunger and the instinct to survive merged into a single, cold imperative. His EYs scanned the chaotic field around him, the teams, the ground, the debris from earlier clashes. He needed a platform, a step. He saw a discarded piece of metal plating from a robot, half buried in the turf 10 meters away. Still falling. He pointed. Dismantle. Asterisk. A silver line hit the metal plating at a sharp angle. A triangular section, about the size of a dinner plate, sheared off the top. But instead of just falling, the angle of the cut and the residual energy of the technique imparted a spin. The metal triangle flipped through the air like a tossed coin, arcing perfectly. Izuku's boot, equipped with Hatsume's jump booster, gave a short, focused burst. He wasn't jumping from solid ground. He was kicking off from the air itself, using the booster to adjust his trajectory. His foot landed squarely on the spinning metal triangle as it reached the apex of its arc. It was an impossible move. A mid-air step on a platform of his own creation. The crowd's noise hit a fever pitch of disbelief. He pushed off, the metal piece clattering away, and landed neatly back on Shoda's shoulders, his balance restored. His team stared at him, stunned. Shinsu's concentration on Bakugo broke entirely from the shock. Across the arena, Bakugo shook his head, fury returning tenfold as he realized what had happened. But the display had a cost. The relentless, precise use of his power was draining him in a way the obstacle course hadn't. It was a deeper drain, mental and spiritual. The seal on his stomach felt hot, a focused burn. The creeping black lines itched. And he'd drawn too much attention. He'd become the main event. Todoroki's team was advancing again, more deliberately now. Bakugo's team was reforming, a volcano about to erupt. Other teams, smelling blood in the water, were circling. They were surrounded. Time. Izuku panted. 2 minutes. Hatsume chirped, checking a dial. They couldn't fight them all off. Not for 2 minutes. Shinsu's eyes swept the closing circle. We need a bigger distraction. Izuku's mind raced. He looked at the ground. At the frozen territory Todoroki had claimed, still littered with the tunnels and trenches of earlier battles. He saw it not as a battlefield, but as a structure, a flawed one. An idea, desperate and terrible, formed. It wasn't about cutting people. It was about cutting the stage. Hatsume, he said, his voice calm. Maximum thrust, straight up. On 3. Shoda, brace. Shinsu, hold on. What are you? Shinsu began. 1. The enemy teams closed in. Todoroki raised a hand, ice crystallizing in the air. Bakugo crouched, explosions building in his palms. 2. Izuku raised both hands, not at the people, but at the ground beneath them, at the complex web of stress fractures in the frozen, trenched earth of the arena floor. He didn't see dirt and ice. He saw a single, interconnected system. A thing that could be divided. The seal burned. The mouth beneath his costume stretched into a wide, silent grin. 3. Hatsume hit the jetpack throttle. Their team shot 5 meters straight up into the air. At the same moment, Izuku unleashed not dismantle asterisk, not cleave asterisk, but a hybrid of will and concept. A single, focused imperative directed at the very ground they had just left. Asterisk sever. Asterisk. A circle of silver light, 20 meters in diameter, edged itself into the arena floor where they had stood. It wasn't a cut. It was a definition. Inside that circle, the ground settled. The ice, the dirt, the packed turf, all of it lost its cohesion. It didn't explode upwards. It simply dropped downwards by a uniform 3 feet, as if the earth had been neatly excised and lowered. The trenches smoothed out. The frozen mounds flattened. It became a perfect, flat, depressed disk in the middle of the chaotic arena. The teams charging inward hit the sudden, sheer 3-foot drop. They didn't trip, they fell. Todoroki's advancing ice front crumbled into the new basin. Bakugo's EXPL. Os of launch was thrown off as the ground vanished beneath his team's feet. The encircling teams stumbled, piled into the sudden pit, a tangle of limbs and confusion. Izuku's team landed with a jolt on the newly created, lower level. Now standing in a shallow, smooth crater of their own making, the confused mass of their opponents piled around the edges above them. The buzzer blared. Time. Silence. Then an uproar that shook the stadium. The screen flashed with the results. Izuku's team, by some miracle, had held onto their headband. They were in the top 4. They advanced. Izuku slid off Shoda's shoulders, his legs trembling, not from exertion, but from the aftermath of the act. He had just redefined a section of the UA Sports Festival arena. He had edited the world, live on national television. He looked at his hands. The fingertips of his gloves were frayed, tiny silver cuts appearing in the fabric. Shinsu was staring at him, his usual boredom replaced by something like awe and terror. You just. I cut the ground, Izuku said, his voice hollow. He had done more than that. He had shown everyone, once and for all, that his power had no true limits. Not with robots, not with ice, not with the earth itself. As he walked off the field towards the tunnel, the crowd's noise was a single, deafening question mark. He had survived the cavalry battle, but he had also just proven that he wasn't just a student with a dangerous quirk. He was a force of nature that could redraw the map. And the final round, one-on-one battles, was next. Chapter 14. The Mirror's Glare. The silence in the competitors' preparation room was heavier than any crowd's roar. The air conditioning hummed, a futile attempt to cool the heat of what had just transpired on the field. The 4 qualifying teams, Todoroki's, Bakugo's, a team from 1B, and Izuku's ragtag group, stood in separate clusters, breathing hard, not looking at each other. Izuku's team had disbanded the moment they entered the tunnel. Hatsume was already babbling to a reporter about her babies. Shoda from 1B had given Izuku a shaky nod before hurrying to his classmates. Shinsu lingered for a second, his purple eyes locked on Izuku. "They're going to come for you now," Shinsu said, his voice flat. "All of them. You're not the dark horse anymore. You're the final boss." He walked away, leaving Izuku alone with the echo of his words and the deep, resonating ache in his core. Using his power on that scale, to literally lower a section of the arena, the release had been cataclysmic. The hunger was blissfully, dangerously sated. A lion after a feast, drowsy but potent. The seal on his stomach felt like a brand, hot and prominent even through his costume. The black tendrils had crept further, he was sure of it. A dark lacework spreading under his skin. He found a quiet corner and devoured 2 more calorie packs, the sugar and protein doing little to address the spiritual depletion. His hands, when he pulled off the torn gloves, were clean, but the faint, silvery lines were now visible on his fingertips, etching the pads like tiny, intricate scars. Permanent marks of the curse's passage. The screen in the room lit up. Midnight appeared, her expression a mix of professional excitement and underlying tension. What a stunning second round. Now, let's see the bracket for the one-on-one tournament. The top 16 individual performers advance. Names flashed on the screen, generated by lottery. Izuku's eyes tracked them, his heart sinking with each matchup. First round, Todoroki Shoto vs. Sero Hanta, a foregone conclusion. Midoriya Izuku vs. Shiozaki Obara, the Vine Girl from 1B. Her quirk was entanglement, capture. She would try to bind him, to restrain without hurting. A direct counter to a close-range fighter. Against his power, it was a tragedy waiting to happen. Bakugo Katsuki vs. Uraraka Okako, Ida Tenya vs. Hatsume Mei, and so on. His match was third. He had time to think, time to dread. He avoided the common areas, finding a deserted supply closet to sit in the dark. The hunger was quiet, but his mind was a storm. Shiozaki, she was devout, moralistic. She'd seen his power. She would preach, probably, try to appeal to his better nature before her vines tried to snare him. The thought of facing her earnestness, her faith, with the thing inside him made him feel ill. The righteous one. Sukuna's voice slithered into the quiet. She believes in purity, in sacred bonds. How amusing, to use such bonds to try and cage a force that severs all bonds. It will be instructive to see which proves stronger, her faith, or my fact. I don't want to hurt her, Izuku whispered to the dark. Then yield, step out of the ring. Let her righteousness win by default. Is that your heroism? Surrender, It wasn't. He was here to prove he could control it. To prove Stain wrong. To prove Aizawa wrong. Surrendering proved nothing except that he was afraid. Which he was, but he couldn't show it. The door to the closet creaked open, spilling light. A tall, broad-shouldered silhouette filled the frame. Todoroki Shoto. He stepped inside and closed the door, plunging him back into near darkness. Lit only by the sliver under the door. His presence was a cold pressure. He didn't speak for a moment, just looked at Izuku, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming in the dim light. Your power, Todoroki said finally, His voice as cool and even as his ice. It doesn't just cut physical things, does it? Izuku stayed silent. I felt it. Against my ice. It didn't overpower it. It negated it. On a conceptual level. Todoroki took a step closer. My father. Endeavor. He's watching. He sees you as a threat. A new variable. A power that doesn't play by the established rules of quirks. He paused. His gaze intense. I'm going to win this tournament. I'm going to reject his fire and win with my ice alone. To spite him. But you're a wild card. You could disrupt that. He seemed to be working through a logic puzzle. I saw your eyes during the cavalry battle. When you cut the ground. There was a red light in them. Izuku flinched. It's not just a quirk, Todoroki stated. It's something else. Something older. I can sense it. The cold of my left side. It reacts to it. Not with fear. With recognition. Of something equally primordial. The insight was terrifying. Of all people, Todoroki, with his own dual, tortured nature, could sense the anomaly. What do you want? Izuku asked, his voice rough. A guarantee, Todoroki said. If we face each other in the finals, use everything you have. Don't hold back because you're afraid of what people will see. I need to beat the best to prove my point. Not a shadow, not a hesitant ghost, the real thing. His eyes hardened. Show me the power that makes Endeavor nervous. Show me the thing that looked at my ice and told it to stop being ice. He turned and left, as abruptly as he'd arrived. Izuku was left more unsettled than before. Todoroki didn't see a monster or a weapon. He saw a benchmark, a force of nature to be measured against. It was, in its way, even more dehumanizing. The time came. He was called to the preparation gate for his match. He walked down the tunnel, the roar of the crowd growing with every step. It was a different sound now. Not excitement, but anticipation laced with a sharp, collective anxiety. They were waiting to see what the cutting quirk would do to a person. He stepped out into the blinding sun of the stadium arena. The fighting ring was a simple, large circle. Across from him, Shiozaki Obara stood calmly, her hands clasped as if in prayer, her long, thorny vines lying still around her feet like a green, living gown. She looked at him, her expression serene but resolute. Midnight stood between them, her whip held high. Contestants ready. This is a one-on-one battle. Victory by ring out or immobilization. Try not to get too badly hurt, dearies. Begin. Shiozaki didn't move. She spoke, her voice carrying clearly on the stadium's mic. Midoriya Izuku, I have watched you. Your power is one of severance. Of loneliness. It pushes all things away. But we are meant for connection. For community. I will bind you, not to harm you, but to show you that you are not alone. That you can be held. Her vines surged forward, not as attacking spears, but as a rolling wave of greenery. Fast and thick, aiming to envelop him in a cocoon of living rope. Izuku backpedaled. The hunger stirred, annoyed by the peaceful approach. It wanted a fight, not a hug. He raised a hand. Dismantle. Asterisk. A silver line cut through the first wave of vines. They parted cleanly, the severed ends withering instantly to dry husks. But for every vine he cut, 3 more grew in its place. Sprouting from her body with impossible speed. She was creating a forest between them, a wall of entangling growth. You see, she called, her voice still gentle. You cut, and life finds a way to regrow. Violence begets only the need for more violence. Surrender to a gentler way. He cut again, and again. Vines fell around him like sorted serpents. But they were closing in. He was being cornered. The ring's boundary was at his back. This is tedious, Sukuna growled. And that preaching philosophy. She seeks to smother you in her kindness. How revolting. End it. One cleave. Reduce her garden to mulch. Asterisk. No. Izuku gritted out, dodging a grasping tendril. He couldn't use cleave asterisk on her. It was too wide, too destructive. He might. A vine wrapped around his ankle, thornless but strong. It yanked. He fell to one knee. The crowd gasped. More vines snaked towards his arms, his other leg. She was trying to immobilize him peacefully, exactly as she'd said. Panic, clean and human, shot through him. He couldn't be bound. Not here. Not in front of everyone. The feeling of being trapped, constricted, it triggered something primal, something that had nothing to do with the curse and everything to do with the boy who'd spent a lifetime feeling powerless. The hunger and his own terror fused. He didn't aim at the vines on him. He aimed at the source. His eyes locked on Shiozaki, on the base of the vines where they emerged from her back and shoulders. He saw not a person, but a series of connections. Lifelines. His hand came up. The seal burned. The world sharpened into lines of light and shadow. Dismantle. Not one cut. A dozen. A flurry of silver threads, finer than hair, lanced across the arena. They didn't touch Shiozaki's body. They passed through the air around her, severing the vines at the precise point where they met her skin. A circle of clean cuts. The wave of entangling greenery stopped dead. The vines wrapping Izuku's limbs went limp, withering instantly as their connection to her quirk was severed. He stood up, free. Shiozaki stared, her serene expression shattered. She looked at the circle of dead, severed vines at her feet. At the still living ones sprouting from her now ending in neat, cauterized stumps. He hadn't hurt her. He had simply disconnected her from her own power. Temporarily, the vines would regrow, but in that moment, she was quirkless. The silence in the stadium was absolute. Izuku had won, not by force, not by destruction, but by surgical, absolute nullification. He had cut the bond between her and her quirk. It was, in its way, more horrifying than any violent attack. He hadn't defeated her, he had edited her. Shiozaki took a stumbling step back, her hands coming up to her shoulders, her face pale. She looked at him not with anger, but with a profound, spiritual horror. She had offered connection. He had shown her the ultimate disconnection. Midnight recovered, her voice shaky. Shiozaki is unable to continue. Midoriya advances. The crowd's roar was muted, confused. They had seen a victory, but it felt like they had witnessed a violation. Izuku turned and walked out of the ring, his head down. He could feel the eyes of the pro-heroes in the stands, the teachers, the commission officials. He had just demonstrated a power that could neuter another person's quirk without touching them. In a society built on quirks, that was a paradigm-shifting, terrifying ability. Back in the preparation tunnel, he slumped against the wall, breathing hard. The release had been cold, clinical. No euphoria, just a hollow, precise satisfaction. He had controlled it. He had won without causing pain. So why did it feel like he'd committed a sacrilege? He didn't have time to dwell. The matches flew by. Todoroki froze Zero in seconds. Bakugo fought a fierce, brutal match against Uraraka, who pushed him to his limits with her gravity before finally falling, earning his furious respect. Ida, moving with a grief-stricken, mechanical speed, overwhelmed Hatsume. The bracket narrowed. Semi-finals. Todoroki vs. Ida, Midoriya vs. Bakugo. Of course, it was always going to come to this. He had an hour before his match. He retreated to the same dark closet. He didn't hear the door this time. He felt the change in the air, a drop in temperature. Todoroki stood there again, a light dusting of frost on his shoulder from his own match, which he'd won with a single, massive glacier that had trapped Ida. His expression was grim. I saw your match, Todoroki said. You didn't just cut her vines. You cut the expression of her quirk. At the point of manifestation. Izuku said nothing. Can you do that to anyone? Todoroki's voice held a note of something almost like hope. Can you sever a quirk from its user? Permanently. The question was a landmine. I don't know, Izuku answered truthfully. I've never tried. Todoroki was silent for a long moment, his jewel-colored eyes distant. My father's fire, it's a part of me. A curse of his legacy. If there was a way to cut it out. He shook his head, the moment of vulnerability vanishing behind his usual icy mask. Never mind. Your next opponent, Bakugo. He won't try to bind you. He'll try to destroy you. He's a simple problem. Your power excels at simple problems. He left. Izuku knew he was right. Bakugo was a direct threat. A violent, noisy, predictable one. The curse would have no philosophical conflict with Bakugo. It would see a target to be dismantled. When the call came, Izuku felt a strange calm. The dread had burned away, leaving a clear, cold focus. This was the line he had to walk. To fight Bakugo with everything he had, as Bakugo had demanded, but to do it without crossing into the cruelty of their last battle. To win, but to win like a hero, or as close as he could get. He walked out into the arena for the semi-finals. The noise was a physical force. The sun was lower, casting long shadows across the ring. And there, Across from him was Bakugo Katsuki. There was no pretense now. No childhood baggage. Just two rivals, armed with world-altering power, standing in a stadium under the eyes of the nation. Bakugo's expression was a snarl, but his eyes were clear, focused, burning with a pure, unadulterated will to win. He respected power above all else, and Izuku had finally earned that respect by having it. Midnight didn't bother with banter. Begin. Bakugo exploded forward, not with a word, but with action. A staccato burst of explosions from his palms propelled him in a zigzag, unpredictable pattern. No straight lines. No easy targets. Izuku's eyes tracked him. The world slowed. He saw the arcs of the explosions, the lines of Bakugo's trajectory. He raised a hand. Dismantle. Asterisk. A silver line cut through the space where Bakugo's left foot was about to land. Bakugo saw it. A flicker in the air. He adjusted in mid-propulsion, twisting his body, the explosive on from his right hand flaring to spin him aside. The cut missed, scoring the ground. He didn't stop. He was a constant motion, blasting, feinting, closing the distance. He was learning, adapting. He wouldn't be caught like last time. He got within 5 meters. Close enough. He swung a hand forward, not to grab, but to unleash a concentrated blast. The same app shot he'd used in training, a focused lance of explosive force. Izuku didn't dodge. He met it. He pointed a finger at the incoming blast of concussive heat and fury. Dismantle. The silver line met the center of the blast. The explosion didn't detonate. It split. The cohesive force of the app shot was divided into two harmless halves that roared past Izuku on either side, ruffling his hair and costume but doing no damage. The crowd gasped. He'd cut an explosion. Bakugo's eyes widened, then narrowed. New trick. Ha! He roared, unleashing a wider, scatter-shot blast to obscure his next move. Izuku was ready. He couldn't cut all the scattered pellets. He dropped low, the heat washing over him, and retaliated. Not with a cut at Bakugo. At the ground around Bakugo. A circle of dismantles asterisk, quick as thought, etching a ring in the earth at his feet. The ground within the circle lost its cohesion, collapsing slightly. Bakugo's footing destabilized. He stumbled, his rhythm broken. Izuku pressed the advantage. He charged forward, for the first time going on the offensive. He couldn't match Bakugo's speed or agility, but he didn't need to. He just needed to define the space. As Bakugo righted himself, Izuku was there. He didn't throw a punch. He reached out, his fingers aiming not for Bakugo's body, but for the grenade-like bracker on his right arm. Bakugo saw the intent. He twisted, swinging his other arm in a backhand explosion. Izuku took the blow on his raised forearm. It hurt, a deep, bone-shaking impact, but he held. His other hand touched the seam of the gauntlet. Dismantle. A single, precise cut. The release mechanism of the stored explosion gauntlet sheared clean through. It was disabled. Bakugo roared in fury, blasting backward to create distance. One gauntlet down, but he was far from done. He was breathing hard, sweat and soot streaking his face, but his grin was feral. That's it. That's what I wanted. No holding back. He came again, a whirlwind of pure, close-quarters combat. Explosions at point-blank range. Brutal kicks, grappling attempts. Izuku defended, parried, took hits. His body, fortified by the curse's energy, held. He was bruised, battered, but not broken. He found openings. Small, precise dismantles that sliced straps, cut wires in Bakugo's support gear, nicked the edges of his grenade braces to spoil their aim. He wasn't attacking Bakugo. He was systematically dismantling his equipment, his advantages, piece by piece. It was a war of attrition fought with surgical strikes. The crowd was on its feet, screaming, witnessing a battle unlike any other in sports festival history. Not a clash of overwhelming forces, but a masterclass in deconstruction. Bakugo was being stripped, rendered down to his raw, unadorned self. And he was loving it. Every cut, every disabled piece of gear, was an acknowledgement of his threat. Finally, panting, they stood 3 meters apart in the center of the scarred ring. Bakugo's costume was in tatters, most of his gear non-functional. Izuku's was scorched and torn, one eye swelling from a near miss. Just you and me now, Deku, Bakugo spat, the old name now sounding like a title earned in blood and fire. No tricks, no gear, just your cutty shit and my explosions. Let's finish this. He crouched, his palms glowing with a dangerous, building light. He was going for one final, all-or-nothing blast. A howitzer impact, or something like it. Izuku saw it. The build-up, the concentration of power. He could try to cut it, to split it like before. But the scale, it might not work. Or it might send lethal shrapnel into the crowd. He had to end it before it began. He had an idea, a terrible, risky idea. One that walked the line he'd promised himself he wouldn't cross. He didn't raise a hand at Bakugo. He looked at the ground between them. Not to cut it, to understand it. He saw the vibrations in the air from Bakugo's building power. He saw the shockwave that would precede the blast. He saw it as a line of force, about to be born. Bakugo screamed, unleashing the torrent of explosive power. At that exact moment, Izuku focused not on the explosion, but on the space 1 centimeter in front of Bakugo's outstretched palms. The point of genesis. He didn't speak. He willed it. Dismantle. Asterisk. A silver line appeared not in the air, but as asterisk the air. It defined the boundary. The catechal, ismic explosion that should have roared forth, didn't. It was born, and immediately, perfectly, bisected. The forward half of the blast was severed from the half still connected to Bakugo's palms. The released energy, with nowhere to go but out, shot forward harmlessly, divided, its cohesion destroyed, becoming little more than a hot, loud gust of wind that buffeted Izuku but did no damage. The back half of the blast, still connected to Bakugo, recoiled. It backfired. The force slammed into Bakugo's own arms, his chest. There was a deafening crump and a scream of pain that was cut short. He was thrown backwards like a ragdoll, skidding across the ring, leaving a trail of smoke, coming to a stop just at the very edge of the boundary line. He didn't move. The stadium was dead silent. Izuku stood, panting, his ears ringing. He'd done it. He'd used the enemy's own power against them. A defensive, reactive move. He hadn't attacked. He'd redirected. Midnight rushed to Bakugo's side. After a tense moment, she looked up. Bakugo Katsuki is unable to continue. Midoriya Izuku advances to the finals. The roar that followed was unlike any other. It wasn't just cheers. It was a collective release of breath, a roar of awe, terror, and disbelief. Izuku looked at his hands. They were trembling, not from exhaustion, but from the aftermath of the precision required. He had walked the line. He had won. He hadn't cut Bakugo. He'd cut his attack asterisk, at the moment of its creation. He turned and walked towards the tunnel. He didn't see Bakugo stir, didn't see the blonde push himself up on one elbow. His face a mask of soot and blood, to watch Izuku's retreating back. There was no hatred in his eyes now, just a dawning, staggering comprehension of the gap between them, not in power, but in the sheer, terrifying conceptual control of it. Izuku had won the battle, but as he entered the dark tunnel, heading for the final match against Todoroki, the seal on his stomach gave a warm, approving pulse. It had enjoyed that. The precision, the cleverness, the turning of a rival's greatest strength into his own downfall. It had been a beautiful cut. Chapter 15. The final dichotomy. The silence in the competitor's tunnel after the semi-final was a tangible thing, thick and cold. It swallowed the receding roar of the crowd, leaving only the frantic drum of Izuku's own heart and the slow, satisfied hum of the curse in his veins. He leaned against the cool concrete wall, head bowed, breathing in the smell of dust and his own scorched costume. He had done it. He had beaten Bakugo, not with overwhelming force, but with an idea, cutting the attack at its source. It was control. It was, in its twisted way, heroic. He hadn't drawn blood. He'd turned Bakugo's violence back on itself. So why did the victory feel so hollow? Why did the memory of Bakugo's body skidding across the dirt, limp and smoking, feel like a weight around his neck? You showed him the truth. Sukuna's voice was a contented purr. His power is a blunt instrument. Yours is a surgeon's scalpel. He built a bomb. You showed him how easily the fuse can be severed. A lesson in humility, written in his own fire. Asterisk. It wasn't a lesson, Izuku thought, but the protest was weak. The curse was right. It had been a lesson. A brutal, elegant demonstration of superiority. And a part of him, the part that still remembered a decade of being called Deku, had reveled in it. He pushed off the wall. He had maybe 20 minutes before the final. Todoroki Shoto, the boy who saw him as a benchmark. The boy who wanted him to show everything. He couldn't unleash the curse's full, hungry malice in front of the world. But he couldn't hold back either. Todoroki would sense it. He'd see it as pity. And that would be an insult worse than any defeat. He needed to find a middle ground. A way to fight with the power's truth, but with his own hand on the reins. The idea was a fragile thread in a hurricane. He walked to the preparation room, a small antechamber reserved for finalists. The door was ajar. Inside, Todoroki stood by a window, looking out at the darkening sky, his back to the door. Frost patterns crept across the glass where his left side touched it. "You're here," Todoroki said without turning. His voice was calm, but the air in the room was charged, colder than it should be. Izuku entered, closing the door softly. The room was Spartan, just a bench and a first aid kit. "You wanted the real thing," Izuku said, his own voice flat with exhaustion. "What does that even mean?" Todoroki finally turned. His heterochromatic eyes were intense, the left a glacier blue, the right a stormy gray. "It means don't fight me like you fought Bakugo. Don't just dismantle my attacks. Fight me like you mean to end it." He took a step forward. "My father is in the stands. He's watching. He sees your power as a threat to his position. A new, unknown variable that could topple the hierarchy he spent his life building." A flicker of something like grim pleasure touched his lips. "I want to use you to prove him wrong. To prove that his obsession, his perfect air, with fire and ice, is meaningless in the face of something that doesn't play by his rules at all." He was so cold, so calculated, using Izuku as a tool in his own private war. It should have made Izuku angry. Instead, he felt a strange kinship. They were both vessels. Todoroki for his father's ambition. Izuku for an ancient curse. "And if I beat you?" Izuku asked. "Then you prove his fears right," Todoroki said simply. "And you move on to the next challenge. But you won't beat me if you're holding back. I felt it in your match. At the end, with Bakugo. There was a moment, a fraction of a second where you could have done more. You could have cut deeper. But you didn't. You have a line you won't cross. In a fight against me, that line is a weakness." The analysis was chillingly accurate. Todoroki had seen the restraint. The hesitation born of fear, not morality. "What's your line?" Izuku asked. Todoroki's gaze dropped to his own right hand, clenched at his side. A tiny wisp of steam, not frost, escaped his palm. "My line is my left side. I won't use my fire. Not for him. Not for victory. That is my rebellion. Your line is your own conscience. We will see which line breaks first." The call came over the speaker. "Finalists to the arena entrance. 2 minutes." Todoroki gave him one last, measuring look, then turned and walked out. Izuku was alone. The room felt smaller. The weight of the upcoming fight pressed down on him. This wasn't just for a trophy. It was a statement. To the world. To Stain watching from some shadow. To Aizawa and All Might. To himself. He followed the tunnel. The noise from the stadium was a deep, expectant rumble, like a beast waiting to be fed. The sun had dipped below the stadium rim, casting the arena in long, dramatic shadows. The lights were coming on, painting the fighting ring in a stark, white glare. He stepped out. The roar was immediate, a physical wave that hit him in the chest. The entire stadium was on its feet. Cameras, drones buzzed overhead like mechanical insects. In the VIP seats, he could make out the hulking form of Endeavor, his flames a visible corona of displeasure. Nearby, All Might's skeletal form was a tense silhouette. Aizawa was nowhere to be seen. Probably in the observation booth, his eyes glued to a monitor. Across the ring, Todoroki stood perfectly still, a statue of ice and resolve. The air around him was already several degrees colder. Midnight stood between them, but her usual playful demeanor was gone, replaced by a serious, almost solemn air. This is it, the final match of the first-year UA Sports Festival. Todoroki Shoto vs Midoriya Izuku. The rules are the same. Victory by ring out or immobilization. Contestants, ready. They both gave a slight nod, never breaking eye contact. Begin. Todoroki moved first. There was no wind-up, no warning. His left foot stamped the ground. A glacier erupted. It wasn't like the one he'd used on Zero. This was broader, faster, a tidal wave of Ya. Jade blue-white ice that surged across the entire diameter of the ring, aiming to engulf Izuku and end the match in the first 3 seconds. The crowd screamed. Izuku didn't have time for precision. He had time for one thing: survival. He raised both hands, not to cut the ice, but to cut the space asterisk in front of him. He didn't visualize a line. He visualized a wall, a barrier of negation. Asterisk dismantle. Asterisk. A vertical plane of silver light, 10 meters wide and 5 meters tall, materialized in the air before him. The charging glacier hit the plane and stopped. Not because it was blocked, but because the leading edge of the ice, where it intersected the plane, simply ceased to exist. A perfect, vertical slice was removed from the world, as if a giant cookie cutter had punched through the ice wave. The momentum of the glacier carried the rest of it forward, but it collapsed into the newly created void, piling up in a chaotic heap on either side of Izuku, leaving him standing untouched in a narrow canyon of his own making. The sound was a deafening crack and rumble of collapsing ice. Frost and cold mist billowed through the arena. Todoroki's eyes widened a fraction. He hadn't expected a perfect defense. He'd expected evasion, or a desperate, destructive counter. Not this. Erasure. He didn't pause. He thrust out his left hand. Dozens of sharp ice spears shot from the ground around Izuku's feet, aiming to impale him from all sides. Izuku didn't look at the spears. He looked at the ground they emerged from. He saw the points of origin, the connections. A swift, circular motion of his hand. A ring of dismantles etched into the earth around him. The emerging spears were severed at the base before they could fully form, crumbling into harmless shards. He was playing defense. Perfect, absolute defense. But he couldn't win on defense. He started walking forward, through the wreckage of the glacier. Todoroki responded with a barrage. Ice walls to block his path, frozen shrapnel flung through the air. Attempts to coat the ground in slick frost. Izuku moved through it all like a ghost. A flick of a finger severed a wall in half, creating a door. A glance and a thought turned a cloud of shrapnel into a harmless shower of glitter. A stomp of his foot and a cleave directed at the surface layer of the ground shattered the ice coating, restoring traction. He was editing the battlefield in real time, reducing Todoroki's elemental dominance to a series of solvable geometry problems. He was getting closer. Todoroki's calm was beginning to fray. His ice was being rendered irrelevant. The cold in the arena was deepening, a sign of his quirk straining, but it wasn't enough. He was putting everything into his left side, and it was being systematically invalidated. Izuku was within 10 meters. He could see the tension in Todoroki's jaw, the frustration in his eyes. This was it. Todoroki's line. Would he break? Would he use his fire? Use it, Izuku said, his voice cutting through the crunch of ice underfoot. You can't win with just half. It was a gamble, a provocation. Todoroki's right hand clenched so tight the tendons stood out. Steam billowed from his fist, melting the frost on his sleeve. His face was a mask of conflict, the ghost of his father's expectation, the weight of his own oath. I won't, he ground out. Then you lose, Izuku said, and he meant it. He raised a hand, not to attack Todoroki, but to the ground directly beneath his feet. One more dismantle asterisk, and the platform Todoroki stood on would collapse, ring out. It was a clean, technical victory, the kind Aizawa might approve of. But as Izuku focused, he saw it. Not just the ground. He saw Todoroki's whole being, the duality warring inside him. The ice on the left, a self-imposed prison. The fire on the right, a hated inheritance. They weren't separate. They were a whole, fractured by pain. And his power, it saw the fracture. It saw the line between the two halves. The place where Todoroki was already divided. The hunger within him gave a sudden, sharp lurch of interest. A new kind of hunger. Not for destruction, but for resolution. For making the internal division external. It was a terrifying, seductive thought. Yes, Sukuna whispered, a new edge of fascination in his voice. This one is already cut in two. His soul is a battlefield. You can see the seam. You could make it clean. Asterisk. No, Izuku breathed, his hand faltering. Todoroki saw the hesitation. He saw the conflict on Izuku's face, the internal struggle that mirrored his own. And in that moment, something in him broke. Not his oath, his resistance. A sob of pure, furious despair ripped from Todoroki's throat. Fine, His right side erupted, not a controlled blast, a cataclysm. A geyser of orange and blue flame roared to life, so violent it melted the ice around him instantly in a great hissing cloud of steam. The heat was immense, washing over Izuku, forcing him back a step. Todoroki wasn't aiming. He was unleashing a torrent of fire mixed with a desperate, retaliatory wave of ice, creating a storm of superheated steam and freezing shrapnel, a chaotic, bipolar maelstrom of absolute power. It was beautiful. It was terrible. It was Todoroki's whole self, finally expressed, and it was a self-destructive scream. The attack filled the ring. There was no dodging it, no cutting individual pieces. It was a wall of elemental fury. Izuku had one choice: to cut the attack itself, like he had with Bakugo. But this was bigger, more complex. Fire and ice, intertwined. To cut it, he would have to cut the concept of the attack. To separate the fire from the ice, to dismantle the maelstrom into its component parts. It was impossible. It was the only way. He stopped thinking. He let the power guide him. He raised both hands, palms facing the oncoming storm. He didn't see fire and ice. He saw conflict. He saw duality. He saw a thing that was two things, screaming to be one or be none. The seal on his stomach burned like a star. The mouth opened wide beneath his costume, but no sound came out. The power that flowed through him was silent, absolute. He didn't speak a technique name. He spoke in truth. Asterisk asterisk be divided. Asterisk asterisk. A vertical line of silver light, so pure it hurt to look at, split the air in front of him. It didn't move. It simply was. The roaring maelstrom hit the line. And it split, not around it, through it. The fire, on the right side of the line, was sheared away from the ice on the left. The connection between them, the steam, the chaotic energy, was severed. The unified attack became two separate, weaker phenomena. The fire roared harmlessly off to the right side of the arena, dissipating against the barrier. The ice shat, red and fell to the left in a harmless cascade. The line hung in the air for a second longer, a scar in reality, before fading. In the center, revealed, stood Todoroki. He was on his knees, panting, steam rising from his right side. Frost coating his left. He had used everything, and it had been rendered separate, neutered. He looked up at Izuku, his eyes wide with something beyond shock. It was understanding. He had shown his whole self, his fractured soul, and Izuku had looked at it and drawn a line down the middle. It was the most intimate violation imaginable. Izuku was panting too, the effort of that final, conceptual cut staggering. The world swam. The seal felt like it was on fire, the black tendrils screaming up his ribs. He could feel the eyes of the stadium on him, but they were a distant buzz. He took a step towards Todoroki. He just needed to touch him. A tap would be enough. Ring out. But as he stepped, his foot came down on a patch of ground made treacherous by rapid melting and freezing. It gave way. He stumbled, falling to one knee. Todoroki saw the opening. With a final, gut-wrenching effort, he slammed his left hand on the ground. A last, desperate surge of ice, not an attack, but a slide, a ramp of ice that shot from his position, not at Izuku, but under him. Izuku, off balance, was carried on the sliding ice. He tried to arrest his momentum, to cut the ice, but his focus was shattered. His power guttering from the strain. He slid across the ring, over the boundary line, and came to a stop in the out-of-bounds area. The buzzer blared. Todoroki wins. The announcement was met with a delayed, confused roar. The crowd had seen the impossible, the division of the storm, and then the absurd, a champion slipping on a puddle. Izuku lay on the cold ground outside the ring, staring up at the bright stadium lights. He hadn't lost to Todoroki's power. He'd lost to a patch of bad footing. To the mundane physics his godlike power couldn't save him from. It was almost funny. He sat up. Across the ring, Todoroki was being helped to his feet by medbots. He looked at Izuku, and there was no triumph in his eyes. Only a deep, hollow exhaustion, and a dawning horror at what he had been forced to use, and what had been done to it. Izuku got to his feet. The crowd was chanting Todoroki's name, but it felt distant, meaningless. He had lost. He was second place. But as he walked off the field, the creeping black lines on his stomach pulsing with a strange, warm energy, he knew the truth. He hadn't lost the battle. He had won something far more dangerous. He had learned he could cut not just things, but ideas. Not just matter, but conflict itself. And somewhere, in the shadows of the stadium or in a dark room watching a screen, the hero-killer Stain would have seen that final, dividing line. And he would have smiled. For the wielder of the ultimate cutting power had just shown he could separate even a man's soul from his own conviction. Chapter 16. The Aftermath's Bite. The walk from the arena floor to the locker rooms was 1,000 miles long, paved with the jagged silence of a victory that felt like a defeat. The crowd's roar was a muffled, distant thing, a celebration for a champion who stood frozen on a podium that felt more like a dissection table. Todoroki's win was a technicality, a punchline to the joke Izuku had written with a slash of silver light. He pushed through the heavy door into the competitor's area. The air inside was thick with the smell of sweat, ozone, and the sharp, electric scent of spent quirks. The other students from the tournament were there, in various states of exhaustion and celebration. Kirishima was clapping a shell-shocked Kaminari on the back. Uraraka was getting her wrist bandaged, offering Ida a small, tired smile. Bakugo was nowhere to be seen, likely already in Recovery Girl's office, seething in a cocoon of bandages and rage. They all fell silent as Izuku entered. Their eyes tracked him, not with the wary fear of before, but with something new. Awe. Yes, but laced with a profound, unsettled confusion. They had seen him dismantle robots, carve the earth, split explosions, and finally cleave a storm of fire and ice into two harmless halves. They had seen power that operated on a level they didn't have words for. And they had seen him slip on ice and lose. It made no sense. It was terrifying and absurd at once. He didn't meet the gazes. He went straight to his locker, his movements stiff and automatic. The high-collared torso piece of his costume felt like a lie now. A flimsy shield that had failed to hide the truth. Underneath, the seal was a throbbing brand. The black tendrils had advanced. He could feel it, a cold, intricate spiderweb etched just beneath his skin. Reaching past his ribs now, whispering up towards his heart. He changed into his uniform in a fog, shoving the scorched, torn costume into its case. His fingers, when he pulled off his gloves, were a map of fine, silver lines. Permanent. Midoriya. The voice was quiet, tired. Ida Tenya stood a few feet away, his glasses slightly askew, his usually rigid posture softened by fatigue and grief. The news of his brother hung around him like a shroud. Ida, Izuku said, his own voice sounding rough. Your performance was remarkable. Ida's words were precise, but hollow. The control you exhibited, it was beyond anything I have witnessed. To sever an attack at its conceptual origin, he shook his head, as if trying to dislodge the image. It was not a heroic technique, but it was masterful. The backhanded compliment was the most honest thing anyone had said to him all day. It wasn't heroic, it was just true. Thanks, Izuku mumbled, because there was nothing else to say. My brother, Ida continued, his voice dropping. The doctors say he will live, but he may never walk again. Stain's blade severed his spine. The word, severed, hung in the air between them, charged and ugly. Ida's jaw worked. That villain, he judges. He cuts away what he deems unworthy. He believes his blade brings purity. Ida's eyes, behind his glasses, were full of pain so deep it had burned past tears into something hard and cold. Your power, it also cuts. It judges with absolute finality. I saw what you did to Shiozaki's quirk. To Todoroki's attack. He took a step closer, his voice a low, intense whisper. You must be better than him, Midoriya. You must wield that scalpel to heal, not to prune. Or the world will not see the difference. He gave a stiff nod, then turned and walked away, leaving Izuku with the weight of his brother's broken body and his own cursed hands. The awards ceremony was a blur of light and noise. Izuku stood on the second-place podium, a silver medal cold and heavy against his chest. Todoroki stood above him on the first-place platform, his expression blank, staring at nothing. Bakugo, in third, was missing, a scowling emptiness in his place. All Might presented the medals, his booming voice strained, his smile not quite reaching his eyes when he placed the silver around Izuku's neck. A valiant effort, young Midoriya, All Might said, his hand lingering on Izuku's shoulder for a second. The grip was weak, but the meaning was strong. I am watching. I am worried. Remember the scalpel, not the sword. Then it was over. The crowd cheered. Confetti fell. The spectacle was complete. He didn't go home. He couldn't face his mother's tearful pride, her questions. He told her he had post-festival meetings, a lie that slipped out too easily now. He walked instead, aimless, through the emptying streets around UA. The sun had set, the sky a bruised purple. The excitement of the day had bled away, leaving the city quiet and strangely somber. The hunger in his gut, so gloriously sated during the battles, was returning. Not as a sharp pang, but as a deep, gnawing emptiness. A spiritual hangover. The power had been fed a feast of incredible feats, and now it wanted more. It was restless. He found himself at Dagobah Beach again. His private cathedral of ruin. The moon was high, casting long, stark shadows from the mountains of trash. The scars of his previous training was still there, joined now by the fresh, geometric cuts from his last visit. He stood at the water's edge, the medal a cold disk under his shirt. He took it off and looked at it. Second place. A consolation prize for the boy who could cut the world in two but couldn't keep his footing. A bitter laugh escaped him, harsh in the quiet night. They give you tin for performing tricks, Sukuna sneered. They watched you redefine reality, and they gave you a scrap of metal. Their understanding is so small. Their rewards are worthless. Asterisk. What would be a worthy reward? Izuku asked the darkness, the moon, the curse inside him. Obedience. Fear. The knowledge that your will is law. That is the only reward a king requires. Asterisk. Izuku threw the medal. It spun, a flash of silver in the moonlight, and landed with a soft plop asterisk in the dark water, swallowed by the waves. The act was petty, childish. It felt good. He turned to the nearest pile of junk, an old refrigerator, rusted and gutted. He raised a hand. Dismantle. Asterisk. The door sheared off, clattering to the sand. Another flick. The side panel split. Another. The compressor unit fell apart into neat segments. He didn't stop. He moved down the beach, a one-man wrecking crew of silent, precise devastation. He sliced washing machines into ribbons. He bisected car frames with a thought. He reduced televisions to piles of glittering glass and plastic dust. Each cut was clean, effortless. Each release soothed the restless hunger a little, filled the emptiness with a warm, deadly calm. He was feeding the beast. And the beast was grateful. He lost track of time, lost in the rhythm of destruction and release. The world narrowed to the line of the cut, the sound of parting metal, the serene aftermath. He was reducing a small mountain of tires to neat, rubber coins when he felt it, a presence. Not a sound, a pressure in the air, a shift in the quality of the silence. He stopped, his hand still raised. He turned slowly. At the edge of the trash piles, where the sand met the street, stood a man. He wasn't hiding. He was just watching. He was tall, dressed in a dark, expensive-looking suit that was utterly out of place on the filthy beach. His hair was white, styled neatly, and his face was handsome in a sharp, cruel way. But it was his eyes that froze the blood in Izuku's veins. They were red, but not like Stain's fanatical fire. These were the red of a deep, still lake of blood, calm, intelligent, and utterly devoid of warmth. He held a walking cane with a silver skull for a pommel. Though he didn't lean on it. Quite a display, the man said. His voice was smooth, cultured, and carried easily across the distance. Efficient, artful, even. There's a purity to such direct action. Izuku said nothing. His every instinct screamed danger. This wasn't a hero. This wasn't a random passerby. The man's presence was a void, sucking in the light and sound around him. My name is Shigaraki Tomura, the man said, taking a step forward onto the sand. His polished shoes crunched on debris. Though you may know my associate better. He spoke very highly of you. Izuku's mind raced. Shigaraki. The name was in the news. The leader of the League of Villains. The one who attacked the USJ. Stain is not my associate, Shigaraki continued, as if reading his thoughts. A useful madman, but limited. No, I speak of a different patron. One who has taken a keen interest in you since the moment you awakened. Patron. Awakened. Ah. Sukuna's voice was a whisper of sudden, intense interest. This one, he smells of deep places. Of bargains. He knows of me. Asterisk. What do you want? Izuku asked, his voice steadier than he felt. To offer you a context, Shigaraki said, spreading his hands slightly, you are adrift, Midoriya Izuku. UA seeks to cage you. The heroes fear you. The public sees a fascinating monster. They want to put a label on you. Hero, villain, asset, threat. They want to fit you into their little narratives. He took another step closer. The air grew colder. But you don't fit, do you? Your power, it is a truth that renders their categories meaningless. It doesn't build or save in the conventional sense. It clarifies. It removes the unnecessary. In a world drowning in heroes, villains, regulations, and hypocrisy, a force of pure, clarifying division is perhaps the most revolutionary thing imaginable. His words were a dark mirror to Stains, but polished, intellectual. Where Stains saw a purifying blade, Shigaraki saw a revolutionary tool. The League of Villains, Shigaraki said, his red eyes gleaming in the moonlight, exists to tear down the rotten edifice of hero society. To break the symbols. To create a world where power is free, not licensed, where the strong do as they will. He gestured to the beach of dismembered trash around Izuku. You are already doing it. On a small scale. Cutting away the useless, the obsolete. Imagine applying that principle to the world itself. To the false idols. To the corrupt institutions. We could clear the board. Make space for something new. Something real. The offer hung in the salt-tinged air. It was not an offer of friendship or mentorship. It was an offer of alliance between forces of destruction. You want to use me, Izuku stated. I want to unleash you, Shigaraki corrected. UA wants to teach you to hold back. To use your godlike power to tie shoelaces and open doors. I want to give you a world worth cutting. A purpose worthy of your gift. He speaks sweet poison, Sukuna mused, but there was an undeniable allure in his tone. He sees the utility. He offers a kingdom to lay waste to. The insects at your school offer you detention and therapy. Asterisk. I'm not a villain, Izuku said, but the words sounded like a child's mantra. Labels. Shigaraki waved a dismissive hand. What is a villain but someone society has deemed inconvenient? All Might is a villain to those he has crushed under his symbol of peace. Your power makes such labels irrelevant. You are a fact, a natural law. The question is not what you are. It is what you will do. He reached into his suit jacket and pulled out a small, black card. He flicked it with his thumb. It sailed through the air, spinning, and landed at Izuku's feet. It was blank except for a single, embossed symbol, a hand. Fingers splayed, like something reaching from the grave. When you grow tired of their cages, Shigaraki said, already turning to leave, when you hunger for a pose that doesn't make you sick with its smallness, use that. It will find me. He walked away, his figure melting into the shadows between the trash heaps without a sound. Izuku stood frozen, staring at the black card on the sand. The hunger in his gut was silent now, watchful. The seal on his stomach was cold. He had just been recruited by the most wanted man in Japan. And the worst part, the part that filled him with a soul-deep terror, was that a small, hidden part of him had been intrigued. Shigaraki hadn't seen a monster or a weapon or a benchmark. He had seen a force of nature, and he had offered it a hurricane's purpose. Izuku bent down, his fingers trembling. He picked up the card. It was cool, smooth. He could tear it up, throw it in the sea. Instead, after a long moment, he slipped it into his pocket. He turned and walked away from the beach, leaving the silent, geometric ruins behind him. The medal was gone, sunk in the deep. The card was in his pocket, a tiny black weight. He had come to the beach to feed one hunger. He was leaving with a new, far more dangerous one growing in its place. Chapter 17. The leash's price. The black card in his pocket felt like a live coal. It burned through the fabric of his uniform, through his skin, and into the very core of him with a cold, insistent heat. Izuku walked home through the sleeping city, his mind a churning storm. Shigaraki's words played on a loop, slick and poisonous. A force of pure, clarifying division. A world worth cutting. Their cages. He wanted to tear the card out and fling it into the gutter. But his fingers wouldn't obey. It was evidence. A connection to the League. Turning it in would be the right thing. The hero thing. It would also be a declaration. An admission that the leader of the villains saw something in him worth recruiting. It would confirm every fear Aizawa, Nezu, and All Might harbored. He kept it. His apartment was dark when he arrived. Inko had left a note on the table next to a covered plate of katsudon. "So proud of you, my hero. Rest well." The words were a physical ache. My hero. What would she think if she knew what was in his pocket? What was growing inside her son? He didn't eat. He went straight to his room, locking the door. He pulled the card out and stared at it under his desk lamp. The embossed hand was stark, ominous. He slid it between the pages of an old, unused notebook, Hero Analysis for the Future, number 3, and shoved it to the back of his closet. Out of sight, but not out of mind. Sleep was a battlefield. He dreamed of silver lines cutting not through metal or ice, but through faces he recognized. Aizawa's tired eyes, Uraraka's smiling mouth, his mother's loving gaze. In the dream, he didn't feel horror. He felt a cold, clinical satisfaction. Clarification. Asterisk. He woke with a gasp, drenched in cold sweat, the hunger in his gut a sharp, demanding fist. He barely made it to the bathroom before he was sick, dry heaves that brought up nothing but bile and shame. School the next day was a gauntlet of a different kind. The sports festival was all anyone could talk about. In the hallways, students from other classes stared at him with open fascination, whispering behind their hands. The story had evolved already. He was no longer just the boy who fought Stain. He was the boy who cut Todoroki's ultimate attack in half. The details were fuzzy, exaggerated, but the awe was real, tinged with a sharper edge of fear. Class 1A itself was subdued. Todoroki sat in silence, staring out the window, a new and profound distance in his eyes. Bakugo was present, his arms heavily bandaged, a simmering silence around him that was more potent than any explosion. He didn't look at Izuku. The unspoken challenge from the beach was gone, replaced by something heavier, an acknowledgement of a gap that was no longer about power, but about the very nature of power itself. Uraraka tried to catch his eye, offering a hesitant smile, but he looked away. Ida was a statue of grim resolve. The class felt fractured, the easy camaraderie of the first week shattered by violence, grief, and the unsettling presence of a power that didn't belong. Aizawa entered, looking more exhausted than usual, the bandages around his neck fresh. He didn't mention the festival. He launched directly into a dry lecture on hero ethics and collateral damage. His eyes, when they flicked to Izuku, were like stone. The lesson ended. Midoriya, Aizawa said as the bell rang. My office. Now, it wasn't a request. It was a summons. The walk to the teacher's lounge was silent. Aizawa's office was a small, cluttered space that smelled of coffee and dust. He didn't sit. He leaned against his desk, his arms crossed. The Hero Public Safety Commission has reviewed the festival footage, Aizawa said without preamble. His voice was flat, devoid of its usual dry sarcasm. Specifically, your matches. Against Shiozaki. Against Todoroki. Izuku's heart sank. He stood at attention, his hands clenched at his sides. They are concerned, Aizawa continued. A quirk that can sever the manifestation of another quirk, as you did with Shiozaki's vines, is a strategic nightmare. A quirk that can conceptually divide a complex, dual elemental attack is a tactical anomaly they have no precedent for. They see a power with no clear upper limit, wielded by a 15-year-old with documented psychological stress and a pseudo-sentient quirk factor. He paused, letting the clinical assessment hang in the air like a verdict. They want you classified. Classified. Izuku's voice was a whisper. As a strategic national asset. Category. Alpha level unstable. The words were cold, bureaucratic knives. An asset, not a person, not a student, a thing to be managed. What does that mean? He asked, though he dreaded the answer. It means, Aizawa said, his eyes boring into Izuku's, that your training, your movements, your quirk usage will be monitored and regulated by the commission. Not just UA. It means mandatory weekly evaluations by their psychiatrists, not hound dog. It means your internship choices will be heavily vetted. You will be placed D with a hero or agency the commission deems secure, capable of handling an alpha level unstable asset. It means if you step one toe out of line, if you have one more public incident like the festival, the commission won't expel you. They will take custody of you for safekeeping and study. The room seemed to shrink. The walls closed in. Custody. Study. He'd be a lab rat. A weapon in a vault. All Might and Nezu are fighting it, Aizawa said, a note of grudging respect in his tone. They're arguing for UA's ability to handle your education. But the commission is scared. And when the commission is scared, they reach for chains. He unfolded his arms. There's a condition, a probationary period, to prove you can be socialized. What condition? The internships. You will be assigned to a pro hero for a week. Your performance, your control, your integration asterisk will be closely watched. It's a test. Pass, and UA retains primary oversight. Fail. He didn't need to finish. Your assignment came through this morning. Quote, Aizawa picked up a single sheet of paper from his desk and held it out. Izuku took it with numb fingers. The paper was crisp, official. At the top was the S. Eel of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Below, in stark, black print, internship assignment. MIDORIYAIZUJU. Assigned Pro Hero, Eraserhead, Aizawa Shota. Location, MUSUTAFU Precinct 7, under Aizawa's direct purview. Objective, observation, control reinforcement, and limited field application. He was being interned to his own homeroom teacher. His jailer, the man who had threatened to erase him. Aizawa saw the understanding dawn on his face. They don't trust anyone else to watch you. And frankly, after what I saw at the festival, I don't either. This isn't a teaching internship, Midoriya. It's a leash, and I'm holding the other end. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You will follow my orders without question. You will use your cure K only when and how I explicitly authorize it. You will report every impulse, every voice, every tremor from that mark on your stomach. You will be a model of perfect, robotic control. Because if you so much as itch asterisk in a way the commission doesn't like, I will be the one who hands you over to them. And I will do it without a second thought. Do you understand? The threat was absolute. There was no compassion in Aizawa's eyes. Only a cold, professional determination to prevent a disaster, even if it meant dismantling the boy in front of him. I understand, Izuku said, his voice hollow. Good. The internship begins Monday. Be at my agency at 6 a.m. Dismissed. Izuku turned and walked out, the assignment paper crumpling slightly in his fist. The hallway outside was empty. He leaned against the wall, his breath coming in short gasps. The hunger in his gut twisted, not with appetite, but with a new emotion, a furious, trapped animal rage. At the commission, at Aizawa, at the world that saw him only as a threat to be caged. Leashes, Sukuna's voice was a low, venomous hiss. They seek to chain a hurricane, to put a muzzle on a star. Their arrogance is breathtaking. This internship, it is an insult. Asterisk. What choice do I have? Izuku thought, despair clawing at his throat. You have the card. You have the offer. A purpose, not a leash. A kingdom, not a cage. Asterisk. The thought was a dark, seductive whisper. To walk away from it all. From the fear in his classmates' eyes, from Aizawa's cold scrutiny, from the commission's looming custody. To take Shigaraki's hand and become the force of nature they all feared he was. The image flashed, not of villainy, but of freedom. Of cutting away the constraints, the expectations, the fear. It was a terrifying, beautiful thought. He crushed it. He couldn't. He was his mother's son. He was supposed to be a hero. But the seed was planted. And in the fertile soil of his fear and anger, it took root. The week passed in a numb haze. The class received their own internship offers. Flashy, exciting invites from top heroes based on their festival performances. Ida, to everyone's surprise and concern, had accepted an offer from a small, no-name agency in Hosu, the city where his brother was attacked. His determination had a dark, single-minded focus that worried everyone. Izuku's offer was the only one that wasn't an offer at all. It was a sentence. No one talked to him about it. Monday arrived, cold and gray. At 5:55 a.m., Izuku stood outside a nondescript office building in a quiet commercial district of Musutafu. There was no flashy sign, no emblem, just a small plaque by the door, S. Aizawa, Private Investigations and Erasure Consultancy. It was a front. Aizawa's real agency was wherever he happened to be sleeping. He pushed the door open. The interior was as sparse as Aizawa's teaching style, a reception desk with no receptionist, a few filing cabinets, a worn couch, and a door marked, "Private." Aizawa emerged from it, already in his black hero gear, a travel mug of coffee in one hand. "You're early," he noted. "Follow me." He led Izuku out a back door to a small, unmarked van. "Get in." They drove in silence through the waking city. Aizawa didn't explain where they were going. Izuku didn't ask. He watched the buildings blur past, feeling like a prisoner being transported. They ended up in a run-down industrial district. Warehouses with boarded-up windows and faded graffiti. Aizawa parked the van behind a crumbling brick building and killed the engine. "This week is not about fighting villains," Aizawa said, turning to him. "It's about control. In mundane situations. Under stress. With witnesses." He pointed to a small, grimy diner across the street, its neon, open, sign flickering. "We're going in there. You're going to order breakfast. You're going to eat it. And you're going to sit there while I tell you everything that's wrong with your fighting style, your quirk application, and your mental state. In public, you will not react. You will not use your quirk. You will practice existing in the world without being a threat. That is your first lesson." It was psychological torture disguised as training, a test of his patience, his temper, his very presence. They went in. The diner was nearly empty, a tired-looking cook behind the counter, an old man nursing coffee in a booth. The air smelled of grease and old coffee. They took a booth by the window. Aizawa ordered black coffee. Izuku, his stomach churning, ordered toast. The food came. Izuku stared at the pale, dry toast. The hunger in his gut was a nervous flutter, reacting to the tension. Aizawa began. His voice was low, relentless. He dissected every move Izuku had made in the sports festival, not as a coach, but as a critic. "Your defense is reactive, not proactive. You wait for the problem to form and then cut it. That's laziness." Against Shiozaki, you were emotionally compromised by her pacifism. Sentiment. Against Bakugo, you showed ingenuity but wasted energy on flashy counters when a simpler cut to his support gear earlier would have ended it. Against Todoroki, you hesitated at the finish. You had him. You chose to make a philosophical point instead of securing victory. In a real fight, that hesitation gets people killed. On and on he went, his words precise, cutting, and utterly devoid of praise. He spoke of the malevolent intelligence he sensed in the quirk, the addictive feedback loop, the liability of his emotional volatility. He laid Izuku bare in the middle of the dingy diner, stripping him not just as a fighter, but as a person. Izuku's hands tightened around his coffee mug. The urge to cut something, the table, the window, the sound of Aizawa's voice, was a rising tide. The seal on his stomach warmed in response to his anger. The black lines itched. He focused on his toast. He took a bite. It was like chewing sawdust. The old man in the other booth glanced over, sensing the tension. "Your greatest weakness," Aizawa said, sipping his coffee, "is that you still believe you can be a hero with this power. That belief is a delusion that will get you or someone else destroyed. Your only path to usefulness is to accept what you are, a precision instrument of removal, and to be wielded by someone with clearer judgment." The words were the final twist of the knife. They echoed Shigaraki's offer, but from the opposite direction. Be a tool, be wielded. Izuku's vision swam. The hunger snarled. The red light flickered at the edge of his perception. He could feel the lips of the mouth on his stomach part slightly beneath his layers. He set his mug down with a careful, quiet click. He looked up, meeting Aizawa's impassive gaze. "Are you trying to make me lose control?" Izuku asked, his voice miraculously even. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm trying to see where the breaking point is, so I know how far the leash can stretch." They stared at each other across the formica table. The cook wiped the counter nervously. Finally, Aizawa tossed a few bills on the table. "Lesson 1 is over. You didn't break. That's something." He stood. "Let's go. We have patrol." The rest of the day was a monotonous hell of walking silent patrols through quiet neighborhoods. Aizawa pointed out security flaws, escape routes, potential hazards. He quizzed Izuku on hero lore, on use of force regulations. It was mind-numbing. The power inside Izuku, so recently feasting on glacier cutting and explosion splitting, grew bored, then restless, then irritated. By late afternoon, the irritation was a constant, grinding pressure in his skull. They were in a narrow alley behind a row of shops, checking for signs of break-ins. Aizawa's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, his expression tightening. "Stay here," he ordered. "I need to take this. Do not move." He walked around the corner, out of sight, his voice a low murmur. Izuku was alone in the alley. The pressure built. The silence was oppressive. He looked at a dumpster, its metal side rusted and peeling. He saw the lines of corrosion, the weak points. It would be so easy. A single, silent dismantle. Just to ease the pressure. Just to feel the release. His finger twitched. "Do it," Sukuna urged, a tempting whisper. "A small thing. He will never know. You deserve a taste, after the cage he's put you in." Asterisk. Izuku's hand began to rise. Then he heard it, a soft, pained meow from above. He looked up. On a high windowsill of the adjacent building, a scrawny calico cat was trapped, its leg tangled in a mess of old wires and netting. It struggled weakly, mewling in fear. It was a simple problem. A kitten in distress. A hero would save it. Izuku stared. The hunger and the hero's instinct warred. He could cut the wires. A precise, careful dismantle. He could save it. It would be a good use of the power. A positive thing. But it would be using the power without authorization. It would be breaking Aizawa's first rule. The cat meowed again, a pitiful sound. Izuku made his decision. He focused on the wires around the cat's leg. He visualized the cut. He raised a trembling finger. At that moment, Aizawa rounded the corner back into the alley. His eyes took in the scene instantly. Izuku, hand raised, pointed at the trapped cat, his expression one of intense concentration. Aizawa's hair flew up. His eyes blazed red. Erasure. The connection to the curse was severed instantly. The pressure vanished, leaving a cold, empty void. Izuku's hand dropped. Aizawa didn't say a word. In 2 movements, he used his capture scarf to lasso the windowsill, pulled himself up, and manually untangled the cat with careful, practiced hands. He dropped back down, cradling the shivering animal. He looked at Izuku, his quirk still active, his red eyes glowing in the dim alley. "What were you going to do?" "Save it," Izuku whispered. "With your quirk?" "Yes, without my authorization." Aizawa held his gaze for a long, long moment. The cat purred weakly in his arms. Finally, the red glow died. The instinct to save was correct. The method was a failure. He handed the cat to Izuku. "Hold it. We're taking it to a shelter." As Izuku took the warm, fragile creature, feeling its tiny heartbeat against his palm, Aizawa turned and started walking. "You wanted to use the power for something good," Aizawa said over his shoulder, his voice low. "That's the most dangerous thought of all. Because once you start justifying its use, where does it end?" He had passed the test. He hadn't lost control in anger. But as he followed Aizawa, the rescued cat in his hands, Izuku knew he had failed a much more important one. He had proven that even his best intentions were filtered through the blade. And his teacher had seen it. The leash, he realized, wasn't just around his neck. It was being held by a man who understood that the most dangerous monster was the one that believed it was doing good. Chapter 18. The Blood in Hosu. The cat shelter smelled of antiseptic, kibble, and a faint, underlying sadness. Aizawa handed the calico over to a volunteer with a terse explanation. His expression unreadable. The drive back to his agency was silent, the air in the van thick with unspoken judgments. The kitten incident wasn't a victory or a failure. It was a data point. Aizawa had seen the impulse, the justification forming in Izuku's eyes. That was the lesson. They didn't speak of it again. The rest of the internship week was a grueling exercise in monotony and psychological pressure. Mock interrogations where Aizawa played a villain trying to provoke a reaction. Endurance drills where Izuku had to hold a difficult, painful stance while Aizawa listed, in a bored monotone, every statistical likelihood of him becoming a villain or causing a mass casualty event. It was designed to break down his self-image, to strip away the hero fantasy and force him to confront the raw, dangerous tool he was. Izuku endured. He ate his prescribed calories. He gave his reports on the seal, no change, he lied. He spoke of the voice, it's quiet, he lied. He practiced minute, Aizawa sanctioned uses of his quirk, slicing a single thread from a distance, dividing a drop of water in midair. Each tiny, controlled use was a sip of water for a man dying of thirst. barely taking the edge off the gnawing hunger. The power grew sullen, resentful. He treats you like a misbehaving hound, Sukuna sneered on the third night, as Izuku lay in his bed at home, muscle screaming from a day of brutal physical conditioning. He starves you of purpose, of glory. He wants you tame, whimpering, waiting for his command. Is this the hero you wished to be? A well-trained attack dog on a choke chain. Asterisk. Izuku had no answer. He was too tired to argue with the curse or with himself. On Thursday, the routine shattered. They were in Aizawa's sparse office, going over case files of local petty crime. When Aizawa's phone buzzed with a specific, urgent pattern, he answered, his face going still. When? Where? A pause. His dark eyes flicked to Izuku. Understood. We're en route. He hung up and stood. His movements suddenly sharp with purpose. Gear up. Full costume. Now, what's happening? Izuku asked, his own pulse kicking up. Multiple villain attacks across Hosu City. Coordinated. High chaos. Local heroes are overwhelmed. He fixed Izuku with a hard stare. We are being deployed for civilian evacuation and perimeter control. This is not a combat assignment. Your role is observation and support. You will follow my orders to the letter. You will not engage unless I explicitly command it. Is that clear? Yes, sir. The word, Hosu, sent a chill through him. Ida was interning there. The commission has authorized your presence as part of my oversight, Aizawa said, strapping on his capture weapon. This is your field test, Midoriya. Do not fail it. The drive to Hosu was a silent race against time. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder. As they neared the city, pillars of black smoke stained the twilight sky. The air, even inside the van, tasted of ash and panic. Aizawa parked several blocks from the reported epicenter, in a sector designated for evacuation staging. The scene was controlled chaos. Police cordons, flashing lights. Civilians being herded by heroes in colorful costumes. The sounds were a cacophony. Shouts, screams, the distant crash of rubble, and the new, horrible sound, the guttural roars of what could only be the bioengineered Nomu creatures. Stay close, Aizawa ordered, his eyes scanning the rooftops. We're assisting with clearing this apartment complex. There are reports of people trapped on the upper floors. They moved into the building. The lobby littered with broken glass and abandoned belongings. The air was thick with dust. Aizawa took point, his movements silent and efficient. Izuku followed, his senses on high alert, the hunger inside him waking up, sniffing the air thick with fear and violence. It was interested. They cleared the first 3 floors, finding and directing a few shell-shocked residents to the stairs. On the 4th floor, the sound of fighting became clearer, the crunch of concrete, bestial roars, and the familiar whoosh of engines. Ida. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. He moved faster. They burst onto a rooftop landing. The scene before them was a nightmare framed by the burning city skyline. A Nomu, a hulking, bird-like creature with exposed brain and razor-sharp talons, had a hero, the pro-native. From Ida's internship agency, pinned against a ventilation shaft, bleeding heavily. And standing over them both, a long, serrated katana in hand, was the hero killer, Stain. Ida Tenya stood facing him. His armor dented, one of his leg engines sputtering. His posture was rigid, not with his usual robotic precision, but with a trembling, white-hot fury. Ingenium's brother. Stain's voice was a gleeful rasp. Here to carry on his failed legacy. To die on the same blade. You. Ida's voice cracked with rage. You ruined him. You took everything. I removed a hypocrite. Stain spat. A man who played hero for fame. The world is better for his absence. And it will be better once I prune his pathetic sapling of a brother. Ida screamed, a raw, broken sound, and charged. His engines flaring. It was a suicidal, emotional attack. Stain easily sidestepped, his blade licking out to cut Ida's thigh. Ida stumbled, but didn't fall, driven by pure hate. Ida, stop. Aizawa's voice cut through the rooftop, sharp as a whip. But it was too late. Stain's tongue darted out, licking the blood from his blade. Ida's body locked up, paralyzed by Stain's quirk. He crashed to the ground, unable to move, his eyes wide with furious, helpless terror. Stain turned, his red eyes landing on Aizawa and, behind him, Izuku. A grotesque smile split his face. The eraser head, and my promising vessel, you brought him right to me. How thoughtful. This ends now, Stain, Aizawa said, his capture scarf slithering around him, his eyes beginning to glow red. You think your nullification works on me? Stain chuckled. My quirk is in my blood, my tongue. You cannot erase what is already inside them. He pointed his katana at the paralyzed Ida. But by all means, try. Aizawa's hair lifted. Erasure. Stain felt it, the attempt to dampen his quirk. He staggered slightly, a flicker of surprise on his face, but the paralysis on Ida held. Aizawa's quirk could suppress the activation, but the neurotoxin already in Ida's bloodstream was a chemical fact, not an active quirk use. In that moment of Aizawa's focus, the Nomu, forgotten, shrieked and lunged at him. Aizawa was forced to break eye contact with Stain to evade the creature's talons, his capture scarf entangling one of its limbs. He was now fighting the Nomu, his back to Stain. Stain's smile returned. He looked past the struggle, directly at Izuku. Well, Vessel, will you watch another hero fall? Or will you step forward and show me the edge of that magnificent blade? Izuku stood frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs. Ida was paralyzed. Native was dying. Aizawa was locked with a Nomu. The orders echoed in his head, observation and support. Do not engage. Asterisk. But Ida's brother was in a hospital because of this man. Ida himself was about to be killed. The hunger in his gut roared to life, not with its usual greedy interest, but with a cold, clear purpose. This was a target that deserved to be cut. A blight, a tumor on the world. Stain's ideology was a disease, and his power was the cure. Yes, Sukuna purred, the voice rich with dark approval. This is the purpose. This is the clarity. Remove the corruption. Sever the infected limb. Do it. Asterisk. Izuku's hand rose. His focus narrowed to Stain, to the katana in his hand, to the arrogant, fanatical light in his eyes. He saw the lines, the grip on the sword, the stance, the arrogant posture. Dismantle, Izuku whispered. The silver flash aimed for Stain's sword hand. But Stain was faster than he had any right to be. He'd been waiting for it. He'd seen the technique at the USJ gates. He didn't try to block. He moved with asterisk the intent. As the dismantle sliced through the air, Stain dropped his katana and, in the same fluid motion, threw a handful of his smaller knives. Not at Izuku, at the paralyzed Ida. Izuku's eyes widened. He couldn't cut all the knives. He had to choose, stop the blades or press the attack on Stain. He chose. His hand swerved. A fan of silver lines, dismantle used in rapid succession, intercepted the flying knives, shearing them out of the air before they could hit Ida. But the distraction cost him. Stain was already moving, a blur of ragged cloth and lethal intent. He closed the distance between them in a heartbeat, a fresh knife already in his hand, aimed not for a kill, but for a grazing cut. For a taste. Izuku tried to backpedal, to bring his hand up for another cut, but Stain was inside his guard. The knife flashed towards Izuku's cheek. A length of grey cloth snapped through the air, wrapping around Stain's wrist and yanking it off course. The knife grazed Izuku's shoulder instead, slicing through his costume and drawing a thin line of blood. Awa had thrown his capture scarf one-handed, still grappling with the Nomu. Midoriya, disengage. Stain's tongue shot out, licking the blood from his own knife. His red eyes locked onto Izuku's. Mine. The paralysis hit instantly. It was like being dipped in concrete. Every muscle locked solid. Izuku couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't blink. He could only stare, trapped inside his own body, as Stain turned his back on him. Confident in his quirk's hold. Pathetic, Stain said, walking towards the still struggling Aizawa and the Nomu. You have the power of a god, and you let sentiment stay your hand. You saved your friend. A noble, foolish choice. Now you will watch as I kill your teacher, and then I will take my time with you. We have much to discuss, you and I. Izuku screamed inside his own skull. He fought against the paralysis with every ounce of his will, but it was like trying to move a mountain. He could only watch as Stain approached Aizawa's back, his knife raised. Aizawa, sensing the new threat, tried to turn, but the Nomu gripped his scarf, holding him fast. This was it. Because of his choice. Because he'd tried to save Ida. The hunger inside him, trapped by the paralysis, did something new. It didn't rage. It focused. It poured into the seal on his stomach, which burned like a brand. The black tendrils etched under his skin flared with an icy, dark heat. The mouth on his stomach opened. Not by his command, by the curse's own will. A dry, rustling voice, entirely Sukuna's, issued from the second mouth, audible only to Izuku and, perhaps, to the very air around him. Asterisk domain amplification. Dismantle. Asterisk. It wasn't a technique he knew. It was something older, deeper. An expansion of the concept. Izuku couldn't move his body, but he could feel the power expand around his body. An invisible sphere, a field of absolute severance, extending 1 meter from his skin. Stain's raised knife, as it entered that sphere, didn't just get cut. The metal of the blade, for the few centimeters within the field, simply ceased to be cohesive. It turned to a fine, gray dust that drifted away on the wind. The effect traveled up the knife's handle, disintegrating it too, until Stain was left holding a useless nub of metal that crumbled in his grip. Stain stared at his empty hand, then at the paralyzed Izuku, his fanatical eyes wide with a shock that bordered on religious ecstasy. What is this? This power, it's not just cutting, it's unmaking. The field collapsed as quickly as it had formed. The effort, or the curse's whims, spent. The paralysis still held Izuku, but he had bought a second. A second was all Aizawa needed. With a furious grunt, he used the Nomu's own grip on his scarf as leverage, planting his feet and executing a brutal judo throw that sent the massive creature crashing into Stain. Both villain and monster went down in a tangle of limbs. The impact broke Aizawa's capture scarf. He was free. He didn't hesitate. He was on Stain in an instant, his fist connecting with the villain's jaw with a sickening crack. A follow-up kick to the ribs. A knee to the stomach. It was brutal, efficient, non-lethal combat, driven by a cold fury Izuku had never seen in his teacher before. The Nomu tried to rise. Aizawa, still pummeling Stain, shot a hand out, his eyes flashing red. Erasure. The Nomu's regenerative quirks, dependent on active commands from its brain, stalled. It faltered. In that moment, the sound of more engines, real engines, not Ida's, filled the air. Pro-heroes, reinforcements, were arriving on adjacent rooftops. Stain, bloodied but still conscious, spat a mouthful of blood and teeth. His eyes, glazed with pain, found Izuku's across the roof. There was no hatred in them, only that terrible, fervent awe. You see, he gurgled, as Aizawa finally snapped quirk-suppressing cuffs on his wrists. You see what you are. Not a hero, a force of nature, a cleansing. He was dragged away by the arriving heroes. The Nomu was subdued. Medics rushed to Native and Ida. Aizawa stood, breathing heavily, his knuckles bloody. He looked at Izuku, still paralyzed on the ground. He walked over, his expression grim. He didn't say anything. He just waited. Slowly, the paralysis wore off. Feeling returned to Izuku's limbs in painful pins and needles. He gasped, rolling onto his side. Aizawa crouched down, his face inches away. You engaged. Against direct orders. He was going to kill Ida, Izuku croaked. And your intervention nearly got me killed, and revealed a new, more dange rouse aspect of your power to a psychotic villain. Aizawa shot back, his voice low and deadly. That field, what was it? I don't know. It wasn't me. It was, it. Aizawa's eyes bored into his. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he stood. The commission will hear about this. About the paralysis. About the field. Your leash just got a lot shorter, Midoriya. He walked away to speak to the other pros. Izuku lay on the cold rooftop. The city's sirens a symphony of his failure. He had saved Ida. He had helped capture Stain. But as he stared up at the smoke-stained sky, the taste of his own blood and the memory of that unbidden, unmaking field swirling in his mind, he knew the truth. He had passed the test of being a hero today. And he had failed the test of being anything else. Chapter 19. The Fractured Reflection. The ride back from Hosu was a silent, rolling tomb. Aizawa drove, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his profile a grim mask in the flashing intim it and light of passing emergency vehicles. The scent of blood, smoke, and ozone clung to them both, a pungent ghost of the rooftop. Izuku sat in the passenger seat, staring at his hands. The cut on his shoulder had been hastily patched by a paramedic, but it throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. It wasn't the pain that held his attention. It was the memory of absolute immobility. The terrifying helplessness of Stain's paralysis. And the other memory, even more chilling, the feeling of the curse acting on its own, expanding that field of silent disintegration around him. Domain amplification. The words, Sukuna's words, echoed in the hollows of his mind. He hadn't known such a thing was possible. The power had depths he couldn't fathom, and it was learning to swim without him. They didn't go to the agency. Aizawa drove straight to UA, long after dark, the campus a fortress of silent, looming shadows. He parked and turned to Izuku, the interior light casting harsh lines on his exhausted face. Report to recovery girl, then go home. Do not speak to anyone about what happened on that rooftop. Not your classmates, not your mother. Is that clear? What about Ida? Native. Izuku's voice was raw, alive, stable. That's all you need to know. Aizawa's tone brooked no argument. Your internship is terminated, effective immediately. Be in Principal Nezu's office at 0800 tomorrow. He, All Might, and representatives from the Hero Public Safety Commission will be waiting. He got out of the van and walked away without another word, leaving Izuku sitting in the dark. The walk to the infirmary was a blur. Recovery girl was still there, her usual cheer extinguished. She stared at the shoulder wound, gave him a healing kiss that took the edge off the pain but, as always, seemed to be partially absorbed by the hungry darkness in his core. She took fresh scans of the seal. The black tendrils had advanced again, she noted with a worried frown, now resembling dark lightning bolts cracking across his ribcage towards his spine. You're burning too hot, child, she murmured, more to herself than to him. The core is active even when you're resting. It's like a reactor with a failed shutdown sequence. He didn't tell her about the field. He didn't tell her about the voice. He just nodded, put his shirt back on, and left. He arrived home to a quiet apartment. Inko was asleep, a note on the table expressing her worry about the news from Hosu and her hope he was safe. He was safe. His body was. His soul felt flayed open. He went to his room, but didn't sleep. He sat at his desk, the blank page of a notebook staring back at him. He wasn't a hero. He was a disaster that sometimes aligned with heroic goals. Stain saw a divine weapon. Shigaraki saw a revolutionary tool. Aizawa saw a live grenade. All Might saw a boy struggling with a cursed scalpel. Who was he? He wasn't Deku, the quirkless fanboy. That boy had died in a rain-soaked alley. He wasn't the confident wielder of a powerful quirk. The power wielded him as much as he wielded it. He was a prison for a king. A gateway for a curse. A focal point for every fear and ambition in a society terrified of what it couldn't control. The black card in his closet seemed to pulse with a psychic heat. A purpose worthy of your gift. Asterisk. He shook his head, violently. No, that was the hunger talking. The curse's seduction. But what was the alternative? To be Aizawa's leash holder. The Commission's caged asset. To spend his life using the power to cut strings and open doors. Forever afraid of his own shadow. The conflict was a knot in his chest, tightening with every breath. The next morning, the walk to Nezu's office felt like a march to the gallows. The usual UA bustle seemed muffled, distant. He saw Uraraka and Tsuyu in the hall. They started to wave, but their smiles faltered as they saw the haunted look in his eyes. He looked away. Nezu's office was deceptively cheerful, full of sunlight and the smell of brewing tea. The atmosphere inside was anything but. Principal Nezu sat behind his large desk, his paws steepled. To his left sat All Might in his skeletal form, his face gaunt with concern. To his right was a woman Izuku didn't recognize. Severe, middle-aged, her hair in a tight bun, wearing a crisp, dark suit with the HPSC pin on her lapel. And standing by the window, back to the room, was Aizawa. A silent specter of judgment. Ah, Midoriya, come in, come in. Nezu chirped, but his black eyes were sharp and assessing. Izuku shook his head, standing stiffly in the center of the room. This is Commissioner Hakamata Tsunagu, Nezu said, gesturing to the severe woman. She is here on behalf of the Hero Public Safety Commission's Special Assets Division. The woman, Hakamata, gave a curt nod. Her gaze was like an X-ray, dissecting him. Midoriya, we've reviewed the footage from Hosu. From the police body cams. From a Razorhead's visor recorder. Her voice was clipped, professional, utterly devoid of warmth. Your actions were a mixture of commendable instinct and catastrophic insubordination. All Might shifted slightly. Now, Commissioner, the boy saved a life, and revealed a previously undocumented and highly dangerous escalation of his quirk in the process. Hakamata cut him off. This field effect. Describe it. All eyes were on him. Aizawa turned from the window, his dark gaze locking onto Izuku. I don't know, Izuku said, the truth feeling feeble. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. The power did it on its own. It called it domain amplification. The voice, Aizawa stated flatly. Izuku nodded. Hakamata made a note on a tablet. A sentient or parasitic quirk factor capable of autonomous, advanced technique manifestation under duress. Threat level reassessment, Alpha Prime. She looked up. The Commission's initial offer of oversight is withdrawn. We are invoking Article 42B of the Quirk Regulation Act. A cold dread seeped into Izuku's bones. He didn't know what Article 42B was, but from the way All Might's face paled and Nezu's cheer vanished, it was bad. That is a custodial clause, Nezu said, his voice losing its musical lilt. For quirks deemed inimical to public safety and incapable of safe integration. Precisely, Hakamata said. Midoriya Izuku will be remanded to a Commission-sanctioned secure facility for indefinite study and containment. Effective immediately. No, the word was out of Izuku's mouth before he could stop it, a raw burst of panic. You have no say in the matter, Hakamata said, not unkindly, but with the finality of a judge pronouncing a sentence. Your quirk is a walking existential risk. The incident with Stain proved you cannot control it, and it is evolving in dangerous, unpredictable ways. The public must be protected. He is a child, All Might said, his voice a low rumble of anger. A student, he has a heart of a hero. He has the power of a strategic weapon with a faulty trigger. Hakamata countered. His heart is irrelevant. The risk calculus is not. The Commission's decision is final. Agents are waiting outside to escort him. This was it. The cage, not UA's tentative leash, but a concrete box with scientists and needles. He would disappear. He'd be a number, a specimen. The hunger in his gut, dormant since the rooftop, woke with a snarl. It felt the threat, the final confinement. It rose in him, a tidal wave of primordial defiance. The seal on his stomach burned like a brand. The black lines itched and crawled. He felt his fingers curl. He felt the air around him grow sharp, heavy. Aizawa's hair began to lift, his eyes glowing red. Don't. It was a warning. To him, or to the Commission, Izuku wasn't sure. You see, Hakamata said, gesturing to him. Even now, under minimal stress, the quirk reacts with aggressive readiness. He is a loaded gun in a schoolyard. He is my student, Aizawa said, his voice dangerously calm, his red eyes still fixed on Izuku. And the Commission's overreach is noted. But you will not take him today. Hakamata's eyebrow arched. A razorhead. You are a pro-hero. You understand the protocols. I understand that shipping a traumatized teenager with a volatile quirk to a black site is a fantastic way to create the very villain you're afraid of, Aizawa shot back. You want to contain him. Fine, but you'll do it here. At UA, under our supervision, with our protocols. UA's protocols have already proven inadequate, Hakamata said. Then we'll improve them, Nezu interjected, his cheer returning. But it was now the cheer of a chess master moving a piece. A compromise. The Commission provides resources, monitoring equipment, a dedicated on-site consultant. UA provides the structure, the education, the human context. We continue his training, with increased safeguards. If he fails to meet benchmarks, or if there is another major incident, then Article 42B can be revisited. But you must give us a chance to prove he can be more than his quirk. All Might leaned forward. I will personally vouch for him. I will take responsibility for his training. The room was tense. Hakamata looked from Nezu's unwavering smile to All Might's determined gauntness to Aizawa's glowing, threatening eyes. She calculated. A 6-month probation, she said finally. UA retains physical custody, but the Commission installs a monitoring system. He wears a quirk suppression bracelet at all times outside of sanctioned training. All training sessions are recorded and reviewed by our consultants. He undergoes weekly psychological evaluation by our specialists. And he is forbidden from any off-campus hero work or public engagements. He is, for all intents and purposes, under house arrest at UA. It was a draconian bargain. But it wasn't a concrete box. Nezu looked at All Might, then Aizawa. All Might gave a grim nod. Aizawa's red eyes finally dimmed, and he gave a single, sharp nod. We accept, Nezu said. Hakamata stood. The bracelet will be delivered this afternoon. The monitoring suite will be installed in his dorm room by the end of the week. He is to move into the UA dorms immediately. No exceptions. She gave Izuku one last, measuring look. 6 months, Midoriya. Prove you are a person, and not just a power. She left, her heels clicking on the polished floor. The silence she left behind was profound. All Might sank into his chair, looking aged. Nezu poured himself a cup of tea with shaky paws. Aizawa walked over to Izuku. He didn't speak. He held out his hand. After a confused moment, Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, his student ID, the few yen he had. Aizawa shook his head. The card. Ice flooded Izuku's veins. How did he know? He sees everything, Sukuna murmured, a hint of reluctant respect in the tone. With trembling fingers, Izuku reached into the inner pocket of his Gakuren and pulled out the small, black card with the embossed hand. He handed it over. Aizawa took it, his expression unreadable. He didn't ask where he got it. He didn't need to. This never existed, he said, slipping it into his own pocket. Go pack your things. You're moving into the dorms today. Your mother has already been informed. Izuku was dismissed. He walked out of the office in a daze. He had a reprieve, a 6-month stay of execution. But the price was his freedom. He was a prisoner in the one place he'd thought was his sanctuary. As he walked the empty halls towards the exit, he passed a reflective window. He caught his own reflection, pale, tired, eyes shadowed, and deep within those green irises, like a fish moving in a dark pond, a faint crimson light flickered, pulsed, and slowly faded, leaving only his own frightened stare. He wasn't just being watched by the commission. He was being watched from the inside, too. And the warden within was growing impatient with the cage. Chapter 20. The Cage of Glass and Steel. The UA Dormitory, Heights Alliance, was a modern, cheerful building that felt like a mockery. Its bright colors and spacious common areas spoke of community, friendship, a home away from home. For Izuku, it was a gilded prison. His room was on the second floor, at the end of the hall, a strategic choice, he was sure, to minimize collateral damage. It was a standard single, but it felt cavernous and sterile. The monitoring suite arrived that afternoon, discreet, black panels installed in the corners of the ceiling, a bracelet that looked like a sleek, gray fitness tracker locked around his right wrist. It was cold and unyielding against his skin. He was told it would administer a powerful sedative and emit a localized quirk suppression field if it detected unauthorized biosignatures or energy emissions. A shock collar for a human. The move was a quiet, tense affair. Inko helped him pack, her eyes red-rimmed but dry. She asked no questions, just squeezed him too tight at the UA gates, whispering, "Be safe. My Izuku, be good." The words felt like a eulogy. His new classmates treated him with a careful, brittle politeness. The news of Hosu, of Stain's capture, was public, but the details were classified. They knew he'd been there. They'd seen the bandage on his shoulder. They'd also heard the rumors about his internship, with Aizawa ending abruptly. The pieces didn't fit together into a heroic picture. Uraraka tried. She brought him a welcome gift, a small, potted succulent. For your room, something green and growing. Her smile was brave, but it didn't reach her eyes. He thanked her, placed it on his barren desk, and watched it wither within 3 days, its vitality seemingly sucked dry by the oppressive energy in the room. He didn't replace it. Ida returned to class a week later, moving with a stiff, mechanical precision. The fury that had driven him to Hosu was gone, replaced by a cold, hollow resolve. He thanked Izuku formally, in front of everyone, for his assistance. The words were correct, but his eyes were distant, fixed on some internal horizon of vengeance deferred. He didn't seek Izuku out again. Bakugo ignored him completely, a silent, smoldering pillar of resentment. Todoroki watched him with that same analytical curiosity, as if he were a complex equation written in a dead language. Izuku ate alone at mealtimes, shoveling down the high-calorie meals prescribed by Recovery Girl under the watchful eyes of the lunchroom cameras. The hunger was a constant, sullen companion, kept in check by the bracelet's silent threat and the sheer draining weight of being watched every second. His training continued, but it was transformed. It no longer took place in Gym Gamma. He was taken to a specially constructed, underground facility dubbed the Null Room. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of a dull, non-reflective alloy that absorbed light and vibration. It was soundproof, windowless, and lined with the same quirk suppression emitters as his bracelet. Set to a lower frequency. Here, Aizawa would deactivate the bracelet's field for precisely timed intervals. The sessions were brutal exercises in starvation and precision. Aizawa would give him a task. Slice this suspended wire into 10 equal segments. Use cleave to reduce this block of ballistic gel to particles of exactly 1 mm diameter, and activate a 5-minute window. Izuku would have to work quickly, efficiently, fighting against both the clock and the ravenous hunger that roared to life the moment the suppression lifted. The moment the time was up, the field would reactivate, severing his connection to the curse with a jolt that felt like having his soul slammed in a door. The release from these tiny, controlled feeds was minimal, a drop of water in a desert. The curse grew resentful, bored. It whispered more often, its commentary shifting from grandiose pronouncements to petty, needling complaints. This is an insult. Slicing gelatin. We unmade a storm. We divided the earth. Now we perform parlor tricks for our jailer. Asterisk. The red and white one watches. He wonders what we could do to his father's flame. The thought amuses him. It should amuse you too. Asterisk. The loud one simmers. His rage is a sweet scent. He would make a fine opponent, if he were not so fragile. Asterisk. Izuku learned to tune it out, to build a mental wall, brick by exhausting brick. During his mandatory sessions with the Commission's psychiatrist, a dry, unsmiling man who asked about his dreams and made notes about dissociative ideation and parasitic ego integration. Days bled into weeks. The routine was a grinding monotony. Classes he couldn't focus on, meals he didn't taste, training that felt like torture, therapy that felt like dissection, and nights in his silent, watched room where sleep was a fleeting visitor chased away by nightmares of concrete walls and the feeling of his own skin cracking open. The only break in the terrible rhythm was the slow, undeniable change in his body. The seal was no longer just a mark. It was a topography. The black lines had thickened, rising slightly from his skin like keloid scars, forming the intricate, dreaded pattern of Sukuna's true form. A second, smaller mouth had begun to form on the left side of his chest, a slit that would sometimes twitch in his sleep. His muscles, fueled by the curse's parasite, icy energy and his massive caloric intake, had filled out, leaving him lean and corded with a strength that felt alien. The silver lines on his fingertips had deepened. He was changing, becoming a more suitable vessel. One Thursday, during a particularly frustrating Null Room session, Aizawa had him trying to use dismantle to write a word in a sheet of paper by making a series of microscopic cuts. A task of insane finicky difficulty. The pressure boiled over. The suppression field dropped. The hunger surged, joyous and angry. Izuku focused on the paper, his hand trembling with the effort of restraint. He needed to cut the word, control. He made the C, the O, the N. His concentration was a fraying wire. The voice slithered in, oily and tempting. He mocks you. He has you carving pretty words like a trained ape. Let us show him what control truly looks like. Not over paper, over him. Asterisk. No. Izuku gritted out, sweat beading on his forehead as he started the T. Just a thought. A single, focused thought towards the null field emitter in the corner. A dismantle so fine it would only cut the power coupling. The field would drop. For good. And then, we could have a real conversation with our teacher. Asterisk. The image flashed in his mind. The emitter failing, the heavy null pressure vanishing, the power flooding back into him unrestricted in this confined space. The look on Aizawa's face. The freedom. The release. It was so vivid, so tempting. His finger, aimed at the paper, twitched minutely towards the corner of the room. Aizawa's eyes were already glowing red. The suppression field slammed back on. A full 30 seconds early. Izuku gasped. The connection severed violently, leaving him shaking and empty. Aizawa didn't speak. He walked over to the paper. The word, control, was unfinished. The TA jagged mess, the rest of the letters abandoned. He looked from the paper to Izuku's face, to the direction his finger had been pointing. The emitter in the northwest corner, Aizawa said, his voice flat. You were calculating the cut. It wasn't a question. Izuku said nothing. He couldn't deny it. Aizawa deactivated his own quirk. The red light died. In the sudden, stark silence of the null room, he looked older than Izuku had ever seen him. The commission's psychiatrist thinks you're making progress. That the voice is less frequent. That you're integrating. Aizawa's lips thinned. He's wrong, isn't he? Izuku remained silent, staring at the floor. It's getting stronger, more persuasive, and you're listening. Aizawa let out a long, weary breath. I can't train you out of this, Midoriya. I can only contain you until you either break or, until you make a choice. What choice? The words were a hoarse whisper. To fight it, truly fight it, not with control exercises, not with therapy, but to reject its nature with your own. To find a reason to be Midoriya Izuku that is stronger than the reason to be Sukuna's vessel. Aizawa's dark eyes held his. All Might believes that reason is heroism. I'm not sure he's right, but it's the only hope you have. You have to want to be a hero more than the power wants to be used. He turned and left, sealing Izuku in the silent, suppressive tomb. That night, in his dorm room, the bracelet a cold weight on his wrist, Izuku lay awake. The voice was quiet, sullen after being thwarted. The loneliness was a physical ache, a cold stone in his chest. He thought of his mother's face, of Uraraka's wilting succulent, of Ida's hollow thanks, of All Might's fading light, of Aizawa's exhausted eyes. He thought of the black card, now gone, of Shigaraki's offer of a world worth cutting, of Stain's reverent awe. He thought of the second mouth forming on his chest. He was a bomb in a glass box, and Ryan was waiting to see which way the shards would fly. He rolled over, his gaze falling on the single framed photo he'd brought, a picture of him as a small child, beaming, standing in front of an All Might poster. The boy in that photo was a stranger, a ghost. That ghost had believed in heroes, in salvation, in a smile that could fix anything. Izuku reached out, his fingers, marked with silver lines, brushing the glass over the ghost's smiling face. What did he believe in now? He didn't know, and in that not knowing, in the vast, silent emptiness of his watched room, the hunger stirred. It didn't offer grand visions or promises of power. It simply offered an end to the loneliness. It offered to make the ghost real again, in its own image. Chapter 21. The Unseen Rift. The silence, in the null room was different after Aizawa's words. It wasn't just an absence of sound. It was a presence, heavy with the unspoken ultimatum. Find a reason. The problem was, every reason Izuku had ever possessed. To be a hero. To save people, to be like All Might, felt like a child's paper boat trying to weather the curse's hurricane. The reasons were being stripped away, one, by fear, by isolation, by the slow, certain transformation of his own body. He walked through his days at UA like a specter. The bracelet was a constant reminder, a cold shackle that chimed softly with his heartbeat, a sound only he could hear. In class, he caught fragments of his classmates' lives, plans for the weekend, excited chatter about upcoming training exercises, a movie night in the common room. They were a world away, living in color while he moved through a landscape of muted grays. He saw them trying, sometimes. Kirishima would give him a sharp-toothed grin and a thumbs up. Kaminari would RK a dumb joke about his resting villain face. But the efforts were tentative, probing, and would quickly retreat when met with his monosyllabic replies or distant stare. They were good people, but they were also teenagers. And he was a walking, talking natural disaster with government monitors. The gap was too wide. Only Todoroki's attention felt different. It wasn't friendly. It was analytical, relentless. He would sometimes sit near Izuku in the library, not speaking, just observing. As if trying to solve him. One afternoon, as Izuku mechanically copied notes he wouldn't remember, Todoroki slid a single sheet of paper across the table. It was a printed news article, a small column buried in the business section. The headline read, Endeavor Agency announces new high-security quirk research wing. Izuku looked up, meeting Todoroki's mismatched gaze. My father, Todoroki said, his voice low, is fascinated by anomalies. By things that break the rules. He's been petitioning THE Commission for access to their alpha-level research for years. They've always refused. Too sensitive. Todoroki's eyes were like chips of ice and smoldering coal. But if an alpha-level asset were to become unmanageable at UA, if custody were to revert to the Commission, their pool of secure research facilities is very small. The meaning was clear. Endeavor was positioning himself. If Izuku failed, if the Commission took him, there was a good chance he'd end up in a lab with the Flame Hero's name on the door. A specimen for the man who saw his own son as a masterpiece. "Why are you telling me this?" Izuku asked. "Because you should know what's waiting," Todoroki said flatly. "My father doesn't see people. He sees tools and obstacles. To him, you are the most interesting tool he's never been allowed to touch. He would take you apart to see how you cut." He paused. "I would prefer you didn't end up in his collection." It wasn't compassion. It was a shared enemy. Another thread in the tangled web of reasons to stay in his gilded cage. The pressure was a constant, tightening knot. The hunger was a sullen, pacing beast, made irritable by the bracelet's constant low-level sup pression and the meager rations of the null room. It began to manifest in new, subtle ways. Objects near him would sometimes develop hairline fractures for no reason. The glass of water on his nightstand would have a perfectly straight internal crack by morning. A pen left on his desk would snap in two, the break clean as if sliced by a razor. He was leaking. The power, denied its outlet, was expressing itself passively. A silent protest. One evening, a week after the library incident, the dam of monotony cracked in a mundane, terrible way. It was a scheduled, social integration period, a mandated hour in the common room with his classmates, supervised by Aizawa from a corner where he graded papers, a silent, watchful presence. The class was watching a popular hero comedy movie. There was laughter, the crunch of popcorn, the easy rhythm of people relaxing together. Izuku sat on the far end of a couch, a plate of food in his lap he had no intention of eating, a book open in his hands he wasn't reading. He was a statue of non-participation. On screen, the comedic hero, a man with a stretching quirk, got into a ridiculous fight with a villain who could duplicate himself. It was slapstick, harmless. The stretching hero entangled the duplicates in a knot, leading to a predictable punchline. Bakugo, sprawled in an armchair, snorted. "What a useless quirk. All that reach and no power. A real hero would just blow them all to hell." It was a typical Bakugo comment, abrasive but within the normal range of his character. No one paid it much mind. But something about the word, useless, the one that had defined the first 14 years of his life, snagged on a raw nerve Izuku didn't know was still exposed. It wasn't directed at him, but it echoed in the hollow place inside him. The place where the ghost of the quirkless boy still wept. The hunger, always listening, seized on the spark of old pain. A strange, cold clarity descended over Izuku. He looked at the screen, at the stretching hero comically tied in knots by his own power. He didn't see comedy. He saw inefficiency. A quirk poorly applied. A waste. The voice, quiet for days, spoke. It wasn't a whisper. It was a calm, conversational thought that felt entirely his own. He's right. It is a useless application. The quirk has potential. The wielder lacks imagination. A single, precise cut to the primary tendon at the shoulder would render the stretching inert. A simple solution to a flawed design. Asterisk. The thought was followed by a phantom sensation. The clean, satisfying snick of a dismantle severing that imaginary tendon. The release, though purely mental, was a tiny, sweet shock in his veins. He blinked, the cold clarity receding, leaving a wash of horror. He had just, in his mind, calmly considered mutilating a pro-hero on television, and a part of him had enjoyed the thought. His fork was in his hand. He was holding it over his plate of rice. Without realizing it, he had been visualizing the cut. His index finger, resting on the fork's handle, had traced a tiny, minute line in the air. A soft ping sounded from his wrist. The bracelet screen, which usually glowed a soft green, flickered to a cautionary yellow. A line of text scrolled, asterisk, unauthorized bio signature spike. Quirk-related ideation detected. Warning. The noise was subtle, but in a lull in the movie's soundtrack, it was audible. Heads turned. Kirishima paused with popcorn halfway to his mouth. Uraraka looked over, her smile fading. Bakugo's sharp eyes locked onto the glowing bracelet on Izuku's wrist. Aizawa was already standing, his papers forgotten. His gaze was fixed on Izuku, not on the bracelet. Izuku froze, the fork trembling in his hand. The horror was now mixed with a fresh, sharp panic. They'd seen. They'd heard. They knew he'd just slipped. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice was quiet, but it cut through the room. A word. Now. Izuku stood, his legs unsteady. The plate of food nearly slid from his lap. He set it down on the couch, the clatter of the fork on the ceramic obscenely loud. He didn't look at anyone as he followed Aizawa out of the common room, down the hall, into a small, empty teacher's study. Aizawa closed the door. He didn't turn on the light. The room was lit only by the street lamp glow filtering through the blinds, painting stripes of shadow across his face. What happened? Aizawa asked. Nothing. I was just thinking. About what? Izuku remained silent. He couldn't say it, couldn't give voice to the cold, surgical violence of the thought. Aizawa studied him in the dim light. The bracelet doesn't lie, Midoriya. It measures neural activity, galvanic skin response, the unique energy signature of your quirk factor. It registered an intent, a specific, technique-oriented intent. He took a step closer. You were planning to use your quirk. On what? It was just a thought. The protest burst out, desperate. About the TV, about the hero's quirk. I didn't do anything, but you wanted to, Aizawa stated. The power wanted to, and for a second, you agreed with it. That's what the bracelet measures. The alignment. The truth of it was a gut punch. The separation between him and the curse was blurring. His frustrations, his old wounds, were becoming gateways for its will. It's getting harder, Izuku whispered, the admission dragged from him in the dark room. To tell the difference between what I think and what it wants me to think. Aizawa was silent for a long time. The stripes of light and shadow made him look carved from stone. The Commission's 6-month review is in 4 weeks, he said finally, his voice devoid of inflection. They will see this incident in the logs. A quirk-related ideation spike during a social activity. They will call it regression. A failure of integration. He didn't say what would happen then. He didn't need to. What do I do? The question was a plea, stripped bare of all pride. Aizawa looked at him, and for a fleeting instant, Izuku saw something in his teacher's exhausted eyes that wasn't judgment or cold analysis. It was something worse, a profound, weary sadness. The sadness of a doctor watching a terminal patient pretend they're getting better. I don't know, Aizawa said, the words horribly honest. I can train your body. I can suppress your quirk. I can't fight the war inside your head for you. He turned towards the window, looking out at the dark campus. All Might believes in the power of a symbol, of an ideal so bright it can outshine any darkness. I've never believed that. I believe in pragmatism, in good people doing hard, ugly things to stop worse things from happening. He glanced back at Izuku. Your ideal is broken. The symbol you clung to is a man who is dying. You need to find a new reason. And it can't be something as fragile as a dream. It has to be something as hard and real as the power trying to consume you. Find it, before the Commission decides you're a lost cause. He left Izuku alone in the dark study. Izuku stood there, the bracelet's yellow light casting a sickly glow on his hand. The warning text had faded, reverting to green. The incident was logged, a black mark on his record. He thought of Todoroki's warning about Endeavor's lab. He thought of the concrete cell the Commission had promised. He thought of the second mouth on his chest, sleeping for now. He had no ideal left. No shining symbol. All he had was a cold, hard fact. He did not want to be taken apart. Not by Endeavor. Not by the Commission. Not even by the curse, if he could help it. It wasn't a heroic reason. It wasn't about saving others. It was about survival. A selfish, desperate, animal will to remain himself asterisk, however fractured that self might be. As he walked back through the silent dorm to his watched room, the hunger inside him stirred, sensing the shift in his resolve. It didn't speak. It simply watched, curious. The war for his soul was no longer about good and evil, hero and villain. It was simpler, and more terrible. It was a fight for the last few inches of ground that still bore the name Izuku Midoriya. And he was finally, truly, ready to fight for them. Chapter 22. The Seed of Defiance. The yellow warning from the bracelet was a line crossed, a secret made public. It hung in the air of Class 1A like a bad smell, unmentioned but omnipresent. The careful, brittle politeness towards Izuku curdled into something closer to active avoidance. He was no longer just the scary kid with the dangerous quirk. He was the scary kid who'd had a quirk-related ideation spike while sitting quietly on the couch. The incident was a Rorschach test for their fears, and everyone saw monsters. Izuku leaned into the isolation. He stopped trying to eat in the common areas, taking his mandated meals to his room where he could shovel down calories under the black eyes of the ceiling monitors without an audience. He spoke only when called upon in class, his answers terse and correct. He was building a shell, a carapace of silence and routine to protect the tiny, fragile spark of defiance that Aizawa's words had ignited. Survival. It was a selfish, ugly motivator. But it was his. It didn't belong to All Might's legacy, or to the Commission's fear, or to the Curse's hunger. It was a small, hard knot of no asterisk in the center of his being. I will not disappear. Asterisk. The problem was method. How do you fight a war when the enemy is inside you, shares your senses, and grows stronger with every negative emotion you feel? The voice was quieter now, but its silence felt watchful, predatory. It was waiting for him to make a mistake, to get angry, to despair. His training in the Null Room became a different kind of battle. Instead of just fighting for control, he began to fight for information. He started paying obsessive attention to the mechanics of the power, not just its effects. When Aizawa gave him a task, slice this cable into 8 segments, Izuku would focus not just on the cut, but on the feeling of the technique forming. The specific pressure in his gut, the path of the energy through the strange new meridians the black lines seemed to trace under his skin, the way the second mouth on his chest would twitch in sympathy with the one on his stomach. He began to notice patterns. Dismantle wasn't just a slash. It was a declaration of separation imposed on reality. The clarity of the declaration mattered. The more specific his mental image of the cut, its length, its angle, its exact point of origin and termination, the less energy it cost, and the less hungry it felt. It was a surgical tool, not a club. Cleave asterisk was different. It was a broader, more emotional command. It was the concept of many cuts, given form. It fed on frustration, on a desire to overwhelm. It was messier, thirstier. When he'd used it on the 0-pointer, it had been fueled by panic and a desperate need to save. When he'd used it on Bakugo after the fight was over, it had been fueled by anger and a dark satisfaction. The power tasted the emotion behind the technique. He didn't share these observations with Aizawa. This was his own private research, his intelligence gathering on the enemy. He was mapping the Curse's territory from the inside. One afternoon, during a particularly long and tedious analysis of pre-Quirk era heroics in modern hero art history, a folded piece of paper landed on his desk. He looked up. Yayorozu Momo, sitting 2 rows ahead, gave him a brief, unreadable glance over her shoulder before turning back to the lecturer. Izuku slowly unfolded the note. The handwriting was neat and precise. Midoriya, your quirk's energy signature has unique interference properties with emitter-type projections. During the sports festival, it disrupted Todoroki's ice on a molecular level, not just a physical one. I have a theory regarding targeted nullification, but I require data. If you are willing, meet me in Development Studio 3 after classes. Discreetly. Asterisk. Yayorozu. He stared at the note. Yayorozu, the class vice president, brilliant, composed, the daughter of a famous hero family. She wasn't offering friendship. She was proposing a collaboration. An analysis. She saw him not as a monster or a victim, but as a fascinating, dangerous variable. It was the most honest interaction he'd had in weeks. He went. Studio 3 was in the support course wing, a cavernous space cluttered with half-built machines and smelling of ozone and hot metal. Yayorozu was waiting, already in her gym clothes, a data tablet in hand. She didn't smile, but she gave a respectful nod. Thank you for coming. I've been reviewing the public footage of your matches, as well as the L.S. public data from the Hosu incident that was leaked to certain analysis forums. Her tone was purely academic. Your power doesn't just cut matter. It severs energetic connections, conceptual bonds. It operates on a level most quirks do not. What's your theory? Izuku asked, his voice rough from disuse. That you could learn to be selective. To cut only what you intend, at the level you intend. She pulled up a holographic schematic on her tablet. It was a complex energy waveform. Most emitter quirks project a cohesive field or particle stream. Your dismantle asterisk, at the right frequency and focus, could theoretically intercept and unweave that cohesion before it fully forms, like cutting the strings of a puppet. Not destroying the puppet, but neutralizing its movement. She was talking about quirk nullification. Like Aizawa, but different. Surgical, specific. Why are you telling me this? He asked. Because if you can control it to that degree, she said, her dark eyes meeting his. You become something other than a weapon. You become a specialist, a solution to problems no one else can solve. A hero who doesn't just fight villains, but renders them harmless. She paused, and it would give you a purpose beyond being contained. She saw it too. The cage. She was offering him a key, not to escape, but to change the nature of the lock. It was hope, a dangerous, intoxicating hope, a reason that wasn't just survival, but utility. To be useful in a way only he could be. They began to meet, twice a week, in secret. Yaoyorozu would create simple, low-energy EMI teeters, a device that projected a sustained light beam, a small Tesla coil that made harmless arcs of electricity. Izuku, with his bracelet temporarily set to research mode, under Yaoyorozu's pre-appro VED project clearance, she had leverage with the support course teachers, would try to dissect the emissions. The first attempts were disastrous. He'd try to dismantle the light beam and would instead slice the emitter device in half. He'd aim for the electrical arc and would sever the wiring in the walls, causing a minor blackout. He was a sculptor trying to do microsurgery with a sledgehammer. But he learned to feel for the seam of the energy, the point where the quirk-generated effect met the natural world. It was like listening for a specific note in a cacophony. Slowly, painstakingly, he began to have small successes. A light beam would flicker and die as he severed its photonic cohesion. An electrical arc would sputter out as he cut the ionized path it traveled along. The releases from these tiny, precise nullifications were minimal, but they felt clean. There was no hunger attached, no dark satisfaction. Just the quiet click of a problem solved. It was the first time using the power felt like building something, rather than destroying it. The voice hated it. This is beneath us, it grumbled during one session, as Izuku painstakingly dissolved a harm. Less kinetic pulse Yaoyorozu generated from a palm pad. We are a king, not a mechanic. We do not fix broken toys. We break the world that makes them. Be quiet, Izuku thought, his focus unwavering. You consort with the clever one. She seeks to put a harness on divinity. To make a god into a tool. You should be insulted. She's helping me, Izuku shot back mentally, severing the kinetic pull. With a thought so fine it was barely a whisper. Helping you be a better slave. The voice sneered, and fell into a sullen silence. But Izuku could feel its displeasure like a cold spot in his soul. The progress with Yaoyorozu was a threat to its dominion. It preferred the raw, emotional power of cleave *, the absolute judgment of dismantle used on flesh and stone. This clinical, precise application was anathema to its nature. That was how Izuku knew he was on the right track. The secret sessions became his lifeline. For a few hours a week, he wasn't the prisoner or the threat. He was a student, a researcher. Yaoyorozu was a strict, demanding partner, but she was fair. She didn't flinch when the power went awry. She just made notes and adjusted her parameters. One day, after successfully nullifying a complex, multi-frequency energy shield she'd created, a shield that could theoretically withstand a mid-level villain's assault, she looked at him, a rare, genuine spark of excitement in her eyes. Do you understand what this means, Midoriya? With enough control, you could walk through a villain's barrage untouched. You could disable a hostage-taker's quirk without ever laying a hand on them. You could save people in ways that don't involve cutting them apart. The word, save, hung in the air between them. It was a word he'd avoided. A word that belonged to the ghost of the boy he used to be. He didn't know if he could ever be a hero who saved people with a smile, like All Might. But maybe he could be a hero who saved people with a scalpel. Who cut away the danger, leaving the person whole. It was a fragile, new reason. A reason built not on a dream, but on hard, cold technique. On the selfish will to survive, refined into a tool to protect. He left the studio that day feeling something he hadn't felt in months, a sense of direction. A path, however narrow and treacherous, that was his own. He didn't notice the shadow that detached itself from the deeper shadows of the equipment racks and watched him go. A shadow with tired eyes and a capture scarf. Aizawa had known about the meetings from the start. Yaoyorozu had been required to file the project clearance, after all. He'd been observing. As Izuku's footsteps faded, Aizawa stepped into the light, looking at the scorch marks and sliced wiring from the failed experiments, and the single, pristine area where the energy shield generator sat, inert and harmless. He didn't smile, but the grim line of his mouth softened, just a fraction. The boy wasn't just fighting the monster. He was starting to outthink it. Chapter 23. The Catalyst Spark. The fragile equilibrium shattered on a Tuesday. It was supposed to be a routine field exercise for Class 1A, a simulated urban disaster response in one of UA's smaller, less destructible training grounds. A collapsed building facade, civilians, robots with heat signatures, trapped inside, simulated gas leaks, the works. The objective: teamwork, triage, rescue under pressure. Izuku's participation was heavily restricted. He was assigned to perimeter security and hazard mitigation, under Aizawa's direct supervision. His job was to use his quirk only on Aizawa's explicit command to clear debris blocking escape routes or to sever unstable structural elements threatening the rescue teams. It was a test, another one, of his ability to be a precise, obedient tool. The teams went in. Izuku stood with Aizawa at the edge of the disaster zone, the bracelet on his wrist a silent sentinel. He watched as his classmates sprang into action. Ida and Uraraka worked in sync, using speed and zero gravity to clear light debris. Todoroki created ice slides for evacuations. Kirishima and Bakugo teamed up to smash through heavier rubble, their combined brute force terrifyingly effective. It was chaotic, loud, and undeniably heroic. Izuku felt a pang of something ugly and sharp, not jealousy, but a profound sense of displacement. This was what he was supposed to be part of, this cacophony of saving people. Instead, he was a guard dog on a chain, waiting for permission to bite. Aizawa's eyes were constantly moving, scanning the site, the students, the structural integrity of the mock buildings. Midoriya, Section C4, northwest corner. The support beam is listing. A clean sever at the base, let it fall away from the entry point. Minimal force. Izuku focused. He saw the beam. He visualized the cut. The pressure built, familiar and unwelcome. He raised a hand. Dismantle. The silver line flashed. The beam severed cleanly, toppling sideways as intended, clearing the way for Sato and Shoji to haul out a trapped civilian. The release was a small, cold shock. The hunger stirred, disappointed by the meager offering. Good, Aizawa said, his voice devoid of praise. Stand by. The exercise progressed. More commands. More precise, surgical cuts. Each one felt like a tiny betrayal, using the king's power for demolition work. The voice was a sulking presence in the back of his mind, muttering about indignity. Then, the variable no one had planned for introduced itself. It started as a tremor, a deep, owning shudder in the ground that had nothing to do with the simulated collapse. The training ground's sirens, meant for exercise conclusions, began to wail a different, more urgent pattern. Seismic activity. Aizawa barked into his comm, his focus snapping from the exercise to the horizon. All students, abort. Evacuate the structures now. But it wasn't an earthquake. From a manhole cover 50 meters away, the metal disc exploded upwards. Not with force, but with a silent, terrifying dissolution, turning to dust in midair. And from the hole surged a nightmare. It was a Nomu, but unlike the hulking, bestial ones from the USJ or Hosu. This one was smaller, sleeker, humanoid but wrong. Its skin was a mottled purple-gray, and its head was a featureless dome save for a single, vertical red line where a mouth should be. It moved with an eerie, liquid grace, and where it passed, the air seemed to warp and fray. A villain, a new prototype. It didn't matter. It was here. Hostile contact. Aizawa shouted. 1A. Defensive formation. Protect the civilians. His hair flew up, his eyes blazing red as he activated erasure, staring directly at the creature. The Nomu didn't slow. It seemed unaffected. Its quirk wasn't being activated. It was intrinsic, a part of its very being. A passive field of disintegration that surrounded it like a halo. It raised a hand towards a group of students, Koda, Jiro, and Hagako, who were helping a civilian bot out of a doorway. The air around the Nomu's fingertips shimmered. Aizawa was too far. The students were frozen. Izuku didn't think. He didn't wait for a command. He saw the lines, not of the Nomu's body, but of the destructive field emanating from it. He saw it as a sphere of wrongness, a bubble of unraveling reality. His hand shot up, not with the surgical precision of his training. This was instinct, born of 100 hours of secret practice with Yaoyorozu. He didn't aim to cut the Nomu. He aimed to cut the field. Dismantle. The silver line he launched was different. Finer, sharper, a needle instead of a sword. It didn't travel through the air. It simply connected his will to the edge of the Nomu's disintegration field. And it severed. The shimmering halo around the Nomu's hand winked out. The decaying effect on the air stopped. The creature staggered, its head tilting as if confused, its intrinsic power momentarily disconnected. The students scrambled back, out of range. Aizawa was already in motion, his capture scar flashing out to bind the Nomu's limbs. All students, fall back to the safe zone. Now, but the Nomu recovered fast. With a sound like tearing silk, it flexed, and Aizawa's scarf, where it touched the creature's skin, began to fray and dissolve into threads. The creature wasn't activating a quirk. Its body itself was a walking cleave. It broke free, its featureless head turning towards Izuku. It had felt the nullification. It recognized a threat. It charged, not with rage, but with a chilling, single-minded purpose. To erase the thing that could erase its erasure. Midoriya, disengage. Aizawa roared, throwing himself between them, but the Nomu simply swiped a hand. Aizawa dodged the direct touch, but the edge of the disintegration field caught his sleeve, shearing through the reinforced material and scoring a bloody line up his forearm. Izuku backpedaled, his mind racing. He couldn't cut the Nomu itself, its body was the problem. He had to cut the concept of its disintegration, the field around it. But it was a constant, passive emanation, like heat from a fire. To nullify it entirely, he'd have to maintain a continuous cut, a sustained negation. The idea was insane. He'd never held a dismantle asterisk for more than an instant. The Nomu was on him. Its hand reached for his face. He could feel the air dying around its fingers. The hunger inside him roared, not in fear, but in challenge. This is a worthy foe. A being of pure annihilation. Let us show it a true king's power. Izuku didn't listen to the hunger. He listened to the cold, analytical part that had been training with Yaoyorozu. He didn't need to overpower it. He needed to define it away. He raised both hands, palms out, as if to push against the invisible wall of decay. He didn't visualize a cut. He visualized a boundary, a line that said, this far, and no further. The C.L on his stomach and the newer one on his chest burned like twin stars. The black lines across his torso flared with dark light, visible even through his costume. Domain amplification. Barrier. The words formed in his mind. Not Sukuna's, but his own, a desperate synthesis of his will and the technique's nature. A dome of faint, shimmering silver light, barely visible, erupted from his body. Extending 2 meters in every direction. The Nomu's hand touched it. And stopped. The disintegration field met the barrier of severance. Two absolute forces clashed. Where they met, there was no explosion, no sound. Just a silent, violent cancellation. The air crackled with released energy, and tiny, black motes of nothingness fell like ash to the ground. Izuku screamed. It was agony. Holdy. The barrier was like trying to hold up a collapsing mountain with his mind. It was draining him, not just physically, but spiritually. He could feel the curse's power flowing out of him in a torrent. But he could also feel his own will, the selfish, stubborn will to survive, acting as the valve, the director. He was channeling a hurricane through a pinhole of his own determination. The Nomu pressed forward, its own innate power pushing against the barrier. The silver dome began to compress, shrinking inward from 2 meters to 1. Everyone, get back. Aizawa was shouting, herding the stunned students further away. He couldn't use erasure. The Nomu had no active quirk to cancel. He was powerless. Izuku's vision tunneled. The world was reduced to the silent war inches from his face. The crushing pressure, The tearing sensation in his gut. The voice in his head was silent, stunned by the sheer, blasphemous act of using the king's power for defense. He couldn't hold it. He was going to break. Then, a blast of concentrated heat and light struck the Nomu from the side. An explosion rocked its body, not damaging it, but staggering it. Bakugo. He was hovering nearby, one gauntlet smoking, his face a snarl of pure fury. Don't you die on me, Deku. Not to some fucking freak. Another attack. A spear of ice from Todoroki, encasing the Nomu's legs. A sonic blast from Jiro, disorienting it. A weighted tape from Sero, tangling its arms. They were helping, not to save him out of compassion, but because he was the only thing holding the monster back. He was the shield, and for the first time, his power was being used not to cut something down, but to give them a chance. The realization was a bolt of lightning through the agony. He wasn't just surviving, he was protecting. The selfish will to live fused with a new, electric purpose. To be the wall, to be the line that the horror could not cross. With a guttural shout that tore from his throat, Izuku pushed. The shimmering barrier didn't expand. It intensified. The silver light brightened, and where it met the Nomu's decay field, the cancellation became aggressive. The boundary began to advance, not as a wall, but as an eraser. Scouring away the disintegration effect, marching back towards the Nomu's body. The creature shrieked, a sound of pure, alien frustration, as its intrinsic power was forcibly rolled back, neutralized inch by inch. It was too much. With a final, convulsive shudder, the Nomu's body seemed to destabilize. The conflicting energies, its own decay and Izuku's severance, collided within its form. With a sound like a universe sighing, the creature simply came apart. Not into pieces, but into a cloud of gray, inert dust that settled over the training ground. The barrier winked out. Izuku collapsed to his knees, gasping, every muscle trembling, his vision swimming with black spots. The seal on his stomach felt cold and dead, drained. The hunger was gone, replaced by a hollow, echoing void of utter exhaustion. Silence, broken only by the crackle of settling dust and the ragged breaths of 20 teenagers. Aizawa was at his side in an instant, his good hand on Izuku's shoulder, checking him over. His expression was unreadable, a storm of shock, assessment, and something else. The class stared, at the pile of dust that had been a monster, at the kneeling boy who had held it at bay with a dome of silver light. Bakugo landed, his explosions dying. He looked from the dust to Izuku, his usual rage absent, replaced by a look of grim, unwilling respect. Todoroki's ice melted slowly. He watched Izuku, his heterochromatic eyes wide, the analytical curiosity burned away by raw, witnessed power. Uraraka's hands were clasped over her mouth, tears in her eyes, not of fear, but of a bewildered, overwhelming relief. Izuku looked up, meeting Aizawa's gaze. He saw the questions there. The how, the what did you do? But he also saw, for the first time, a flicker of something that wasn't just a teacher evaluating a risk. It was the look of a man who has just seen a weapon turn itself into a shield. Izuku didn't have the answers. He was empty, scraped raw. But as he knelt there in the aftermath, the taste of dust and ozone in his mouth, he knew one thing with absolute certainty. The ghost of the boy who wanted to save people was still in there. And he had just fought his way to the surface. Chapter 24, The Weight of a Shield. They didn't let him walk back. Aizawa's arm, bleeding and hastily bandaged, was slung over Izuku's shoulders for support, but Izuku knew it was as much to keep him upright as anything else. His legs were water, his head a hollow drum where the echoes of the silent war still throbbed. The walk from the training ground to the main campus was a slow, silent procession, the rest of Class 1A trailing behind like a stunned honor guard. No one spoke. The usual post-exercise chatter was buried under a mountain of unprocessed shock. They had seen power before. Todoroki's glaciers, Bakugo's detonations, their own emerging strengths. But this was different. This wasn't an attack. It was a negation, a stand against something that unmade the world by existing. And Izuku had stood, and he had to find a line it could not pass. He had been their shield. The thought was as foreign as it was terrifying. They deposited Aizawa at the infirmary where recovery girl clucked over his arm, shooting Izuku a look that was equal parts medical concern and deep, weary apprehension. The barrier, the sustained negation, it would have catastrophic energy costs. She scanned him right there in the hallway, her device beeping erratically at the readings from his depleted core. You're running on fumes, child. Worse than fumes. You're in the red. To your room. Now. Food. Then sleep. No arguments. He went. His room in the dorm felt both alien and achingly familiar. The monitors in the corners seemed to watch him with a new intensity. He ate the high-calorie rations left for him mechanically, tasting nothing, then collapsed onto his bed. Sleep was a black pit that swallowed him whole. He dreamed not of cutting, but of holding. Of a silver dome under immense pressure. Buckling, shrinking, with faces he recognized pressed against the outside. His mother, Uraraka, Ida, Aizawa, their features blurring as the darkness pressed in. He held until his bones screamed. And when he woke, drenched in sweat, the phantom ache was still there, deep in his marrow. The next morning, the world had changed. The incident was the only topic of conversation. But the conversations happened in hushed tones that stopped when he entered a room. The looks were different. Not just fear or awe, but a new, cautious, reassessment. He had been a danger they tolerated. Now he was a danger that had, inexplicably, interposed itself between them and a different danger. He saw it in the way Kirishima gave him a firm, solemn nod, a warrior's acknowledgement. In the way Suyu offered him an extra rice ball at breakfast with a quiet, ribbit. In the way even Kaminari's jokes were tempered with a layer of genuine, if confused, respect. It was Bakugo who broke the formal silence. He slammed his tray down across from Izuku at lunch, his crimson eyes blazing. That dome shit. How long can you hold it? The question was so blunt, so practical, it cut through the fog in Izuku's head. He looked up, meeting the challenging glare. I don't know. Not long. It drains everything. Bakugo grunted, stabbing his food. TCH. Useless if it's a one-shot. But it held the dusting freak back. That's something. He ate in scowling silence for a minute. You didn't cut it. You just told it to fuck off. It was as good a description as any. Yeah. Bakugo stared at him, then shook his head. A grudging, furious respect in his eyes. Whatever. Just don't get lazy. That thing was weak. A real villain won't just stand there. He got up and left, leaving NG Izuku with the odd sensation that he'd just passed a test he hadn't known he was taking. The real test came during the next heroics class, which was, unsurprisingly, a debrief on the Nomu attack. All Might was there, looking even gaunter than usual, his smile strained. Young Midoriya's actions were unorthodox, All Might began, his voice booming but lacking its usual conviction. But they demonstrated a shifting priority from offensive application to defensive protection. A true hero must be versatile. But the lesson felt hollow. All Might's eyes kept drifting to Izuku, and in them, Izuku saw not pride, but a profound, troubled confusion. The symbol of peace was built on overwhelming, proactive power, on smiling through the punch that saved the day. What Izuku had done was the antithesis, a grim, silent, holding action, a desperate negation. It didn't fit the narrative. It was Aizawa, his arm in a sling, who cut to the heart of it. Midoriya, the barrier, analysis. Izuku stood, feeling every eye in the room. It was an expansion of the dismantle principle. Instead of cutting a specific thing, I tried to cut a space. To define an area where the Nomu's effect was not allowed. It requires constant focus and a huge energy expenditure. It's not sustainable as a prolonged defense. But as a last resort, Aizawa said, his gaze piercing, or as a way to create a safe zone for civilians or injured allies. It has tactical value. You turned your quirk's greatest weakness, its absolute, destructive nature, into a situational strength. That's adaptation. That's control. It was the closest thing to praise Izuku had ever heard from him. It wasn't warm. It was a clinical assessment of a tool's new function. But it was acknowledgement. However, Aizawa continued, his eyes sweeping the class. It also reveals a new dimension of his quirk's threat. A sustained area of effect negation could theoretically suppress all quirks within its radius, friendly or not. It is a double-edged sword of the highest order. Its use must be meticulously controlled. The class absorbed this. Izuku wasn't just a guy who could cut things. He could create zones where quirks didn't work. The implications were staggering and terrifying. After class, Aizawa motioned for him to stay. When the room was empty, he leaned against the teacher's podium. The commission has been reviewing the sensor data from your bracelet and the training ground monitors. They are intensely interested in the barrier phenomenon. They're calling it a spatial severance field. Izuku's heart sank. Of course they were. They've moved up your review, Aizawa said flatly. It's now in 2 weeks. And their parameters have changed. It's no longer just about whether you can control your destructive impulses. It's about whether you can be trusted to wield what they are now calling a strategic denial asset. They want a demonstration, a controlled test of the barrier. A test. On what? On another quirk, Aizawa said, his voice devoid of emotion. They want to see if you can selectively nullify a specific, targeted quirk within a controlled environment. To prove it's a surgical tool, not a blanket erasure. It was Yaoyorozu's theory, weaponized by bureaucrats. They wanted to see the scalpel in action. Who would I test it on? The idea of using his power on a classmate, even in a test, made him sick. They haven't decided. It will likely be a volunteer from the class, or a pro-hero with a suitable, non-lethal emitter quirk. Aizawa studied him. Can you do it? Can you nullify a single person's quirk on command, without harming them? Izuku thought of the secret sessions, of severing light beams and energy arcs. Of the clean, quiet click of a problem solved. I think so. If it's a clear, projected emission, something with a defined stream, something like, his eyes drifted to the door, as if he could see through it to the hallway beyond. Like Kaminari's electricity, or Uraraka's zero-gravity field when she activates it on an object. Aizawa nodded slowly. Good, that's a starting point. For the next 2 weeks, your training will focus exclusively on that. Precision nullification. You will report to the null room daily after classes. We will run drills until you can do it in your sleep. He paused. This is it, Midoriya. This demonstration will decide your future. Pass, and you prove you can be a specialist. A useful, controllable asset. Fail. He didn't need to finish. The weight settled on Izuku's shoulders, heavier than any Nomu's pressure. His fragile new purpose, to be a shield, a protector, was being co-opted, turned into a circus trick for his jailers. But it was also a chance to prove he wasn't just a bomb, that he could be something else. He threw himself into the new training with a desperate focus. The null room became his entire world. Aizawa, sometimes with All Might observing silently from the viewing gallery, would have him practice on increasingly complex emitters. They started simple, a light again, a speaker emitting a single sound frequency. Izuku learned to feel for the source point of the emission, the instant the quirk energy became an external effect. And to sever that connection with a dismantle so fine it was like cutting a single molecule. It was excruciatingly difficult. The temptation to simply cut the emitter device was always there. A lazy, hungry impulse. The voice alternately mocked him for his delicacy and watched with cold, calculating interest. So you learn to pluck feathers instead of wringing necks. A curious skill for a king. Asterisk. He ignored it. He focused on the clean click of success. The light goes out. The sound stops. No destruction. Just silence. After a week, they introduced a training robot with a simple single target force blast quirk. Izuku had to nullify the blast as it left the robot's hand. The first few times, he mistimed it, and the blast hit the shielded wall. The 10th time, he severed it a foot from the emitter, the concussive force dissipating into harmless air. He was getting better, but the cost was a constant, grinding fatigue. Using the power with such precision was mentally draining in a way raw destruction never was. It required a constant, razor-edge focus that left him with headaches and a tremble in his hands. 4 days before the review, Aizawa changed the parameters. We're moving to a live subject. The door to the null room opened, and Todoroki Shoto walked in. He stood across from Izuku, his expression neutral. I volunteered, he said simply. Izuku stared. Todoroki. His quirk was half of the very storm Izuku had split in the sports festival. It was powerful, volatile, and deeply tied to his traumatized psyche. The commission requested a high output, dual nature emitter, Aizawa explained, his voice echoing in the sterile space. Todoroki fits. Your task is to nullify a single, directed stream of ice from his left side. No fire, Just ice. A clean, focused beam. You will stop it before it reaches the midpoint of the room. Todoroki raised his left hand. The air around it grew instantly cold, frost forming on the floor at his feet. Ready when you are. Quote. Izuku's mouth was dry. This was different. This was a person, a classmate. What if he messed up? What if he cut too deep, severed something in Todoroki's quirk factor permanently? Do not falter. The voice whispered, but it sounded almost interested. This one's power is a cold flame. To snuff out just the cold, a delicate operation. Let us see if your hands are steady. Izuku took a deep breath. He pushed the fear down. He focused on Todoroki's hand, on the point where the biological process became the cryokinetic effect. He saw it not as a mystery, but as a line. A line he could forbid. Begin, Aizawa said. A lance of ice, sharp and fast, shot from Todoroki's palm. Izuku's world narrowed. He saw the stream of freezing energy, the crystalline structure forming in the air. He didn't try to cut the ice itself. He aimed for the command *, the moment of transition. His hand came up. A single, whispered thought. Dismantle. A silver line, finer than a hair, intersected the base of the ice lance. The effect was instantaneous. The ice didn't shatter. It simply stopped. The stream ceased 2 feet from Todoroki's hand. The already formed ice lance hung in the air for a second, disconnected from its source, then dropped to the floor with a clatter, inert and dead. Todoroki lowered his hand, staring at the fallen ice. A faint wisp of steam escaped his right side. A subconscious reaction. He looked at Izuku, and in his heterochromatic eyes, there was no fear, no anger. Just that deep, analytical curiosity, now tinged with something like recognition. It didn't hurt, Todoroki said. I didn't even feel a pull. It was just off. Aizawa let out a slow breath. Good. Again. They ran the drill 10 more times. Each time, Izuku severed the ice at its source. By the 10th, he was drenched in sweat, his head pounding, but he had done it. He had nullified a powerful emitter quirk, on command, without collateral damage. As they left the null room, Todoroki fell into step beside him in the hallway. My father would pay any price for a weapon that could do that to a rival's quirk, he said quietly. Or for a tool that could ensure his own quirk never failed. He glanced at Izuku. You're not a weapon, Midoriya. What you did in there, it was a precision strike. It was clinical. It was almost kind. The word kind hung in the air, absurd and beautiful. Izuku didn't feel kind. He felt exhausted, used, and terrified of the commission's upcoming review. But as he walked away, the memory of the ice falling harmlessly to the floor, not with a crash but with a quiet clatter stayed with him. It was the sound of a cut that didn't wound, a severance that brought not destruction, but silence. And in that silence, for the first time, he dared to hope that his curse might yet be forged into something that could, in its own twisted way, save. Chapter 25. The Scalpel's Edge. The day of the commission review dawned gray and still. The sky a sheet of unbroken steel pressing down on UA. The air in the dorm was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with the weather. Izuku dressed mechanically, the familiar weight of the quirk suppression bracelet a cold, constant reminder of what was at stake. He ate his prescribed breakfast under the watchful black eyes of the ceiling monitors, each swallow feeling like sand. Aizawa met him at the entrance to the special examination wing, a new, ultra-secure facility built deep beneath the main campus. His arm was out of the sling but still heavily bandaged. He didn't speak, just gave Izuku a curt nod and led him down a series of sterile, white corridors that hummed with hidden machinery. The air smelled of ozone and antiseptic. The examination chamber was a vast, circular room with walls of the same dull, non-reflective alloy as the null room, but here they were lined with a dense grid of sensors and recording equipment. A viewing gallery, shrouded in one-way glass, occupied the upper half of the room. Izuku could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon him. In the center of the room stood 3 people. The severe Commissioner Hakamata, her suit immaculate, a tablet in her hand. Beside her was a man Izuku didn't recognize. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a sharp jaw and dark hair, wearing a tailored suit with no hero insignia. He had the calm, assessing gaze of a military officer or a high-end security consultant. And between them, Looking profoundly uncomfortable in a simple tracksuit, was the pro hero known as Snipe. Snipe, his quirk, homing. He could make any projectile he fired curve to hit its target. A perfect, mid-range emitter quirk with a clear point of origin and a tangible effect. Aizawa stopped at the edge of a marked circle on the floor. This is your operating area. You do not step outside it. The demonstration parameters are as follows. His voice was flat, amplified slightly by the room's acoustics. Hero Snipe will fire rubber training rounds from his signature revolvers at designated targets on the far wall. Your task is to nullify the homing property of the rounds in flight, causing them to travel in a straight, predictable line and miss the targets. You will nullify 5 rounds in succession. The method, timing, and precision of your intervention will be recorded and analyzed. Izuku's mouth was dry. Snipe, a pro hero. He'd be trying to disrupt the quirk of an experienced professional, live, in front of the commission. The pressure was a physical vice around his lungs. An interesting game, Sukuna's voice murmured. A lazy drawl in his mind. They have you performing tricks for your supper. Like a beast in a cage, jumping through hoops. Will you dance for them, vessel? Asterisk. Quiet, Izuku thought, the word a desperate prayer. He stepped into the circle. Across the room, Snipe gave him a tight, professional nod, his eyes hidden behind his trademark mask and hat, but the set of his shoulders was tense. He wasn't happy about this either. Commissioner Hakamata's voice came over a speaker, crisp and impersonal. Begin when ready, Hero Snipe. Midoriya, you may commence nullification at your discretion. Snipe didn't waste time. He drew a revolver in a smooth, practiced motion, aimed not at Izuku, but at a small, red circular target 50 meters away on the wall. He fired. Crack. Asterisk. The rubber round was a blur. But Izuku wasn't watching the bullet. He was watching the space around asterisk the bullet. He felt for the quirk effect, the subtle, intelligent curvature of the projectile's path, the energy that would guide it to the target regardless of initial aim. He saw it, a thread of intent, connecting Snipe's will to the round. His hand came up, finger pointing, not at the bullet, at the thread. Dismantle. A silver line, impossibly fine, lanced out and intersected the quirk's guidance field a meter from the barrel. The effect was immediate. The rubber round, which had begun to curve subtly towards the target, abruptly straightened. It flew in a boring, perfect line, hitting the wall a full 2 feet to the left of the red circle with a dull thwack. Silence in the chamber. The sensors in the walls whirred softly. Successful nullification of primary homing function, Hakamata's voice announced. Proceed. Snipe fired again. 2 shots in quick succession. Izuku's focus split. 2 threads. He targeted the first, severed it. The round went wild. He swung to the second, but his focus wavered for a microsecond. The silver line was imperfect, too broad. It didn't just cut the homing thread. It grazed the kinetic energy of the round itself. The rubber bullet didn't just go straight. It disintegrated asterisk in midair, puffing into a cloud of black dust. A gasp, barely audible, came from the viewing gallery. Partial success on round 2. Hakamata's voice was neutral. Full nullification on round 1. Destructive interception on round 2. Continue. Izuku's heart hammered. He'd destroyed the round. That was a failure. The power had slipped, drawn to the easier, more complete cut. See, Sukuna purred. Destruction is our nature. It is cleaner, more final. Why bother with this fragile precision? Asterisk. Shut up, Izuku snarled internally, clenching his fists. He took a deep, shuddering breath. He couldn't afford another mistake. Snipe looked at him for a long moment, then holstered his first revolver and drew the second. A different model, a different feel to the quirk. He fired. This time, Izuku didn't just see the thread. He understood it. The homing wasn't a single command. It was a continuous, adjusting stream of data from Snipe's quirk to the projectile. He needed to cut the stream at the source, the moment it left the emitter. He didn't wait for the bullet to travel. As soon as Snipe's finger tightened on the trigger, as the quirk energy began to flow into the chambered round, Izuku struck. Dismantle. A pinpoint cut, not at the flying bullet, but at the revolver's muzzle. The rubber round fired, but it was just a lump of rubber. No guidance. It flew straight and true, missing the target by a wide margin. Full preemptive nullification, Hakamata noted. A hint of something, interest, in her tone. Impressive. Final round. Snipe holstered his second gun. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, disc-like object, a specialized throwing weapon. This one's different, he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. The homing is baked into the device itself on release. A single, powerful impulse. Try this. He threw it. The disc flew, then jerked violently in mid-air, arcing with impossible speed towards the target. It was a stronger, more consolidated effect. A knot of quirk energy. Izuku didn't try to cut the knot. He imagined untying it, a dismantle not as a slash, but as a precise series of separations along the energy's own fault lines. He closed his eyes for a fraction of a second, visualizing. Then his hand moved in a small, intricate flick. The disc, violent curve smoothed out. It wobbled, its intelligent guidance unraveling, and clattered harmlessly to the floor 10 feet short of the wall. Silence. Then, from the speaker, Hakamata's voice. Demonstration concluded. The panel will confer. The lights in the main chamber brightened slightly. Snipe walked over, retrieving his disc. He stopped in front of Izuku. Not bad, kid. You messed up the second shot, but you adapted. That's what matters in the field. He gave a slight nod, a gesture of professional respect, before walking out. Izuku was left alone in the circle, sweating, his hands trembling from the strain of such sustained, minute control. He waited. After what felt like an eternity, a door in the side wall hissed open. Aizawa walked in, followed by Commissioner Hakamata and the unidentified officer. Hakamata's expression was unreadable. Midoriya, the data is conclusive. You possess the ability to perform targeted, non-destructive quirk nullification on a variety of emitter-type abilities. The potential applications for hero work, law enforcement, and crisis management are significant. She paused, her eyes locking onto his. However, the destructive interception on the second round, and the significant energy expenditure and mental strain readings, indicate the technique is still unstable. The parasitic sentience of your quirk factor remains a severe liability. Izuku's heart sank. It wasn't enough. Therefore, she continued, the Commission's ruling is as follows. The Alpha Prime classification stands. The custodial order under Article 42B is suspended, pending continued observation at UA. He wasn't going to the black site. Relief, so sharp it was painful, flooded him. But, the officer spoke for the first time. His voice was a low, calm baritone, the voice of a man used to being obeyed. Oversight is increased. I am Agent Chisaki Kai, assigned as your permanent, on-site liaison with the Commission's Special Assets Division. I will be taking over your primary training and evaluation from Eraserhead. Izuku's eyes shot to Aizawa. His teacher's face was a mask, but a muscle in his jaw tightened. He hadn't known. Agent Chisaki stepped forward. He was handsome in a severe way, but his eyes were the coldest Izuku had ever seen. A pale, calculating gray that seemed to look through him, at the power inside. Your training will shift focus. We are no longer interested in making you a hero, Midoriya. We are interested in making you an effective, reliable asset. Your spatial severance field has defensive potential, but its primary value is offensive. Imagine disabling a villain's quirk before they can even activate it. Imagine creating zones where enemy quirks simply do not function. That is the strategic application we will develop. He wanted to weaponize the precision, to turn the scalpel into a silent, surgical strike against anyone deemed a threat. My methods will be more direct than Eraserhead's, Chisaki said, a faint, unpleasant smile touching his lips. We have 6 months until your next full review. In that time, you will learn to nullify faster, at greater range, and against more complex quirks. You will also learn to expand your barrier technique into a mobile field you can project. You will become the ultimate quirk countermeasure. Do you understand? Izuku looked from Chisaki's cold eyes to Hakamata's impassive face to Aizawa's stony silence. He had passed the test. He had proven he could control the blade. And in doing so, he had handed the handle to men who saw only a weapon. He had saved himself from a cage, only to be handed a different kind of leash, held by a colder, more calculating hand. I understand, he said, his voice hollow in the sterile room. As they led him out, the voice in his head, Sukuna's voice, laughed. It was a low, dark, genuinely amused sound. You see, they're all the same. The heroes, the villains, the bureaucrats. They all want to wield the sword. The only choice you have, little vessel, is which hand you let hold the hilt. And now, the laughter faded into a whisper of pure, icy malice, you have met the one whose hand is the steadiest. This will be entertaining. Chapter 26, The New Warden. Agent Chisaki Kai's presence at UA was a silent, seismic shift. He didn't wear a uniform, just impeccable dark suits that seemed to absorb the light around him. He had an office next to the null room, a space as sterile and personality-free as a surgical theater. His authority was absolute, ursting even Aizawa's in matters pertaining to Izuku's development. The first session was a recalibration. Eraserhead's methods were psychological, a containment strategy. Chisaki said, "Stand in." Before Izuku in the middle of the null room. He held a small, metallic sphere in his gloved hand. "My methods are physiological. We will map the limits, then expand them. Your body is the vessel. We will strengthen the vessel to better channel the power." He tossed the sphere into the air. It hovered, then began to emit a low-frequency vibration, a sound that drilled directly into Izuku's teeth and bones. This device emits a resonance that interferes with focused quirk use. Your task is to use dismantle to sever its power core while under its effect. You have 30 seconds before the intensity becomes debilitating. It was brutal, impersonal. There was no talk of control for its own sake, or of heroic application. It was stress testing a system. Izuku fought through the grating vibration, the sound scrambling his thoughts, and managed to slice the sphere in half with a sloppy, wide cut on the 28th second. Acceptable, but inefficient, Chisaki noted, making a note on a tablet. Your technique relies on cognitive clarity. A weakness. We will induce stressor, pain, disorientation, emotional duress, and you will learn to function through them. A tool must work in any environment. The sessions that followed were a form of controlled torture. Chisaki used a variety of support course devices, strobe lights to disrupt vision, emitters that caused localized muscle spasms, sonic generators that induced vertigo. Through it all, Izuku was forced to perform his techniques with ever greater precision. The goal was to sever the connection between his emotional state and his power. To make the techniques purely mechanical, reflexes of will. The voice, Sukuna, was fascinated. This one, he has no fear of the power, only curiosity. He prods it like a scientist with a dangerous new element. He seeks to understand its rules so he can rewrite them. I respect that. He wants to turn me into a machine, Izuku thought back, gritting his teeth as he tried to bisect a moving target while a high-pitched whine scrambled his balance. All masters wish their tools to be reliable. This one is merely more honest about it. Chisaki's cold focus was a different kind of pressure than Aizawa's weary vigilance. Aizawa saw a grenade. Chisaki saw an unstable chemical that needed stabilizing. He was remorselessly efficient. He studied the data from the bracelet, the scans from Recovery Girl, the recordings from the null room. He identified patterns, weaknesses, spikes in the parasitic energy signature that correlated with Izuku's emotional state. The sentient factor is a feedback loop, Chisaki explained one day, pointing to a graph on his tablet screen. It showed peaks of dark energy during moments of frustration or fear during training. It amplifies negative emotion, and negative emotion fuels it. Your previous training tried to suppress the emotion. We will instead reroute it. Reroute it how? Izuku asked, exhausted. By giving it a target, Chisaki said, his gray eyes cool. When you feel anger, you will not let it fuel a wild cleave. You will channel it into the focus for a dismantle. When you feel fear, you will not let it paralyze you. You will use the adrenaline to sharpen your perception for a nullification. We will weaponize your emotional responses, making them serve the technique's precision instead of undermining it. It was a horrifying idea. To intentionally use his own fear, his own anger, to make the curse's power more effective. It felt like giving the enemy a map of his soul, but a part of him, the cold, analytical part that had been forged in Aizawa's crucible and honed by Yaoyorozu's experiments, saw the logic. The power was tied to his emotions. Denying that was a lie. Managing it was Aizawa's way. Chisaki proposed mastering it. He began the exercises. During a session where he had to nullify a series of randomly firing energy blasts, Chisaki would have a recording play, the sound of Bakugo's mocking laughter. The crowd's roar during his sports festival loss, the wet, tearing sound of the Nomu's disintegration field. Things that sparked shame, frustration, fear. At first, it was disastrous. The emotions would spike, the power would surge in response, hungry and wild, and his control would shatter. He'd obliterate the target emitters instead of nullifying the blasts. But slowly, agonizingly, he began to learn. He learned to take the hot spike of anger at Bakugo's voice and compress it, funnel it into the single-minded intent needed for a perfect cut. He learned to take the cold dread of the Nomu's sound and let it heighten his senses, making the world sharper, the lines of energy clearer. It was a dark alchemy. He was turning his poison into fuel. The changes in him were subtle but profound. He moved with a new, economical grace. His eyes, when he used his power, no longer flickered with uncontrolled crimson. Instead, they took on a flat, silvery sheen, like dull metal. His reactions became faster, more automatic. The voice grew quieter, not because it was suppressed, but because it was satisfied. It was getting what it wanted. The power was being used, honed, and Izuku was becoming a more efficient conduit. Aizawa watched from the periphery, his expression growing grimmer with each passing week. He was still Izuku's homeroom teacher, but his role in the assets Ning was now limited to general quirk theory and combat fundamentals. During one of these lessons, a sparring session focused on evasion, Aizawa managed to get him alone for a moment. Chisaki's methods, Aizawa said, his voice low as they reset after a throw. They're changing you. He's making me stronger, Izuku replied, the words coming out flat, rehearsed. More controlled. He's making you colder, Aizawa corrected, his dark eyes searching Izuku's face. I see it in your eyes when you use your quirk now. There's no struggle, just execution. That's not control, Midoriya. That's dissociation. Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't explain the dark calculus he was learning. That the struggle itself had been the problem. That by accepting the power's hunger and bending it to a defined purpose, he was finally, truly, mastering it, or being mastered by it. The line was blurring in a way he couldn't explain to the man who had taught him to fear the blur. His relationships with his classmates calcified into a new, strange dynamic. They saw the change too. The boy who had been a nervous, trembling danger was becoming a quiet, focused one. He didn't flinch at sudden noises. He didn't startle when someone approached from behind. His gaze, when it rested on him, was assessing, calculating, not with malice, but with a detached analysis that was somehow more unsettling than fear. Uraraka stopped trying to give him food. Ida's polite nods became even more formal. Todoroki's analytical looks held a new wariness. Only Bakugo seemed to react with increased aggression, as if sensing a rival honing their blade to a finer edge. One afternoon, during a mandated, social period, in the common room, the tension found an outlet. The class was discussing internships, the real ones, coming up after the first term. Excited chatter about offers from famous agencies filled the air. Kaminari was bragging about an offer from a hero with an electricity-based quirk. Dude, it's gonna be awesome. Maybe he can teach me how to not short-circuit. Jiro elbowed him. Aim higher. Don't fry your last brain cell. Laughter. Normal, easy laughter. Izuku sat apart, as usual, reading a dense manual on quirk energy waveforms that Chisaki had assigned. The laughter was a distant buzz. Then Mineta, emboldened by the mood, piped up. Hey, what about Midoriya? He's not getting any offers, is he? Who'd want to intern with the guy who makes quirks not work? He giggled, a nervous, mean sound. Talk about a party pooper. The laughter died. An awkward, heavy silence fell. Everyone looked from Mineta's grinning face to Izuku. Izuku slowly lowered his manual. He looked at Mineta. He didn't feel anger. He felt a cool, clear assessment. Mineta, quirk, pop off, sticky, spherical hairs, an emitter type, with a tangible, physical effect. A simple problem. The analytical part of his mind, trained by Chisaki, immediately presented a solution. The quirk was activated through his scalp follicles. A localized, wide area dismantle at the epidermal level could sever the connection between the follicles and the sticky charge, rendering the quirk inert for a period of hours. Non-lethal, effective, a clean solution to a nuisance. He saw the lines. He felt the pressure build in his gut, a clean, cold pressure, ready to be shaped. He raised a hand, index finger pointing casually in Mineta's general direction. The room froze. Mineta's grin vanished, replaced by stark terror. Uraraka made a small sound. Ida half rose from his chair. Midoriya, don't. Izuku didn't speak a command. He just looked at Mineta, and in that look was the silent, absolute promise of nullification. Of being rendered quirkless, if only temporarily. Mineta squeaked, stumbling backward and falling over the arm of the couch. Izuku lowered his hand. The pressure receded. He hadn't used his quirk. He hadn't needed to. The threat, precise and understood, had been enough. He picked up his manual again. I have training, he said, his voice devoid of emotion, and walked out of the silent common room. Behind him, the silence held, then broke into a chaos of whispered accusations and fearful questions. He had become the thing they feared. Not a raging monster, but a quiet, walking void where quirks went to die. And the worst part, the part that chilled him to the bone as he walked to his next session with Chisaki, was that he hadn't felt a flicker of guilt, only a cold satisfaction at the efficiency of the threat. He was learning his new warden's lessons all too well. The tool was being sharpened, and it was learning to enjoy the whetstone. Chapter 27, The Unraveling. The incident with Mineta was a pebble dropped into the still pond of Class 1A, and the ripples spread fast and cold. It wasn't the act. No quirk had been used. No one was hurt, but the intent, as clear and sharp as one of Izuku's own cuts, had been felt by everyone. The quiet boy with the dangerous power was no longer just dangerous. He was calculating. Aizawa called him in the next morning, his office feeling smaller than ever. The bags under his eyes were deeper, etched with a frustration that went beyond tiredness. What was that? Aizawa asked, his voice a low, gravelly scrape. A deterrent, Izuku answered, standing at attention. The answer felt correct, clean. It was the language Chisaki used. It was a threat, Aizawa corrected, his eyes hard. You used the implied use of your quirk to intimidate a classmate. That is not control, Midoriya. That is coercion. That is the first step on a very dark path. He was being disruptive, a distraction. Agent Chisaki says emotional distractions compromise operational efficiency. I removed the distraction. The words came out flat, rehearsed. They were Chisaki's words, absorbed through hours of sterile, clinical training. Aizawa stared at him, and for a moment, Izuku saw something like grief flash in his teacher's exhausted eyes. He's gotten inside your head, Aizawa said quietly. He's turning you into his perfect little logic engine. But you're not a machine, Midoriya. You're a kid, and that power you're learning to wield so efficiently, it eats souls. Don't let it eat yours just because a man in a suit told you it's more efficient that way. The warning landed, but it felt distant, like advice from a previous life. The struggle Aizawa spoke of, the war between his heart and the curse, felt like a luxury he could no longer afford. The war was over. He had surrendered to the logic of the blade. It was simpler. It kept him out of a concrete box. He left Aizawa's office and reported for his afternoon session with Chisaki. Today's training was extended field projection. The goal, to hold the spatial severance barrier not as a static dome, but as a mobile, forward-facing wall he could advance with. The null room had been reconfigured. Targets were set up at various distances and heights, emitting harmless but complex energy signatures, simulated quirks. Izuku's task was to walk forward, maintaining the barrier, and nullify each target as he passed, leaving him inert. It was the most demanding exercise yet. Maintaining the barrier was a constant, draining pressure, like holding up a lead curtain with his mind. Walking and focusing on precise nullifications at the same time required a bifurcation of will he hadn't yet mastered. He failed, repeatedly. The barrier would flicker and collapse, or he would nullify one target but miss the next, or his control would slip and he'd slice a target to pieces instead of silencing it. Chisaki watched, making notes, his expression one of detached interest. Your focus is too singular. You are trying to do two separate things. The barrier and the nullification are not separate. They are the same principle applied at different scales. The barrier is a large, blunt nullification of space. The targeted cut is a small, precise one. You must see them as one continuum of will. Izuku didn't understand. The frustration began to build, a hot, familiar knot in his stomach. The old hunger stirred, irritated by the repeated failure. On the 10th attempt, as he tried to null the fire target while pushing the barrier forward, his concentration shattered. The barrier wavered. The targeted dismantle went wide, not nullifying the target's energy beam, but shearing through the support strut of the emitter itself. The metal pole toppled with a crash. The frustration boiled over. With a snarl he didn't recognize as his own, he lashed out. Not at the targets, at the room itself. A wide, careless cleave. The air in front of him shimmered violently. A swath of the reinforced wall, 3 meters wide, dissolved into a cloud of metallic dust that billowed out, filling the room with a choking gray haze. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the soft patter of settling dust. Chisaki didn't cough. He simply watched the dust settle, then looked at Izuku, his gray eyes analytical. Interesting. The emotional release improved the technique's raw power, but destroyed its precision. A trade-off. Note the biosignature spike. He tapped his tablet. Izuku stood panting in the haze, the afterglow of the violent release singing in his veins. It felt good. It felt right. The clean, surgical control Chisaki demanded was a straitjacket. This was freedom. This was the curse's true voice. Yes, Sukuna purred, the voice rich and deep with pleasure. That is the truth. You can dress it up in technique and precision, but the core is hunger. It is the joy of division. Do not let him stifle it. Asterisk. The voice and the feeling of release were a siren song. For weeks, he'd been forcing the power into a tiny, precise box. Now the box had broken, and the wildness felt like coming home. Chisaki approached, stepping through the dust. Your sentient factor prefers the destructive expression. It resists refinement. This is a significant data point. He looked at Izuku, not with anger, but with the keen interest of a researcher who has just discovered a new reaction. We will adjust. Instead of forcing a square peg into a round hole, we will develop both applications. The surgical nullification for strategic use. The area destruction for tactical clearance. He wanted to cultivate both. The scalpel and asterisk the sledgehammer. To make Izuku endlessly adaptable, and endlessly dangerous. The realization should have horrified Izuku. Instead, he felt a grim sense of alignment. This was the truth of what he was. A being of division. He could aim it, point it, but at its heart, it would always be a force that unmade things. Chisaki wasn't asking him to be something he wasn't. He was asking him to be the best version of the monster he contained. From that day, the training changed. Some sessions were still dedicated to pinpoint nullification, the cold, clinical work of a surgeon. Others, however, were tactical clearance drills. Chisaki would fire a section of the null room with dummy obstacles, training robots, or complex structures, and Izuku's task was to reduce them to dust or neatly sliced rubble as quickly and thoroughly as possible. He was to learn the thresholds, how much energy it took to cleave a car versus a building facade, how to structure a dismantle to bring down a wall along a specific line. He excelled at these drills. The wild, destructive power flowed willingly, joyfully. The release was immense, addictive. After a particularly satisfying session where he turned a mock city block into a field of geometric debris, he returned to the dorms feeling a strange, serene exhaustion. The hunger was sated, sleeping like a contented dragon. He was in the common room kitchen, chugging a calorie drink, when he heard the voices from the lounge. It was Ashido, Kaminari, and Sero, their tones hushed but urgent. Creepy, man, did you see the news? That whole abandoned factory district on the south side. Gone, not collapsed, gone, like it was erased. They're saying it's a new villain with a disintegration quirk. The heroes have no leads. It's not a villain. Ashido's voice dropped to a whisper. I heard from a friend in support. The commission has been running hazard clearance exercises with some of the assets in that district, making problems disappear. A cold trickle, unrelated to the drink, went down Izuku's spine. The South Side Factory District. The layout of the structures in his last tactical clearance drill had been familiar. He'd thought it was a random simulation. He stood frozen, the empty drink carton crumpling in his hand. They were using him for real-world demolition, disposing of unwanted structures, maybe covering something up, and calling it training. And they were letting the public believe it was a villain's work. He was no longer just a weapon in a testing chamber. He was a weapon being used. And he hadn't even known he was firing. The serene exhaustion curdled into a sick, cold nausea. Chisuke's tactical clearance had a purpose. He was a cleanup crew. An eraser. He turned and left the kitchen, retreating to his room. The monitors in the corners seemed to watch him with silent accusation. He sat on his bed, staring at his hands, the hands that had, just hours ago, so cheerfully unmade a simulated city block that might have been a real one. The voice in his head was quiet for once. It didn't need to gloat. The truth was its own victory. He had traded Aizawa's cage of fear for Chisuke's leash of purpose. But the purpose was to be a secret weapon, a living disaster used for deniable, dirty work. He was becoming exactly what Stain had seen, a tool for those in power to cut away what they deemed inconvenient. And the most terrifying part was that a piece of him, the piece that sang with the joy of release during those drills, didn't care. The work was satisfying. The power was used. He was useful. He lay back on his bed, the ceiling monitors staring down like unblinking eyes. He had fought so hard not to be a monster in a cage. He had never stopped to ask what kind of monster he was willing to be set free. Chapter 28. The Bleeding Edge. Sleep was a fractured thing. A slideshow of dissolving buildings and Chisuke's expressionless face noting data on a tablet. Izuku woke before dawn, the taste of industrial dust and guilt thick in his mouth. The revelation of the factory district hung over him like a shroud. He wasn't just training, he was being used, and the part of him that thrilled to the destructive exercises was complicit. The morning routine was a pantomime. He dressed, ate, avoided the eyes of his classmates in the common area. Their hushed conversation from the night before echoed in his head, making problems disappear. He was the eraser. His first class was hero lore and ethics with ectoplasm. The topic was accountability and oversight in quirk usage. The irony was a bitter pill. Ectoplasm droned on about regulatory bodies, use of force reports, the chain of command. Izuku's mind kept drifting to a sterile room and a man in a suit who gave orders that left no reports, only dust. At the break, Ida approached him, his posture rigid. Midoriya, a word. He led him to a relatively quiet corner of the hallway. There are rumors about the south side clearance. Izuku's heart stuttered. What about it? Ida's glasses gleamed under the fluorescent lights. My family has connections in city planning. The demolition permits for that district were fast-tracked under a public safety clause, but the work order was classified. The contractor listed is a shell company with ties to the HPSC's logistical division. His voice was low, precise, and furious. You have been training in destructive applications with Agent Chisuke. It wasn't a question. Ida had pieced it together. The moral pillar of the class, the boy who lived by rules and order, was looking at him with something worse than fear, profound disappointment. You are being used to circumvent due process. To act where heroes cannot, or will not, because of the political fallout. I didn't know, Izuku said, the defense sounding weak even to his own ears. But you do now, Ida stated. What will you do? What could he do? Refuse. Chisuke and the commission would label him non-compliant, unstable. The concrete cell awaited. Go to Aizawa. Aizawa was already sidelined, his warnings unheeded. Go public. He'd be discredited, silenced, or disappeared. I'll handle it, Izuku muttered, looking away from Ida's piercing gaze. By becoming a more efficient tool. Ida's voice was sharp. My brother believed in the system. In justice through proper channels. Stain cut him down for that belief. Now you are Letten. The system use you as its silent blade. It is a different kind of corruption, but it is corruption all the same. He gave a stiff, formal bow. Do not become what you fought against, Midoriya. He walked away, leaving Izuku standing alone in the hallway, the weight of Ida's judgment a new chain around his neck. The scheduled session with Chisuke that afternoon was a precision and power calibration. Izuku arrived in the null room vibrating with a new, icy tension. Chisuke was already there, reviewing data on a holographic display. It showed energy output graphs, structural stress models. Today we test synergistic application, Chisuke said without looking up. You will use a dismantle to create a structural weakness in a target, then a focused cleave to exploit it, maximizing efficiency of destruction. Target. Simulated high-density support pillar. A thick, concrete-like column rose from the floor in the center of the room. Izuku stared at it. He saw the lines of stress, the points of failure. The knowledge came effortlessly, a gift from the curse. He could reduce it to rubble in seconds. He saw the factory district in his mind. I won't do it, he said, his voice flat. Chisaki finally looked up, his gray eyes calm. Explain. The factory district. You used my training to demolish it. To do your deniable dirty work. Chisaki didn't deny it. He tilted his head slightly. The district was a condemned hazard, a breeding ground for criminal activity. Its removal served the public good. Your training served a practical purpose. This is the utility we are cultivating. Without oversight, without transparency. Oversight is me, Chisaki said, gesturing to the room, the sensors. Transparency is a liability for an asset of your classification. Your value lies in your capability, not in your publicity. He walked closer, his voice dropping to a conversational tone. You feel conflicted. This is the sentiment a Razorhead warned against. It clouds judgment. The work was necessary. You performed it effectively. That is the only metric that matters. Now, the pillar. He was so calm, so utterly convinced of his own operational logic. It was more frightening than any villain's rant. The anger, the frustration, the betrayal Ida had voiced, it all coalesced inside Izuku into a cold, hard point. Chisaki was right about one thing. Emotion was fuel. But, he was wrong about whose furnace it should feed. Izuku turned to the pillar. He didn't see a training dummy. He saw Chisaki's philosophy, the cold utility, the end justifying any means, the reduction of a person to an asset. He didn't use dismantle first. He used cleave, but not on the pillar. He focused on the holographic display beside Chisaki, on the data tablet in his hand. He focused on the records, the plans, the cold, clinical logic that justified everything. He poured all his silent fury, his revulsion, his desperate need to cut this cancer of an ideology out of his life, into the technique. The air around the display and the tablet shimmered, not with the wide area dissolution of a normal cleave. This was tighter, fiercer, a targeted annihilation of information. The holographic display pixelated, then collapsed into a shower of meaningless light. The tablet in Chisaki's hand didn't just break. The screen and internal components turned to a fine, black powder that sifted through his fingers. The physical objects were barely damaged, but the data, the specific, stored information, was gone. Erased. Chisaki stared at his empty hand, then at the dead display. For the first time, a flicker of genuine, non-clinical emotion crossed his face, surprise, followed by a swift, calculating intrigue. Fascinating. A conceptual cleave, not targeting the matter, but the information contained within. A data purge, an entirely new application. He wasn't angry. He was fascinated. Izuku's rebellion had just yielded a new, valuable data point. The horror of it stole Izuku's breath. He had tried to strike a blow against the system, and the system had simply recorded it as progress. He couldn't win, not by playing the game. The session is over, Chisaki said, already pulling a spare tablet from a compartment in the wall. I need to analyze this development. Report to your room. I will send new parameters for tomorrow based on this breakthrough. Izuku left the null room, his legs unsteady. He hadn't freed himself. He had given his warden a new toy. He wandered the campus, not heading to the dorms, but towards the more secluded training grounds. He needed air that wasn't filtered and monitored. He ended up at Ground Beta, the simulated city. It was empty, silent in the late afternoon sun. The buildings stood whole, untouched by his power. For now, he climbed to the top of a replica office building, sitting on the edge of the roof, his legs dangling over the side. The wind here was real, carrying the scent of distant trees and concrete. He looked at his city, his prison. You cannot break the chain by pulling on it, Sukuna's voice mused, quieter now, almost thoughtful. The chain is part of the cage. You must become something the chain cannot hold. Asterisk. What does that mean? Izuku whispered to the wind. It means you are thinking like a prisoner. Like a tool. You ask, how do I refuse? Or, how do I escape? You must ask a different question. Asterisk. What question? What do you want to cut? Truly, not what they tell you to cut. What deserves, in the very core of your being, to be divided. Find that answer, and you will find a will stronger than their leash. Asterisk. It wasn't a call to villainy. It was a call to purpose. A true purpose, not one assigned by heroes or agents. The problem was, Izuku didn't know the answer. He wanted the cutting to stop. He wanted the hunger to be quiet. He wanted to be normal. But those weren't things he could cut. They were absences, voids. Below, he saw a figure enter the training ground. Tall, with a mop of wild blonde hair. Bakugo. He was alone, likely here for extra training, to blow off steam. He stopped in the middle of the street, raised his hands, and unleashed a series of controlled, thunderous explosions into the air. Each one a perfect, concussive bloom of light and sound. There was no enemy, no point. Just the raw, joyous, unapologetic expression of power. For its own sake. For the sheer feeling of it. Izuku watched, a strange ache in his chest. Bakugo's power was violent, loud, dangerous. But it was his. He wore it on the outside, in every spark and roar. He didn't hide it in sterile rooms or justify it with cold logic. He simply was it. For a fleeting, terrifying second, Izuku envied him. Then Bakugo stopped, panting slightly, and looked around. His sharp eyes scanned the rooftops and landed on Izuku. He didn't shout. He just stared up, his expression unreadable from this distance. After a moment, he gave a single, sharp jerk of his chin, a challenge. An acknowledgement, then turned and walked out of the training ground, leaving behind the smell of burnt sugar and freedom. Izuku stayed on the roof until the sun dipped below the skyline, painting the city in shades of fire and blood. He had tried to be a hero, and became a threat. He had tried to control the threat, and became a weapon. He had tried to rebel against the weapon masters, and became a more interesting weapon. He was running out of roles to play. The masks were cracking, and beneath them was only the cutting edge, and the endless, whispering hunger. As the stars began to prick through the purple twilight, a cold certainty settled in his bones. The next time he was told to cut, he wouldn't ask why. He would ask what, and the answer would be his own. Chapter 29. The Unspoken War. The days after the data purge incident settled into a new, more sinister rhythm. Chisaki didn't punish Izuku. He incorporated the event. The next null room session featured hardened DAT drives and encrypted servers as targets. Izuku's task was to replicate the effect, to destroy the information without damaging the hardware. It was a perverse refinement of his rebellion. He was being taught to be a ghost in the machine, an eraser of secrets. He played along. He performed the tasks with cold, detached efficiency. Inside, the war was no longer between him and the curse, or him and Chisaki. It was a civil war within his own soul. One side saw the logic: comply, survive, become the ultimate specialist, a scalpel in the hand of the state. The other side, a smaller, quieter voice, that sounded more like the ghost of the boy he used to be, screamed that this was damnation by degrees. He saw the fracture lines spreading through his class. They were no longer just scared of him, they were divided by him. Ida's cold disapproval was a wall. Uraraka's hesitant kindness had withdrawn into a worried, distant pity. Todoroki watched him like one might watch a complex fault line, calculating the coming tremor. Kirishima's attempts at camaraderie were met with blank stares that finally made even his unshakable resolve falter. Only Bakugo's animosity remained constant, a pure, undiluted fuel. But even that had changed. It was no longer the rage of a superior for an inferior. It was the focused hostility of one apex predator for another. They didn't speak. They just observed each other, a silent, mutual recognition of immense, dangerous potential. The pressure was a constant, silent scream in Izuku's skull. The hunger was a sleeping dragon now, sated by the regular, destructive drills but growing accustomed to the feast. The seal on his stomach was no longer just a mark. It was a topography. The second mouth on his chest had fully formed, a lipless slit that would sometimes part in his sleep. Breathing out a faint, cold mist. The black tendrils had reached his collarbones and the small of his back, a dark lacework of ownership. He was changing. The vessel was being prepared. Then, the catalyst. It was a Friday. A joint training exercise with Class 1B was scheduled, a large-scale capture-the-flag scenario across a forested training ground. For Izuku, it was another test. His role, communicated by Chisaki via his tablet the night before, was area denial. He was to create a perimeter around his team's flag using a low-level, sustained, spatial severance field, not the full barrier, but a diffuse, Invisible zone that would subtly interfere with emitter-type quirks, causing misfires or weakened effects for anyone who crossed it. A subtle, insidious defense. It was a perfect application of his specialist training. It was also, he realized with a chill, a form of psychological warfare. The opposing team wouldn't know why their quirks were faltering. It would sow confusion, distrust in their own abilities. He stood with his team, led by Ida, including Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Tokiyami, at the edge of the dense forest. Ida laid out the plan with mechanical precision, his eyes avoiding Izuku's. Midoriya will establish the denial zone at the flag's location. The rest of us will operate as mobile interceptors. Our objective is to secure their flag while they are disordered by the defensive effect. It was a sound strategy. It was also a strategy that relied entirely on Izuku's cursed power as a trap. The exercise began. Izuku moved with his team into the forest, towards the designated flag location, a clearing with a tall, silver pole. When they arrived, the others fanned out to establish patrol routes. "Begin your deployment, Midoriya," Ida said, his voice formal. Izuku nodded. He focused. Instead of the full, draining barrier, he envisioned a net. A wide, thin mesh of severance, draped over the clearing. It wouldn't stop movement or physical attacks. It would just fray the edges of quirk effects. He raised his hands, palms down. The power responded, eager. It liked this. It was a subtle poison, a corruption of the natural order. The air in the clearing grew still, the light seeming to dim just a fraction. A faint, silver sheen, invisible to most, glimmered for a second at the boundaries of the zone before fading into imperceptibility. The trap was set. He felt it instantly, a wrongness. Not in the technique, but in the air. The forest around the clearing was too quiet. No birds, no rustle of distant movement from 1B. "Something's wrong, ribbit asterisk," Tsuyu said, her head tilted, a finger to her lips. Then the smoke came, thick, black, and choking, billowing from the tree line, not from one direction, but from all around them. A smoke screen quirk, but amplified, coordinated. Ambush. Ida barked. Defensive positions. But their positions were the trap. They were in the clearing, the zone of Izuku's denial field. As the members of 1B emerged from the smoke, led by the loud, confident Monomanito, who had copied a flashy duplication quirk, they activated their abilities. And nothing happened. Or rather, things happened wrong. Monoma's duplicates flickered into existence, then immediately destabilized, their forms wavering like bad holograms before popping out of existence. A 1B student with a vibration quirk tried to shatter the ground under Tokiyami's feet, but the vibrations died inches from his palms, becoming a harmless rumble. A girl who could create sharp, crystalline growths found her crystals forming brittle and malformed, shattering under their own weight. Confusion rippled through the 1B attackers. They looked at their hands, at each other. Monoma's eyes, wide with surprise, scanned the clearing and landed on Izuku, who stood motionless by the flagpole. Understanding, and a feral grin, spread across his face. "It's him, the quirk killer. He's doing something to the area. Take him out." The coordinated ambush turned into a frantic, disorganized rush straight for Izuku. His own team, also within the field, found their quirks similarly hampered. Uraraka's touch failed to lift a flung log. Tsuyu's tongue moved with sluggish weight. Tokiyami's dark shadow roared weakly, its form insubstantial. They were all crippled. Because of him. Ida, his engines sputtering, tried to use his sheer speed to body check an oncoming 1B student, but his movements were off, his timing slow. He took a solid hit to the chest and stumbled. The 1B students, realizing physical attacks still worked, converged on Izuku. They saw him as the linchpin. Take out the quirk suppressor, and their advantage would return. 4 of them closed in, their quirks useless but their fists raised. Izuku stood his ground, his mind racing. He could drop the field, restoring everyone's quirks, but that would surrender their only defensive advantage. He could try to fight them hand to hand, but he was outnumbered. Or, the thought came, cold and clear from the analytical place Chisaki had nurtured. He could adjust asterisk the field. Instead of a uniform net of suppression, he could tighten it. Focus it. Make it not a diffuse nuisance, but a localized nullification. A scalpel instead of a blanket. He looked at the lead attacker, a boy with large, metal-reinforced fists already swinging towards his head. He didn't see a person. He saw a quirk, a kinetic reinforcement emitter in the fists. He saw the energy flow. He willed the suppression field to condense, to collapse from a wide net into a single, invisible point. A needle of severance aimed at the connection between the boy's quirk factor and his fists. The boy's metal-plated knuckles, an inch from Izuku's temple, reverted to normal flesh and bone. The punch landed, but it was just a punch. It hurt, snapping Izuku's head to the side, but it didn't shatter his skull. He staggered, but stayed up. The boy stared at his now normal hand in shock. Izuku didn't stop. His mind, working with a speed and clarity born of desperation and dark training, moved to the next attacker. A girl with hair that sharpened into blades. He focused the null point on her scalp. The bladed hair softened into harmless strands. He was a surgeon on a battlefield, performing instantaneous, brutal amputations of quirk functionality. One by one, he neutered the immediate threats, turning powered assaults into mere physical brawls. But it was a stopgap. He couldn't maintain multiple focused nullifications for long. The drain was immense, and more 1B students were pouring into the clearing, some from classes whose quirks were less affected by the diffuse field, others just enraged and armed with sticks and rocks. His team was being overwhelmed. Uraraka was pinned. Tsuyu was tangled in vines created by a 1B student whose plant growth quirk was only partially hindered. Ida was trading clumsy, quirkless blows with two others. They were losing, because of his power, because he was a flaw in the system, a glitch that broke everyone else's code. The frustration, the guilt, the sheer, furious injustice of it all, being punished for protecting, for doing exactly what he was ordered to do, boiled over. The hunger woke. It didn't speak. It simply took. Izuku's vision tinted crimson at the edges. The world simplified into lines of conflict. His allies, his enemies, the forest, the flag, all of it was just a chaotic mess that needed to be ordered. He dropped all pretense of control. He dropped the suppression field entirely. He raised both hands, not in precise points, but with fingers splayed wide. He didn't think of nullification. He thought of separation, of cutting his team free from the tangling vines, of cutting the attackers away from them, of cutting a clear, defined space in the chaos. A raw, untempered command tore from his throat and from the second mouth on his chest in a horrific, layered unison. Asterisk asterisk cleave. Asterisk asterisk. It wasn't the building dusting cleave. It was wider, wilder, a hemispherical wave of invisible blades that erupted from him in all directions along the ground. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. The ground in a 15-meter radius around him was scored with 1,000 intersecting lines, as if a giant thresher had passed through. The tangling vines was sliced to confetti. The sticks and makeshift weapons in the attackers' hands were reduced to splinters. The uniforms of everyone in the radius, 1A and 1B alike, were shredded into ribbons, exposing skin ben. Teeth that was lashed with 100 fine, stinging cuts, like they'd been whipped by a nest of razor wire. No one was seriously injured, but everyone was marked. Everyone was hurt. The fighting stopped. A dozen teenagers stood in a circle of ravaged earth, clutching at the torn clothes and bleeding skin, staring in shock and terror at the boy in the center. Izuku stood panting, the crimson tint fading from his vision, leaving behind the stark, ugly reality. The flagpole behind him was untouched. The forest beyond the circle was untouched. He had drawn a perfect, terrible line. Silence, broken by whimpers of pain and shock. Then, from the edge of the clearing, Vlad King's roared command. Exercise terminated. All students, stand down. The teachers flooded in, followed by medical bots. The scene was one of minor but shocking violence. It looked like a massacre performed with 1,000 tiny knives. As recovery girls' bots began tending to the superficial cuts, Vlad King rounded on Izuku, his face a mask of fury. What is the meaning of this, Midoriya? This was a training exercise. Izuku couldn't speak. He just stared at the cuts on Uraraka's arms, at the bloody lines on Ida's face, at the shocked betrayal in Tsuyu's wide eyes. Aizawa pushed past Vlad King, his capture scarf whipping around him. He took in the scene, the precisely defined circle of devastation, the selective, non-lethal but painful damage. His eyes, when they found Izuku's, held no anger, only a deep, profound exhaustion, and a final, grim understanding. He didn't say a word to Izuku. He turned to Vlad King. Get everyone to the infirmary. I'll handle this. As the stunned, bleeding students were led away, shooting fearful, hateful glances back at him, Izuku was left alone in the circle of his own making with Aizawa. The teacher looked at the scored earth, then back at Izuku. His voice, when it finally came, was quiet, dead, final. You crossed the line, Midoriya. Not the one in the dirt. The one in your head. The one that separates a hero from a hazard. He activated his comm. Agent Chisaki, your asset has had an incident. He's all yours. He walked away, leaving Izuku standing in the center of the perfect silent circle of cut earth and severed trust. The unspoken war was over. He had finally, decisively, chosen a side. And it was the side of the blade. Chapter 30. The King's Gambit. The silence after Aizawa left was the loudest sound Izuku had ever heard. It was the silence of a verdict being passed, of a door slamming shut. He stood in the center of the ruined clearing. The scored earth a testament to his loss of control, the phantom sting of 100 shallow cuts on his skin mirroring the deeper wounds he'd just inflicted on his classmates. He didn't move. He was a statue of failure, waiting for the axe to fall. It didn't take long. Agent Chisaki arrived not with a squad of enforcers, but alone, his gray suit impeccable against the backdrop of torn-up ground. He surveyed the damage with the detached air of a forensics expert, his eyes taking in the precise radius, the uniform depth of the cuts, the lack of serious injury. He made a note on his tablet. The exercise data is compromised, but this spontaneous field application is valuable, Chisaki said, his voice devoid of reproach. A hemispherical, ground-level cleave with controlled penetration depth. Defensive, area denial, non-lethal but highly effective for crowd dispersal or creating perimeter separation. He looked at Izuku. Your emotional state triggered it. The stress of seeing your team overwhelmed. We can codify that. Make it reproducible. Izuku stared at him, a cold numbness spreading from his core. Even this catastrophic failure, was just another data point to be analyzed. Another technique to be weaponized. There was no moral dimension. Only utility. They're hurt, Izuku said, his voice hollow. Superficial lacerations. Recovery girl will have them healed within the hour. The psychological impact is more significant, but that is a matter for the teachers, not your training parameters. Chisaki gestured for him to follow. Come, we will debrief in a secure setting. They didn't go to the null room. They went to Chisaki's office. It was as sterile as ever, but now felt like the antechamber to an execution. Chisaki sat behind his desk, gesturing for Izuku to sit. The incident forces an acceleration of our timetable, Chisaki began, steepling his fingers. Eraserhead has officially ceded oversight. The Commission views this as the final PR. Oof, that UA's pedagogical approach is insufficient for an asset of your volatility. Effective immediately, you are being transferred to a dedicated Commission facility for intensive, focused development. The words were a death knell. The concrete box. The lab. Endeavor's research wing. It was here. When? Izuku whispered. Tomorrow morning. Your belongings have already been packed. You will say no goodbyes. It is cleaner that way. Quote. Izuku's mind raced, a trapped animal seeking any crack in the walls. All Might. Could All Might stop this? But All Might was a fading symbol, his influence waning against the cold machinery of the Commission. Nezu. The principal had bargained before, but this was a bridge burned by his own hand. There was no one left. Is this your chosen cage, then? Sukuna's voice was a soft, intimate murmur in the silence of his despair. The cold room of men who see you as a fascinating tumor to be dissected. After all you have learned. After you have touched the edge of true power. I have no choice, Izuku thought, the despair a bitter tide. There is always a choice, Vessel. You merely refuse to see it because it requires you to stop being their victim and start being what you are. And what am I? The mental question was a plea. You are the edge, the point of division. You can let them put you under their microscopes, or you can show them. What happens when the microscope turns on itself? An image, dark and terrible, flickered in Izuku's mind. Not of fighting his way out. Of cutting his way out. Of turning the null room's own suppression emitters against the walls. Of reducing Chisaki's cold logic to dust. Of walking out of UA not as a prisoner, but as a force that had redefined its own boundaries. It was the voice of the curse. It was the offer of madness, of becoming the monster they all feared. But was it madness, or was it simply accepting the final, logical conclusion of his existence? He was a being of severance. Why sever only what others told him to? Why not sever the chains themselves? He looked at Chisaki, who was calmly typing up a transfer order. The man was a problem. A line between Izuku and freedom. A line that could be cut. The hunger stirred, not with its usual chaotic desire, but with a focused, eager anticipation. It smelled resolve. The facility, Izuku said, his voice surprisingly steady. Where is it? Chisaki glanced up. That is classified. You will be transported under sedation. For everyone's safety. Sedated. Helpless. The final humiliation. Izuku nodded slowly, as if accepting. He let his shoulders slump. The picture of defeated resignation. Inside, the cold, hard point of decision crystallized. He would not go quietly. He would not be a specimen. He had one night. Back in his dorm room. The monitors watched, but the gaze felt different now. Impotent. He was leaving anyway. What did it matter what they saw? He didn't sleep. He sat on his bed, the packed duffel bag by the door a stark reminder. He thought of his mother. He would never see her again. A clean cut. He thought of All Might, of the dying light of a dream. A severed legacy. He thought of Uraraka's smile, now turned to fear. Of Ida's rigid honor, shattered. Of Aizawa's exhausted hope, extinguished. He had cut himself away from all of them. The path of the hero was closed to him. The path of the prisoner was a living death. There was only one path left. The path of the power itself. To follow it to its natural end, wherever that led. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through his window, he made his final preparations. He dressed in his gym clothes. Dark, simple, easy to move in. He took nothing from the duffel bag. He sat cross-legged on the floor, facing the door. He closed his eyes. He didn't try to suppress the hunger. He invited it. He focused on the seal on his stomach, on the second mouth on his chest. He felt the black tendrils like roots, digging deep into his body, his spirit. Show me, he thought. Not to Sukuna, but to the power itself. Show me how to cut the cage. The voice didn't answer with words. It answered with knowledge. A flood of understanding, brutal and elegant, poured into him. He saw the theory behind domain amplification. It wasn't just expanding an effect. It was defining a territory. A space where his will overrode reality's rules. To create a true domain. A place where his power was absolute, required an immense, focused release of cursed energy and a binding vow, a rule for the space. He couldn't create a full domain. Not yet. The vessel wasn't ready. But he could create a shadow of one. A temporary, unstable territory. Just for a moment. Just long enough. He understood what he had to do. It was suicide. Or transcendence. A knock on the door. Midoriya. It's time. Chisaki's voice, calm and final. Izuku opened his eyes. They were no longer green. They were pools of liquid crimson, with a single, vertical black slit for a pupil. The change was total, absolute. He stood up. The air in the room grew heavy, cold. The monitors in the corners fizzled and died, their circuits silently severed. I'm coming, Izuku said. But the voice that came out was layered. His own, and beneath it, the dry, ancient rasp of the king. He opened the door. Chisaki stood there, two large, armored commission agents flanking him. They held quirk suppression cuffs and a syringe of sedative. Chisaki's eyes widened a fraction at the sight of Izuku's transformed eyes, the palpable, malevolent energy coiling off him like heat haze. Restrain him, he ordered. His clinical calm cracking for the first time. The agents moved. Izuku didn't. He raised his right hand, index finger pointed not at the agents, but at the space between himself and them. At the concept of their approach. Dismantle. A vertical line of silver light, not a cut, but a declaration etched itself in the air of the hallway. It didn't move. It simply was. The two agents, crossing that line, were not physically cut. But the will to apprehend him, the neural command from their brains to their muscles, was severed. They froze in mid-step, confused. Their bodies no longer obeying the order to grab him. Chisaki stumbled back, his hand going to an earpiece. Asset is hostile. Activate campus-wide suppression field. Authorization Chisaki Alpha. Izuku turned his crimson gaze on him. He took a step forward, into the hallway. The air around him began to darken, not with smoke, but with an absence of light, a clinging shadow that seeped from his skin. You wanted to see my power's utility, Izuku spoke, the dual voice echoing in the confined space. Let me demonstrate its final application. He brought his hands together, palms facing, as if holding an invisible sphere. The seals on his torso glowed with an eerie black light. The creeping tendrils burned like frozen fire under his skin. *** domain expansion. Malevolent shrine. ***. He didn't have the energy for the true technique. But he could forge a facsimile. A desperate, half-formed scream of a domain. The world didn't change. Not exactly. But the hallway, warped. The walls seemed to stretch and recede into impossible geometry. The air solidified into a viscous, crushing pressure. The very light twisted, casting jagged, meaningless shadows. In the center of the chaos, floating behind Izuku, a phantom image flickered. A grotesque, multi-armed statue sitting atop a mound of skulls, its many eyes opening. It lasted for less than 3 seconds. A fleeting, unstable pocket of hell. But it was enough. Within that space, Izuku's will was law. And his law was severance. 1,000 invisible cleaves *, finer than atoms, erupted in every direction, but within the warped space of the hallway. The effect was silent. The two agents' body armor, their weapons, their comms, simply delaminated, falling apart into neat, microscopic slices that drifted to the floor like metallic snow. They were left standing in their underclothes, unharmed but paralyzed with primal terror. Chisaki's tablet, his earpiece, the hidden sensors in the walls, all were reduced to component dust. The unstable domain collapsed. The hallway snapped back to normal, leaving only the evidence of the silent, surgical devastation. Izuku swayed, blood trickling from his nose, his eyes blazing crimson. The effort had drained him to the dregs. He had poured everything, his life force, his sanity, his last shred of humanity, into that blasphemous imitation. Chisaki was on his knees, clutching his head. His clinical detachment shattered, replaced by raw, animal fear. He looked up at Izuku, not as an asset, but as an apocalypse. Izuku took a staggering step past him, towards the stairwell. He didn't look back. He had cut his ties. He had cut his cage. He had cut a path. Alarms began to blare throughout UA, belated and meaningless, as he stumbled out into the pale dawn light of the empty courtyard. The campus lying still before him, Izuku Midoriya knew he could never go back. He was no longer a student, no longer a hero, no longer a prisoner. He was a curse set loose upon the world, a living nightmare that had finally stopped fighting its own nature. And as he vanished into the waking city, a single, grim smile touched the lips of the second mouth on his chest. The king was not free. Not yet, but his vessel was finally, irrevocably, open. The end.